All right, so I'm hanging out with Glenn Lawrence and some folks on his panel, so I figured I may as well try to, I don't know, record it for my own purposes, I guess. But we'll give that a shot. I do like Glenn Lawrence. He seems to be a good faith dude. And we tend to agree on quite a few things. Good faith dude. Oh, not bad. Kick always does that shit too. Anyway, all right, I think we were good to go. Let's jump in here and see what they're saying. We're talking about the Iranian strikes. Iran just launched 6 missiles against a United States air installation in Qatar, or Qatar, however you want to say that shit. So that's the latest development now. Things are not cooling off. I wish they would, but I'll probably have a chance to get in that here in a second. All right. Oh.
Or whatever.
CIA assassinated.
What'd you say?
Khomeini came to power after.
Yeah, but that's 1979.
Assassinated the president, right?
Yeah, that's way after. The Shah was there. Then
the Shah was the spiritual leader. The president was the political leader. The Shah was second to the president.
No, the leader of Iran was the Shah, Reza, if I'm not mistaken. Shah.
Isn't that like some form of monarchy, right?
And more or less, I'm not an expert on it, so I can't say. But he was a leader anyway. More of the story is he was a leader. Other dude that starts with an M that she just said I can't pronounce. I think he was put into power he was put into power somehow. I can't remember exactly, or he was just still below the Shah but taken out. Then the Shah came back and was in power from like 54, 56 or something like that until 79. And then 79 is what you're talking about with the Ayatollah coming in during the Islamic Revolution.
48, 49, 50, and 51.
Yeah, but you keep on saying the Ayatollah, and the Ayatollah wasn't there.
I didn't say anything about the Ayatollah.
I did.
I specifically said the CIA
took out the Ayatollah,
assassinated the president of Iran, and installed the mullah Ayatollah. Because the mullahs believe.
Yeah, you definitely said Ayatollah.
Well, then I misspoke.
Okay.
I didn't.
But the point being is he was the leader.
Rock and roller right now.
The Shah that was quote unquote installed was already the leader prior to that.
Right. So
it wasn't like he was some random person that they just randomly put in. Is the point?
Did they or did they not assassinate the president? And did that not?
You're making Grid mad.
What was accomplished was the removal of the progressive president. Iran was a progressive country at that point in time. If you look back in the 50s, late 40s, 50s, even a little bit after the assassination, Baghdad, for example,
of the Middle East, right?
Because of the Shah.
It was
the stuff that you're talking about is because of the Shah.
A massively awesome country. It was arguably
the progressiveness you're talking about is because of the Shah.
Okay. I don't believe that. I'll look again, but that's not. I think that there's a version of history where that may be represented, but I don't. That's not the version of history as far as the CIA is concerned, because the CIA did not want the president was propped up by the USSR at the time. They were giving him money. They were supporting him. He was taking it. Now his concern mostly was getting Russian technology and backing to drill for more oil.
I don't mean to be rude, but I mean, what does this have to do with the current hostilities, right? I mean, we're fighting.
I said there's a lot of history. So we created the problem of fighting in the Middle East for 70 fucking years. Part of that at the end, at what was supposed to be one of the endpoints, was Iran agreed to not build
nuclear weapons.
To build nuclear weapens.
They signed the Non-Proliferation Act, right? That's like an international. They said they signed the Non-Proliferation Pact.
Yes, the nuclear.
They agreed to not smoke indoors.
I'm still smoking indoors. I don't give a fuck.
No, that's the French.
My bad. Signed, and they and that was supposed to be good. That was supposed to be fine. But they never actually adhered to it. They constantly, because the mullahs they don't believe that it's a big deal to break an agreement with someone that's not a non-believer. And so, we end up where we're at now. Now, back in Bush, They managed to uncover that they were in fact attempting to build nuclear weapons, and they had some of the money. It was about $6 billion, as I recall, was seized effectively by the U.S. Now, at various times, that has been represented in the press as an aid package, but it wasn't. It was technically always Iran's money that was caught outside of their borders, where they were selling oil, despite the embargo, to fund their nuclear program, and the U.S. seized it, as we do.
Can I interject here? I want to add something to that.
Sure.
I'm with you so far, but I did want to add kind of Glenn's question is, why do we have to get involved in everything? We don't, but it's been our presidents prior to the current president we had. We're not going to touch this issue. So we let it go and we let it go and we let it go.
And that, you're right, that they just keep kicking the can. Bush did seize the money. Bush was trying to, and
then Barack Obama turned around and gave it back to him. So
partially.
There's
Biden
more
finished
there.
the job, right? so, yeah.
I mean, I'm sure there is, but what I'm getting to though is that the current situation that we're in is that an Islamic regime which hates America, hates the West, hates Israel, it potentially has nuclear weapons. But I don't think they should have nuclear weapons. I think we should do everything that in our power to stop that from happening. But I haven't seen what prompted this attack. I haven't seen what changed the fog of war, the situation on the ground that said that it was okay for Trump to send B-2s over there to drop 14 bunker busters on 2 nuclear sites in Iran.
So I think one of the reasons that Trump was always on kind of the edge of this and is kind of trying to balancing on a knife edge is he or his advisors did not want to believe that Iran was actually enriching nuclear materials.
Well, Tulsi Gabbard
weapon limit. They weren't I think for a long time we've not wanted to believe that they were capable, and because we have said, if you go back and look at the news reports, well, they're not capable of creating weapons grade nuclear material.
I don't think the weapons grade nuclear material was in question in so far as having a delivery system that could
Lindsay dropped.
Having a delivery system that could affect the United States or anyone else in a meaningful way.
Question a long time.
Well, Tulsi Gabbard came out 2 months ago, testified to Congress that said we know that they're producing more plutonium than they need, and that's probably weapons grade shit. But we don't think they're developing a nuclear weapon. According to the intel that we've been able to gather, it's not been weaponized. So the problem there is economic influence, right? They could sell that shit to China, they can sell it to Pakistan, they can sell it to Russia, for them to continue to develop nuclear weapons. I agree, that's a problem, but that's not a let's send in the B-2 bombers to blow some shit up kind of problem. So
it kind of is though, right? Like if so, all right, let's just say that it is like WMDs in Kuwait, right? And
Iraq, yeah.
Let's just say it's that same kind of thing. Like it's kind of there, but it's not really there, and it's not really what we're being told it is. Let's just say it's that kind of thing. Even if so, we know that there is weapons grade material there. Whether or not Iran intends to build one today or not is irrelevant. The fact that they can build it, and the mullahs are extremists, and they will attack various people that shouldn't be attacked. And I'm not even worried. I'm less worried about America. I'm more worried about backpack nukes going off in downtown Delhi, or going off in Paris, or somewhere like that. Somewhere that doesn't have that ability, right? So I'm far more interested in preventing on a worldwide stage Iran from having this ability, this capability. And further, I think you're right, EOD. The thing is Iran would sell that material to other countries,
probably.
And now China already has that. China wouldn't be a buyer, but let's say
North Korea might be, right?
South Korea, North Korea, A lot of African warlords. I mean, just think about, some guy down in like, I can't think, Ghana or whatever.
Somalia, sure. Libya. But what am I saying?
To answer your question, EOD,
yeah.
Or at least from one perspective, there's probably multiple that can be answered on as to why now and not before. I think you and what's the host name? Glenn
Lawrence.
I think you both can ask a question. Me?
Yeah.
Random independent.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I hadn't heard of
you can look at it kind of similar to North Korea. North Korea right now has a lot of artillery, has a lot of retaliation it can do to Seoul, essentially. So why don't we take them out, even though they are a rogue regime that has nuclear weapons? Well, that's, a reason we don't. With Iran, we believe that they had the retaliation possible for to retaliate against our personnel and against Israel or our allies in the region, generally speaking. And now we don't believe they have that capability anymore. Because Israel has pretty much taken them out. So if South Korea had done a similar operation against North Korea and taken out all the artillery and taken out all the leadership and all these things, and there wasn't really a repercussion for us destroying their nuclear weapons or the nuclear facilities, then we could do it. But we don't do it because of those retaliation measures that could be put in place, and we obviously didn't believe that Iran would do so, and so we struck. And so that's one perspective to look at it. There's others as well, but that's one of them.
It's more opportune, right? Yeah.
I mean, it really was.
Pete Hegseth said that almost verbatim. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity.
To be compared to the bums, but even a broken clock is right once or twice a day. So
right.
EOD, you're really low as well. I think you're just far away from your microphone. There you go.
That could be it. I keep bumping into it.
At any rate, it's very interesting to me because North Korea is an excellent example, right? Like North Korea, I think one of the reasons why we don't really go after North Korea is because most of the stuff North Korea they got from Russia.
And, but they have actively
we don't truly know everything they have, right? Like I'm sure that some CIA guy, NSA guy, some agency guy has a list, right?
Well, but they've threatened cities on the West Coast. They've demonstrated ICBMs that will fly out into the middle of the Pacific Ocean and appear to have the range capabilities to get there. But so I think the fact that they are a proven nuclear power and they are a deterrent is a deterrence for us. Yeah, I think independence got a point right there. They're very retarded. I'll agree with that.
They're like the little brother with the controller unplugged nuclear power.
My button works, said Trump.
If I could put it that way.
The thing about it is, Matt Gaetz had a great fucking talking point about this earlier, and I think it was Thomas Massey who brought my attention to, or somebody, just one of the memers, I don't know. But what was it that Matt was saying? Was that this is... instead of going to war, instead of sending B-2s or sending out B-52s to bomb North Korea, Trump went in there and found a diplomatic solution instead. Why can't he do the same thing with Iran? And then Gates' proposal at the end was... Gates' proposal at the end is if we can get Iran to denuclearize and we can get Israel to denuclearize, that would probably win him the Nobel Peace Prize. Like, that's a much better outcome, in my opinion, than another endless 30-year war on boots on the ground in fucking Iran. Fuck that.
Iran since like probably 1960 has not upheld a treaty for any length of time. So Iran's one of the few countries in the world where I would say that I wouldn't trust anything they say. They're really not a unified country anyway, right? So if he makes a treaty with whoever is,
the Ayatollah.
Greg could have used you a lot earlier when somebody was saying, "Oh, we had it was actually Ryan, the coder guy."
Oh, fuck that.
Saying, "Oh, we had this treaty and it was all this greatness with Iran because we had all these inspections and because that involves trusting Iran to uphill."
And the thing is, Iran's not a unified country, right? Like you have.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, sir.
Oh, that's okay. I'm sorry.
This is a callback to something that happened earlier, and like, oh man.
Yeah, no, it's cool, man. But hey, I mean, can we all agree first that Iran is not a unified country where you are going to have an effective treaty with? Can we agree on that?
I agree. I definitely agree with that.
We can't have a treaty with Iran. One of the reasons I think Iran's
they're not a unified country. They're a bunch of
most of the Middle East is like that,
right?
That's
Which
true.
is why we need to get out of the Middle East.
That's why I say we have no business in there in the first place.
Because of England. I'm sorry, Glenn. I interrupted you. My bad.
I'm saying that's why I say we have no business fucking fighting other people's fights in the first place.
But we're not fighting another person's fight. We took a measure of opportunity. See, this is
summoned.
Bullshit, though. This is that kind of bullshit. Is that people say we're fighting the Israel's fight? No, we took an opportunity. Israel knocked out most of their ability to do nuclear weapons. Okay, cool.
And their ability to defend their airspace. That was big.
Iran has no air force. Their rockets are crappy right now. So it's like
they have no air assets and no air defense assets currently.
Right. Yeah. It's like you couldn't ask for a better window to make shit happen.
That's true.
Like this is like, let's make it happen right now. Like tactically, just thinking tactically alone, I'd 100% done it. And I'm a I am a non-interventionist. Like I don't. I think we ought to.
I mean, apparently not
altogether. I think we ought to get out of the.
I'm non-intervention, but I'm also I'm just
when we bomb
personally very aggressive. What do you got, Ryan?
Okay,
good.
So I just want to point out Grumple's complete hilarious misrepresentation of me regarding.
Oh no, it wasn't a misrepresentation.
Was it a misrepresentation?
No.
Yeah, it was absolutely. Oh, everything was perfect. Everything was fine. There were no problems. Like all this bullshit. Like what I said about the Iran nuclear deal.
I misrepresented it. Okay.
Yeah, cartoonishly.
So what I said about the Iran nuclear deal. Your case now.
I'm trying to. If you'll shut up. Okay. So
regarding
this
panel has been full of
Iran
spurs all day.
Okay. So regarding the Iran nuclear deal, what we did have was 24/7 camera access, as well as other inspective measures to at least to all of the major nuclear sites, right, in Iran.
Are you serious?
Yes.
You think that would work?
What do you mean prove it?
Prove it. People have said that, but nobody's sent. Literally nobody. Everybody says this, but there's no proof of that at all. Like none, zero.
Ryan, this was the exact same pushback that I had on you. I just let you roll with it rather than going that deep.
What's your? What do you mean? Prove what? Be more specific. Be more specific. Prove
they're not trustworthy at all.
The CIA report, or the NSA report, or the DIA report that says we have 24/7 video access to nuclear facilities in Iran.
Okay. I mean, I don't know about like those specific report, but I mean, this is absolutely like what the case was with the Iran nuclear deal that Trump pulled out of. You understand that, right?
You haven't.
So you just have no idea. You just don't know anything about the Iran nuclear deal. Is that what you're telling me?
Hold on. What you're saying is a deal that never happened had that in it.
What do you mean a deal that never happened?
Access to their facilities. By the way, they're not a unified country, and so any treaty that you make doesn't hold water. It's bullshit. It isn't worth
according to Grid's feelings
that it's written on.
Prove it. Prove that no deal with them matters. Prove it.
Show us an example of where they've actually honored a peace deal in the past.
You to find one treaty they've upheld.
Yeah.
One.
The Iran nuclear deal they were upholding.
That's not. That didn't happen.
What evidence? Prove they weren't upholding it.
It didn't pass. It was revoked.
Tulsi Gabbard testified before Congress that they had enriched nuclear material to weapon grade.
When did she say that?
A week ago.
Yeah, not that long ago. About half a month.
So 7 years after Trump pulled out of the Iran nuclear deal, dude. 7 years after.
We didn't bomb them 7 years ago, fucker. We bombed them yesterday.
No shit.
Okay.
No shit,
okay.
Dude.
Look, you still haven't presented the evidence that what you say is true about the Iran nuclear deal is true. It's not true.
You need to.
You're full of shit.
Coherent argument.
I am being very coherent here. I'm being very clear.
No, you're not.
I'm being extreme. If you'll shut up again, I'll explain again.
You're trying to.
Because I'm being very, very clear.
The timeline, and I'm saying that they've never.
You are bastardizing the timeline.
I'm not.
Okay. What I just said is that the Iran nuclear deal, which Trump pulled out of in 2018,
why did Trump pull out of it?
Because he's a fucking moron.
Because of the Ukraine money. It's not because he's a fucking moron.
He doesn't care about Americans. He doesn't care about our country. He hates his country.
He hates everybody, just like everybody you don't like, right?
No,
Why?
just Trump.
What was the
especially
stated
Trump.
reason that Trump pulled out of the Iran nuclear?
Because it was the worst deal ever. It was the stupidest deal. It was got nothing from it, except for access.
Nothing.
Except for inspective access and camera access to the nuclear.
Did we get that though?
Yes, we did. Yes, we had that.
No,
yes.
we didn't get that.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay.
Did we get access to the sites that we just bombed?
Yes.
We didn't.
Some of them, at least. I'm pretty sure some of them.
I'm pretty sure some of them. I don't know. Maybe yes. Yes. No. Maybe some of them. I don't know. Maybe.
I think so.
Yeah. No. They did not. They did not.
Access to the sites that we just
But
bombed.
They did not
either. So I don't know.
They did not give us access to Fordo. They did not give us Fardo.
I'm saying we didn't. I think everybody else is here saying we didn't have access to those.
Britt didn't even know when the deal ended.
Oh my
Britt thought
goodness.
this deal was still going on a week ago.
I know we don't.
He just said they were violating it. His example of how they were violating it was Tulsi Gabbard a week ago.
No, I said that
you're gonna bang Tulsi Gabbard, don't you?
They were under an agreement for a while now to not produce nuclear weapons grade material. It's why they got the $6 billion back under Biden and Obama, Biden. Obama.
Who do they have that agreement with?
Okay,
who do they have that agreement with?
Here you go. I got this for you.
What?
Okay.
Who did they have that agreement with?
In 2018, IAEA inspectors spent an aggregate of 3,000 calendar days in Iran installing seals and collecting surveillance camera photos, not video, measurement data, and documents for further analysis. In March 2018, Director Amano said...
It's very low.
Director Amano said that the organization that verified that Iran is implementing its nuclear-related commitments. On April 30th, the U.S. and Israel said that Iran had not disclosed past covert nuclear weapons programs to the IAEA as required. That's why Trump pulled out in 2018. They were not fulfilling their end of the bargain. They broke the treaty first, then Trump pulled out. This is very typical of Iran.
I don't think anybody actually heard what you were saying. It was very low.
Yeah, and can you post it in the back also?
Yeah.
Can you dump up yours and
Grumble, you are just deaf. Is this better?
No, you're just not on par. I mean, you're not incorrect. Yes, I am mostly deaf, but you're not on par voice-wise, like vocal, like volume level with everybody else on the panel right now. It's super weird because usually yours is like just you're good to go.
Now I should be clipping my fucking input mechanism. Is this better?
Not tremendously. So EOD, why don't you hover your mouse real quick, Grid. EOD, why don't you hover your mouse over that covert nuclear weapons program that you're referring to? Hover your mouse over that Wikipedia that link.
Ryan, if you have a point, just fucking say it, brother. I don't care for bullshit rhetoric.
The project is an Iranian scientific project started in 1989 and stopped in 2003.
Yeah, so they did not disclose that to the IAEA as was required, and so Trump pulled out of the agreement.
Just back off from your mic, like just like a couple inches, and you'll be good to go.
Okay.
So they didn't disclose something that they hadn't used since 2003, and so Trump pulled out of the agreement 15 years later.
Because it was part of the agreement. They didn't honor their end of the agreement. Just as Iran always breaks shit.
Because you realize that's fucking stupid, right?
Well, you wanted to know why he pulled out. That's why he pulled out.
No, that was just a bullshit excuse.
Now we know how stupid it was.
He didn't want to agree to the treaty before he was even president, before he found out any of that information. So don't use that. That's just looking for an excuse for a conclusion you already came to.
Yeah, dude. Again, you cannot point to any deal since about 1960 that Iran has held to. They always break every single treaty they enacted, which is why nobody makes treaties with them. Nobody wants to deal with Iran. They're not a real country. They're a bunch of tribes that run around and kill people. It's what they do. They've been doing it for 10,000 years. They'll be doing it for 10,000 more. Just
they're a bunch of tribes that, Persia was a pretty, crazy, awesome empire, right? Like just historically speaking.
And you know what? And agree.
They just a couple of tribes that run around and
they have had periods of history where they were badass. Again, from about 1940 until about 1950, they were considered the Paris of the Middle East. They had, you should see pictures from. They had water features. They had women wearing normal clothes for the time period. It was.
You see women wearing normal clothes in Iran right now, by the way.
Wait, are you defending Iran?
What do you mean defending? I'm defending not fucking going to war with Iran. Yes.
Okay, but you said you can see them wearing normal clothes now. Like, are you saying that the regime over there is not oppressive?
No, I'm not saying that.
Oh, okay. I just didn't know if you were just throwing that.
But I'm not going to sit here and pretend that going to war with Iran is some feminist like iconic move.
Well, who's
like,
going to war?
Nobody said that.
Striking Iran is literally an act of war.
Okay, and so is them paying off and supporting and directing and funding and all this stuff, these terrorist organizations to attack Iraq or military personnel in Iraq and other places, is that an act of war?
Sorry.
That's a question to you. Is them paying, funding, directing, etc., giving military weapons and aid and stuff to these terrorist organizations in Iraq and other places to kill U.S. personnel, is that an act of war?
You're saying that's what Iran's doing?
100%. I'm saying that's what it is. Let's just say, hypothetically, let's just say it is. Let's say that is what they're doing.
So you're saying that Iran started the war?
It is what they're doing.
So now you're agreeing there's a war. You're agreeing there's a war. You're just saying
I didn't agree there's a war. I'm asking you if that were the case, is that an act of war? It's just a yes or no question.
I'm not sure.
Okay, so if we use proxies to attack Iran, it's not an act of war.
I don't know if it is. I don't know. I don't know if funding. I don't know if funding money or funding organizations that then use
directing them as well.
All right. Let me ask you.
You don't understand it. 100% is, but there's not. It's not going to be war if there's no retaliation that can happen. It's just taking care of business.
Yeah, I have to
basically disciplining a child. Essentially, is what's happening. They have no air assets, and they have no defense. Their air defense, and they have no from ground to air defense assets at all. It's literally just spanking a child at this point. It's not like war, even though it technically is an act of war.
Children, it's a fucking country, dude. It's not children. Stop using the analogies of the game control and shit.
Child.
I want an honest answer.
Spanking a child.
It's not like spanking a child. It's like bombing a country. Okay,
right.
It's not like spanking a fucking child.
You mean like Obama did?
Stop acting like a child. Stop talking about this like it's a bunch of kids.
Well, just to be clear, we're bombing the nuclear facility.
Why are you speaking my language? Why are you being so racist?
What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm policing my language. Don't tell me I can't describe it like that.
You can say whatever you want, and I'm going to call you fucking stupid for it.
Okay, Ryan. If a country has signed agreements, treaties, has outright stated that they're not pursuing nuclear weapons or trying to enrich uranium to the point that they can have nuclear weapons, and yet they have uranium that's enriched to that much, and they are also they're kind of tiptoeing the line, this gray area. And then you bomb their only nuclear facility that can do that. Who was in the wrong in that situation?
Okay, so I'm looking at. I have an article right here from it's about like, is Iran as close to building a nuclear weapon as not Yahoo claims, blah blah blah, and it's talking about like Trump pulling out of the nuclear agreement. And
we're just talking about we don't have to talk about.
I know. I'm saying from the Iranian perspective, all of these steps were permissible countermeasures to Trump's 2018 withdrawal from the nuclear deal. So if all the things that they're doing are actually totally permissible after that,
according to who? According to fucking who?
Hold on, we don't have to go. You realize that this issue isn't just 2018 onwards. I'm not a fan of Trump. I don't like him at all. I think he's a bum. I think the dude said that Hegseth said something similar. Hegseth is a bum. Please don't ever say that one of them said something I said. I probably said it first and had much more logic behind it.
It was a press briefing about the attack, man. But.
Yeah, and he was reading off of Truth Social because he doesn't actually get any information. Whatever. Anyway, Christopher Hitchens, RIP, a GOAT, talked about Iran for a very long time and talked about them breaking. And he's obviously not the only one, but someone that I watched a lot of. He talked about Iran breaking treaties a lot. He passed away in 2012 or 2014 or 2010. So you're talking about a deal in 2018.
Did they break the nuclear deal?
Yes.
Not the one that Obama made because he wasn't alive when Obama made that deal. But we're talking about the other treaties.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking if they broke that agreement, that specific Iran agreement. If that's why Trump pulled out, because I don't think they broke it.
But that's my point. Is that I'm not just talking about that. And you're like, well, Trump
he wants to micro focus on this one thing because he thinks he has a ground to stand on, and he doesn't.
What he brought up about 2003 was dumb. Like,
look, man. The reality is that they don't uphold their side of the fucking agreement.
Out of this agreement, then Iran would not have done the specific things that they were doing.
This is
that
why
we're
you're
not bombing them
Ryan.
for.
So
Ryan,
let's take this treaty. Let's take this treaty. Why would they follow this treaty but not the other ones?
Exactly.
Ryan,
They had
this
been,
is why
is what I'm
you're
telling you.
wrong.
No, they haven't. No, they haven't, dude.
They've been breaking
Ryan,
treaties.
It didn't break this one.
Yes, they did.
Yeah, but they did. But hold on.
How?
How long did they have between the time this treaty was made and time that the U.S. pulled out? And because I don't know, when was the Iran nuclear deal signed? The Europe, if I'm not mistaken, the EU also signed on to this treaty.
Yeah.
So the treaty was still in place.
This is the International Atomic Energy Agency. It's mainly supported by the United States, but a lot of European countries as well. It's a coalition.
You're really low again.
Well, I don't know what to do about that. I'll tell you what.
The treaty was just not.
I'll be back in a minute.
The U.S. and Iran, if I'm not mistaken, it was also.
Maybe it's the fucking browser. It could be. Tired of hearing the damn excuses about it, though. I don't know. We'll just do it this way. Yeah, it's nice to just not have any spurging happening for just a moment, isn't it? Oh, goodness sakes.
Actually, no, Grid. I'm not your fucking bitch. Okay, listen.
But you are my bitch right now.
I'm absolutely not, and that's why I'm talking over to you because I don't give a fuck.
Listen, right? Just like a bitch. You can't.
Hey, man, are we gonna have? We was doing good. It's all good. If Ryan says he's trying to understand, he's trying to understand. It's all good. Yeah, you whether you want to call it misspeaking or ignorant of the facts, said the U.S. overthrew the Ayatollah in the 50s, and the Ayatollah didn't even exist. So let's relax on the condemnation.
Yeah, and I made him, and I said that I misspoke. However,
then you also switched over to the mullahs, and the Shah wasn't a mullah either.
Right, but the Shah wasn't the guy who was the problem.
What do you mean? He was a leader of he was a leader of Iran.
Well, you yourself said that after the Islamic Revolution, the Ayatollah took. Is my microphone better now?
Yeah, it's good.
Okay. Great. It's a different browser. It helps a lot. StreamYard being in the browser is a pain in the ass. Anyway, what am I saying? Is you yourself said that the Islamic Revolution led to the Ayatollah taking control of Iran. The real problem with Iran is that it's being run by an Islamist regime. What Grid was trying to point out is that the United States used the CIA to influence elections leadership in Iran previously, and that's untoward. And
assassinated the president of Iran.
Sure. It's something we do all over the world. It's not good. I agree. We stir the pot and fucking yeah. You're right. They're pushing for regime change, and that's going to take boots on the ground. This is why I'm opposed to it. Now I don't want Iran to have a fucking nuclear weapon. It's definitely not good. But I still haven't seen the evidence that brought on this attack or changed the situation in any way from before, where it was a bit of a stalemate. One of the articles I just posted in the back was syndicated by MSN, shows the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, that we mostly support, that does our bidding for us for the most part, and most of Europe really agrees with, is saying that Iran was developing nuclear or weapons grade plutonium. We've already discussed why this is a problem in a lot of ways, because they could sell it to other people that could eventually develop a nuclear weapon, and they've been very outspoken about destroying the Western fucking world. It's not cool. And we've already been over this, Brian, is that they don't follow their agreements, and it's been historically proven true several times again.
So, EOD, what's your position? Like, what do you think about the strikes? What do you think about?
I want to see the evidence that changed the situation. I haven't seen it yet. If they have something that's compelling, that might convince me that this was necessary. If not, then we're just getting engaged in another foreign war. And there's a lot of theories as to why that Trump might have kowtowed on that, but all of that's just tinfoil hat conspiracy shit.
Well, his ego. He just goes wherever his ego takes him. Let's just be real here.
Well, one of the things that I think might be happening, is that the neocons in the Senate are holding up his legislation. There are 4 bills Trump wants to get passed that are getting held up in
did you vote for Trump? Did you vote for Trump?
That's not relevant to what I'm talking about. If I can finish what I'm talking about.
No, real quick.
I'll answer it. I'll answer it.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
You did. And it's
I'll answer when I finish what I'm talking about. Okay. So he's got 4 bills that are tied up in the Senate by the neocons. The neocons are holding him hostage and saying, if you give us this war, if you give us this war on Iran.
Let him. You asked him a question. Let EOD answer the question.
I'll answer.
I asked him if he voted for Trump. That's the only question I asked him.
Yeah, you asked him.
While I'm trying to make a point, if I can get to my point, I'll answer your question. I will.
I'm just tired of Trump supporters.
Okay, great. I'm tired of people interrupting people because they don't know how to fucking wait for their fucking opportunity to fucking talk, dude. Spurt more. Go ahead. Cope harder, you piece of shit. Okay, listen. Here's the situation. Okay, you got 4 neocons. You got 4 bills being held up in the Senate by fucking neocons.
Nobody can hear anything.
Yeah.
There's no talking over me. Don't even start. One at a time. Keep it together. The adults.
If I can finish what I was trying to say. He's got 4 bills held up in the Senate right now. The neocons come to him and say, give us this war in Iran and we'll start cooperating and give you the bills. That's one way to explain why Trump would suddenly fucking flip on this. He promised us no new wars. That was fucking insane that he's doing this now. It confuses the piss out of me. But like I say, if they got compelling evidence, I might be convinced that it was necessary. Yes, I did, in fact, vote for Trump. Independent. All right, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, it's just weird. Every single time I got to hear Trump voters, I don't know why he would do this, as if he doesn't have a history of being a con man. It's like dealing with retards, respectfully. Like, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but it really is.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but y'all are retarded. Go fuck yourself, man. Go fuck yourself.
He is a known con man. You're a grown-ass man, and you're like, I don't know why he would flip on this. He's a fucking con man. He's been a con man for decades. And you guys are confused about how he started to con you and how you fell for a con from a con man that's been documented a con man for decades.
No, I love.
And then you find instead of you want to talk or you want to let me talk? Because you just complained when I did it to him.
I thought you were.
All right, so that's great. I know I'm not done talking. I'll let you know. You complain about me doing it, then you do it. It's all good. So no, I am kind of an asshole. I am kind of an asshole. At the end of the day, you vote for Trump and you never hold him to a standard. You always find a way to let him weasel out of being responsible for what he does. Oh, well, I think he probably did it because, these neocons, they're the real problem. They're doing it in the Senate.
I'm saying that's a possibility. I'm not saying that's actually what fucking happened. That's one way to explain it right there.
It's always going, yes, thank you for
why would he campaign on it if he wasn't going to uphold it?
Do you want to talk? It's always finding a way to weasel him out of responsibility. And you're proving the point. You immediately, instead of just going, you know what? It's because he's a con man. It's because he's always flip-flopping. It's because of X, Y, and Z.
Because I didn't immediately agree with you. I'm wrong.
You find a way. No, it's because you always Trump supporters.
That's literally your position.
A way to blame other people. No, you don't have to agree with me. You don't have to agree with me.
Can
you don't have to agree with me. I think it was a big ego thing. I think that's what it was. That's fine. But you don't have to always, every single time we try to hold Trump accountable, you don't have to find ways to weasel him out of that responsibility. He has an agency of his own.
You've repeated the same thing like 3 times now.
Yes, because you keep on interrupting me as I'm on my fucking point.
No, who's doing that right here? Who's doing that right here?
Doing which part?
That right here. The thing that you just said, weaseling Trump out of accountability. Who are you accusing?
He was blaming neocons. He was blaming neocons for strong arming Trump.
Yes.
No, he did.
Yes, he did. Oh, look, it's like they don't.
Can you see the neocon in the room? Can you point them out?
I'm not.
Dude.
First of all, I'm not trying to absolve Trump of blame. I'm saying that maybe this is one way they have leverage over him in the first place. I'm not absolving him of blame. It disappoints me as a voter.
You understand how politics work, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's so funny because Trump supporters are always like, oh, Trump is different. He's not like these other politicians. He's going to not do these things that these other politicians do. And then he gets into office and he does these things that politicians do. And now all of a sudden it's, hey, you don't.
His first term around, he fulfilled most of his campaign promises. I expected it to be the same thing this time around. It didn't happen. Suddenly he's flip-flopping on shit he shouldn't have been flip-flopping on. That's fucking me up.
Thing that Trump did during his first term was not his. It was a Republican conservative platform.
Your position.
So who in the room right now was doing the thing that you said?
Me, Grumple. Me.
We went over this, Grumple.
Give me a second.
I didn't get an answer from him.
So I got to ask.
In the room is the neocons that you're talking about.
Oh, for fuck's sake,
if I may just have a moment with him because he didn't answer.
Are you talking to me?
Yes, I'm talking to you.
What's your question?
You were making wide accusations. Who in the room is doing the thing that you're saying right now?
He just said who he was. EOD.
Yeah, that's what they're accusing me of that. But I'm not.
You just said you were accusing EOD
Trump
at that time. Is that?
Was anybody else talking that I could have been accusing? I don't know. What am I accusing? And I'll let you know if it's only EOD or if it's a wider
wild
thing.
accusations and didn't have
That's because you're not following the organization. I mean the conversation. You're not following the conversation.
No, I have been.
I said the neocons have the leverage on Trump, and I'm disappointed in that. I'm not trying to absolve Trump of his fucking responsibility in the matter. He should have had more of a spine. He should have held more to his campaign promises, but that didn't happen.
Why can't it just be that he wanted to do it himself? Why does it have to be neocons or?
Because he's not a fucking comic book villain, you jackass. Okay, it's politics. This is why we're asking whether or not you understand what politics are. Grid, what are you trying to say?
Yeah, man. So this is interesting because.
And your mic just cut out.
Muted.
Yeah.
Or, cut it out. One of the two.
Do you agree or disagree
your volume.
He's back.
with the strike?
Me?
Yeah. Yeah. Do you agree?
Oh,
or
I
disagree?
agree with it.
You agree with it?
Yeah.
Okay. So what the fuck is your problem with Trump doing it? It's just because you question his motives?
I never said it. I never said there was
a fuck less about Trump's motives.
I never
I
questioned
don't care. Matter of fact, I don't remember him saying I won't bomb Iran. As a matter of fact, I don't ever remember him saying no new wars this campaign. He said he's going to do his best to keep us out of the Middle East, then clean up the mess that Biden left us with. That's what he said. He never. Now point to me, because you made a very loud amount of protest that Trump said something, and now everyone's backing, you're doubling down on it, or whatever the fuck what your point was. I want to know. He never said this, Trump. He never said this campaign, no new wars. He said he was going to try and keep us out of as much of the Middle East as we could. He never said
this is a quote. This is a quote from his inauguration speech.
You agree?
Thank you.
You agree?
Pull that quote.
Yeah, I'm going to quote you from his inauguration speech. It says, "We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end." I'm sorry, Grid. Can I read this or not? You don't want to hear it, do you?
You can't see that it's the right motherfucking.
You don't want to hear this line from his inauguration speech where he talks about new wars, right?
And I don't give a fuck because you're an idiot. I've already labeled you as an idiot. Your opinion
you were interrupting. You didn't let him finish.
I don't care.
But
I don't care. I will. Okay. So it says we will measure our success not only by the battles we win,
because he's still talking.
If everyone talks, then no one's going to hear. So we will measure our success not only by
listening to you.
And I will continue to talk until I am fucking done. So
awesome. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end. And perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into.
I'm about to let you fucking speak, I want to understand why you agree with the bombing, but you disagree that Trump is the one who ordered it. Please, in small words that Ryan can understand, please explain it to us.
Did you ask me why? You're asking me why I disagree or why I agree with the strike, but I think that Trump didn't order it?
No. Why you think that Trump was wrong for ordering it? Why you're grilling EOD down there for bullshit? I want to understand this. Use small words. We have Ryan the coder here.
Yeah, I got you.
Computer guys read small words.
Yeah, I think that maybe what I was saying is maybe I wasn't clear or whatnot. But to be clear,
a minute ago.
Yeah, and I'm about to be even more clear for people like you.
Please do.
Yeah.
What do you mean people like him? No, it's me. For me. Use small words for people like me.
Yeah. Well, you guys are, 10. So it's not.
I eat crayons. What do you do?
I sit in a chair. EOD, is your name EOD because explosive ordnance or
no?
Oh, okay. But I was grilling him because he's not placing the agency on Trump. He's not saying Trump did this because Trump wanted to. It's, I think he's being strong-armed by the neocons, or that's my theory, or that is a theory. And so it's always Trump didn't do this because that's just who he is. It's Trump did this because someone else.
I think it is who he is.
Okay, that's great. But I wasn't talking to you when I was saying it, was I? No, I wasn't. So you wanted me to answer the question. Okay, that's great. So
let him go.
My thing wasn't that Trump did it, or that I don't agree with Trump and I do agree with Trump, but the motives, blah, blah, blah. I agree that he did it. And I agree that I think that he wanted to do it. It's not that neocons strong-armed him into doing it. My issue is that Trump voters, when he does something that they don't like or they don't think that he was going to do, they find a way to blame someone else. And that is what EOD is doing.
That's not what I'm doing. Again, I'm saying
everybody except Trump voters understand that's what you guys do.
If I could defend myself, you're telling me what I'm doing. I'll tell you what I'm doing. Okay, I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed in Trump for not having more of a spine and not upholding his campaign promises. That's what I'm saying. And there's motivation as to why that might be the case, and that involves the political climate in the United States and the fact that the neocons basically run the fucking Senate. That's what I'm trying to fucking say to you. And you've labeled me a Trump sycophant.
You got your time. Let me answer you.
You've labeled me a Trump sycophant without even realizing.
Answer you.
Without even realizing that I absolutely criticize this move from Trump. I don't like it in one little bit. I did not serve as explosive ordnance disposal. I served as a medic in the Air Force. I do have friends that have deployed. I have family that deployed, that spent time over in the sandbox. I don't want that to happen again. That's the last fucking thing I want to see happen. And I see it happening in more ways than one based on this current situation and all of the inflammation that's occurred. I condemn Trump for doing it. But there's got to be a reason that he would go back on his campaign promises when he was so consistent in fulfilling those in the first term.
The reason I asked about the EOD thing, not because I was criticizing what your motives might be, was because he said he hates crayons. I said I sit in a chair, and then you kind of chuckled at it. So I thought you got the chair force thing, because I took it to mean that he was a Marine or something. But whatever. Anyway.
Oh no, I am.
Yeah, so that's why I said I sit in a chair. But,
I got you. Well, Air Force, best force.
Yeah, no, EOD's chair force. I'm in the cult.
Yeah, no, I just
really.
I'm just really tired of hearing people anytime that he gets criticized, and it doesn't necessarily have to be Trump. It can be Bernie Sanders or AOC because she's the flavor now. You know, it's just always a reason that something didn't happen, and it's not because of them. It's not because you were bamboozled by this person. It's because someone else exterior to them or external to them rather forced their hand or whatever. And I just dislike that. I think it's a cult thing. Not saying that you are in that cult, but I think that a lot of maggots are in a cult. MAGA is a cult in my opinion, and I think the ones that really support him like that are culties.
I've criticized him on a lot of things.
Do you think it's beneficial to call them maggots?
I'm not saying it's you. I don't give a fuck whether it's
random independent.
Do
you think it's beneficial to call them maggots in conversation?
I heard the question.
Do you think it's beneficial to call them maggots in conversation?
I answered. I said I don't give a fuck whether it's beneficial or not, because I wasn't calling them. I wasn't calling them that during the first term because it wasn't that big a deal. Oh, that was the other thing. You brought up the first term. Again, the first term was mostly a conservative agenda, and it was done by conservatives. You know, all these quote unquote establishment people that people like to bitch. Oh, well, Trump, he was being controlled by these establishment people. That's why his first term was so good.
Yeah, I guess
it was actual conservative. It was actual conservative ideals with integrity in place.
That's not true. The Republican Party put up 15 candidates to try to stop Trump from winning the ticket, and they failed. That's what ended up fucking happening. Okay.
We're not talking about. I'm talking about the.
You're talking about the establishment ran the fucking show. They didn't. Trump didn't know what the fuck he was doing.
I'm not talking about establishment members. I'm saying conservatives.
Okay. He ended up pulling people out of his. General Mattis was a piece of shit in the end of the fucking day, wasn't he?
Okay, you're fucking wild. Anyway.
No, he was, dude.
He was not.
Yeah, you're fucking wild to say that shit about General Mattis. But like I said, these people that were his cabinet members were actual conservatives, lifelong Republicans, lifelong conservatives with integrity and with honor. And this term, we don't have that.
John Bolton didn't have any fucking honor, dude. Okay,
who didn't have honor?
John fucking Bolton didn't have any fucking honor. Okay, this
that wasn't his
weirdo who was Joint Chiefs of Staff didn't have any fucking honor. The people who were hiding military operations and military intel from Trump didn't have any fucking honor. I don't know what the fuck you're getting at.
Okay,
but so, the whole cabinet was filled with all kinds of nefarious people.
Yes, and it was filled with all types of these quote unquote nefarious people, and yet shit got done in his first term, and it wasn't because of him. It was because of those quote unquote nefarious people.
No, it wasn't because of the quote unquote nefarious people. The fact
move them from the equation and the shit that you're talking about that didn't happen in the first term that's happening in the second term is now happening. So you have in the first term those nefarious people and these things not happening. The second term, you don't have those quote unquote nefarious people, and the shit that you're bitching about is happening.
You're just speaking in complete generalities right now. There's nothing to support what you're talking about. I'm trying to point out individuals within Trump's first campaign that were no good, and these people actually actively worked against Trump's interests and against the things that Trump was trying to accomplish, such as building the fucking wall. How many people stood against Trump and blocked him at every fucking turn to build that fucking wall? That is not the right thing to do at all. What's the situation we're at right now? There's 20 million fucking illegal immigrants spread throughout our country, man.
So the bullshit 20 million number, but sure, let's take the 20 million number or whatever. The issue was that you guys complain about was Biden, just the asylum process and all these other things, letting people in. Basically, I agreed with Trump staying in Mexico. Can I finish?
We're shifting goalposts and moving away from the real issues.
You just talked about immigration, so I'm talking about immigration in the wall.
I was one example of things that Trump was blocked on. That's what I'm getting at. And now you want to dive into a deep dive fucking address on fucking immigration. What we're talking about is Iran and the hostilities with fucking Iran.
No, I've been talking about Iran
the consistency of Trump fulfilling campaign promises. That's what I'm getting at.
You brought up the wall and stuff.
I brought up the things where people block Trump from fulfilling his campaign promises, where he's supposed to be fulfilling his campaign promises, and this term he's not doing it. That's a bad thing. That's not cool. And it's not because of the people he's surrounding himself with. I don't think that's true at all. It's because of the people that he's trying to find ways to do politics.
Who has he surrounded himself by that you think would tell him no?
Well, Pete Hegseth for one. You just called him a piece of shit a minute ago.
With me right now. You're fucking with me.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, ain't no fucking way you just said that goofy shit. You think Pete Hegseth would tell him no?
Tell him no about?
Yeah.
Does anybody else on this panel agree with that?
I think it's
that the Fox News, that the 04 Fox News analyst would tell the president no.
He's also a veteran. He's also a person who won a Purple Heart. He's also a person with combat experience.
He was put in that position literally because he is a yes man.
A random independent, or is that how you like to be referred to as? Just so I know.
That's cool. Independent. I mean, whatever. Like,
okay, independent. It don't matter. I think a karaoke stream would be more amenable to chat than what you're doing right now.
I think Random Independent's cooking. I just searched up his channel. I subbed up. Like, I like this guy. I think.
I appreciate it. I don't really post anything.
Ryan, I want to have you on one of my karaoke streams. I don't do.
Oh, you were being serious? What's a karaoke stream?
Yeah.
Oh, like a literal karaoke.
Yeah, like actual.
If you like my voice,
I like to do semi-charmed life karaoke bars.
I mean, it's a good time.
Yeah, it's a safe space. You can say I like my voice, man.
Sorry about time.
I mean, okay.
You're a Marine.
No, I was saying.
Let's move to final thoughts, guys. I gotta shut it down.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you,
Miss Michelle. Thank you for allowing everything to happen as long as you did. I know you were. I know it was an extended thing.
Raid over, and we'll continue this on my channel. I can yell at people for a little while longer.
I don't know how to raid,
but
yeah, you'd have to have access to the YouTube channel to do that.
Go to Grid.
Let's see.
Well, I'm live. You could raid me. I'm smaller than Grid is.
Let me. You guys can talk for 5 more minutes.
Oh wait, no, I
can't run the StreamYard though.
Thoughts, and I'll figure it out. All right.
Grid is better for the StreamYard.
No, let's go around.
I lied. I'm actually literally live right now, but I'm not like.
You're half asleep right now, brother. You need to get some rest.
No, I'm not. I'm not. Why does everybody keep saying that? No, I'm not.
You look like you're very tired.
You look like you were like falling asleep earlier.
Very relaxed.
Well, thank you.
Oh my goodness.
I have to go another 10 hours.
Oh, for shit.
Let me ask, so what does everyone think about, just, because Iran's Iran, but what does everybody think about the church attempted shooting in?
I read about that.
Saw a headline about that.
That's pretty fucked up.
I don't know what. I know he got shot and killed. Did
what
he actually
happened?
injure anybody?
It's an awesome story. So what happens is this guy, whose mom was a member of the church, and she attended several times over the year, his elderly mother. This guy apparently has some mental problems. For some reason we're not 100% aware of yet. Maybe he left, maybe there's some sort of manifesto or something we haven't, that's not been made super public yet. I've heard rumblings that it exists. I just haven't seen it. But apparently he got in his truck dressed in camouflage and a tactical vest. Not really sure what that is. Haven't seen it yet. Yeah, right.
Plate
exactly.
carrier, maybe.
But I have the same like, what does that really
You
mean?
had an AR-15 allegedly and a
AR-15 and a
Could be a fishing vest.
handgun.
Yeah, it could have been a fishing vest.
And he
yeah.
tried to shoot up the Vacation Bible School.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's on Sunday. So Vacation Bible School is through the week. So
Well, the article said
they wouldn't have been there on Sunday. That would have been like normal Sunday.
That would have been like the starting of
Sunday the press is getting all this wrong.
All right.
So there's normal Sunday service. He comes screaming up in his truck.
I thought it happened
jumps
today.
out, gun out, starts popping shots off. There's not even anybody out there. And one of the other churchgoers hits him with his truck, drives his F-150 right into him, just
runs him right the fuck over. That's hilarious.
Runs it right the fuck over, and the guy gets up and still shooting. And two of the church members who act as security put his ass down.
Yeah, they opened fire on him. They had weapons. They opened fire on him.
Took a round in the leg. He's fine, but
it's good.
It's the way it should.
Was good. It's good shooting. Way to handle business.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, the other ironic thing about it is it happened at a community that's just outside Dearborn, Michigan, which happens to be the Muslim capital of the United States. So
yeah,
you know what's crazy? The church that it happened at Cross Point. I coached at a private Christian school called Cross Point in Washington. And they had a shooting or an attempt at shooting years ago before I got there. What's up with this Cross Point getting shot at? Motherfuckers. That's not called Crosshairs Church. In the crosshairs.
Well, maybe that's what they're getting.
Community is right outside of Detroit.
Yeah.
It's like Detroit adjacent.
I thought it was Dearborn adjacent.
So just for the record, EOD, I know because you mentioned it's like it's near Dearborn or whatever, and they're a Muslim majority place. This guy was, from what I read, this guy's confirmed to be a 31-year-old white male. So
he is
probably not a Muslim, right?
Well, that does not necessarily.
Is a white Hispanic, just
right?
It's probably not a Muslim. Probably though. Like
no. Okay, here, Ryan. I'm gonna tell you the shortcoming of your analysis right here. Okay, it's that police descriptions generally do not actually describe race accurately, unless it's a white person or a black person, right? It's just like George. Yeah.
More words.
So. I just want to make sure it's very clear.
They're covering for him being an Islamist extremist.
They're not covering for it. They just don't want to specify.
Detroit keeps sticking in my mind.
Okay.
But
okay. So if they had said,
well, you know what? Check this out. Hold on. I'm gonna redirect everybody over to Gridstream because I do got an interview I got to do, recorded interview in about a little bit. But Brian, you're supposed to come back over so I can do a one-on-one with you.
Yeah, I followed you on X. Hit me up on there. Yeah. We can schedule.
All right, cool. All right, guys. You know what? Go hang out with my friend Grid One. I got to hang out with them this past weekend. He's a cool dude. Cool dude. We had some food. We had some. Well, he had soda. I had a bucket. A fucking bucket of alcohol. It was pretty wild. It was good. See, then there's no crazy videos that Grid has of me. I made sure I deleted them all before he even left the area.
You can take out my phone to take videos. Glenn had a camera the whole time. The actual video, which hopefully I'll get to see it soon.
It's actually getting edited now. She just messaged me about it.
Okay.
So we should probably get it by the end of the week, if anything.
The interesting thing is that so that Aaron Reed dude is massive.
Real quick, before you even finish that. So after everybody left, right? I left. I go get something to eat. Right. And I ended up going to this tiki bar across from the hotel. Mm-hmm. There's Aaron Reed with this chick. And then him and I are chatting it up till like 2:30 in the morning. Coolest dude ever. We're just like sitting there. He's drinking. I'm drinking water by this time because I had one drink. That was enough for me. And like
after the bucket you had at the
after the fucking bucket, I had one other drink. And then I'm just sitting there chilling. We're just chatting it up. Got him agreeing to come on the pod. So I'm gonna have Aaron Reed come on the pod, and we are going to do like a fitness challenge.
On the pod, you mean on your show? Like on the podcast? Yes,
on my show. And if you guys don't know who Aaron Reed is,
he played that means. I'm one that doesn't know that.
Okay. Grump, shut up.
Sorry.
Grump, shut up. Aaron Reed is the guy that plays the Juggernaut in the movie Deadpool. So this guy is literally 6'7", 315 pounds, 315 pounds.
Wait, he's the soccer hooligan from the European Vacation movie?
Grump, let me finish. He's 300.
He's the soccer hooligan. Dude. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Continue.
He's 6'7", 315 pounds, 4% body fat. The dude is okay, maybe not 4. He's about like 5-6% body fat. Dude is massive and shredded.
He's huge. That was a big dude.
My neck is hurting just from looking up at him. I thought I was tall. But
and that got fun. That got fun a lot.
That wasn't even me. That was Michelle. She did that.
That's Michelle's favorite clip.
That is her favorite clip.
Mind if I say one thing before we close out?
Yeah, go ahead. Say one more thing. Yeah, go ahead.
It's super short. Yeah, it's just this quote I found. This crazy quote. It says, "We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars
Ryan,
we
you're
end,
still fucking
and perhaps most
stuck
importantly, the wars that we never get into."
You're such a Spurg fest, dude.
Trump. Never heard of him,
Spurg. Yes, sir.
That's Spurg by reading a Donald Trump quote.
Okay, no, you just insist on going back to something that we left a while ago. But
all right, guys. Well,
it's always good to know.
Go over to grids.
Yeah,
continue the party there.
Yeah, we can continue paneling for a little while.
What's the new link?
To get there.
Well, he's just.
Greg, you want to throw the link in the private chat real quick?
Yeah. Let me do that right now.
New link.
I'll stay on until you do
Just
that.
Get my we'll do a smooth.
You guys, I got some video Grid. All right, Grid in his natural habitat of in person, and here let me just try to play it real quick.
If this wasn't in the manner of Top Gear, I'm going to be very disappointed.
All I gotta say is Grid is Grid. Don't what you see right now on the screen is what you get in real life. All right.
Oh no,
I don't doubt that at all.
I'm just letting Grid because he knows what I'm talking about.
Let me tell you what happened. I was trying to eat my breakfast, mind my own business. I was minding my own business, and this is what happened, you guys. I'll just show you. And you love the hat. I know you do. Shut up. Son of a bitch from Tennessee just showed up, sat at my table, and just started talking some shit. And I was like, what's your country ass doing out here? So I'm out here in Florida. I'm doing a Florida thing. And this son of a bitch from Tennessee just showed up, sat at my table, and just started.
I like the vaudeville hat. You look like you're going to perform for us on stage.
I was about to, but then I didn't get paid enough. So I said, I'm not going to do it.
The straw boater
did.
To be honest.
Glenn, I really like how you have a thumbnail with the 92 FS, just like where you're getting like aggressive with it, just right on the thing. And you can't do them in live stream. So it's got to be a pre-recorded thing, right?
Yeah.
Like an M9. Essentially,
yeah.
I've read a 92 FS.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Nerd.
All right, guys. Love, peace, greasy chicken.
Go
to Grids.
Cheers, y'all. Thanks for having us, Glenn.
The link is in the back chat if you want to just panel up over here.
Right.
Remember to slap that like button before it ends.
It already ended. It's already over. You guys are done. Wait till
We're done.
All right. Cheers. You all have a good one.
But if anybody wants to join Grid Stream, go click the private chat. The link is right there. It's the Streamlabs link. Go join them. Continue this conversation.
You're right. Sucks.
All right. I got to go.
I get to be A over here.
Oh, goodness sakes. Grin does it through what? Yeah. Streamlabs instead. Actually, I like this one better. It gives me dark mode. Much better.
Well, Streamlabs or StreamYard is a little weird. I used to use StreamYards a lot, but I don't anymore.
Gotcha. Oh yeah, I guess it'd be amongst a bunch of friendly Trump voters.
Trump voters, that's right.
all the maggots that you don't want to fucking talk to, that you don't think you should share air with. Yeah.
No, I think I should share air with you guys. There's plenty of maggots that, outside of politics, they're probably cool. Like, you're a medic. I'm in the Air Force, so I'm always going to love my fellows. I'm in IT.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's what I wanted to do. They wouldn't give me a top secret clearance. I only qualified for a secret. So. It's because I lied about a parking ticket.
I can't say anything about. I don't think I know anything about that. But yeah.
All right. Well, let's see if Grumple stumbles his way over.
I think he was. Y'all heard him talking shit about Yoda. Y'all didn't come on to defend Yoda. Is kind of crazy. But you want to come on and talk about Iran?
What about Yoda?
You heard? See, you were there. You heard him.
No, I don't know. I don't know. What are you talking about?
Oh, okay, yeah, all right. He was just talking shit about Yoda, man.
I used to know him. So I have a house right behind Buckley Air Force Base, and I used to have this customer that he worked, and he was in the Air Force, and he worked in computers, and but he worked in I guess he worked in the radar installation there on Buckley, and I'm like, I have every time he talked about his job, I'm like, I have this picture of you having to go you'd go down in the Get Smart elevator and go through the secret door with the guys with guns that if you come out, they shoot you. If you're not who you say you are, they shoot you. And he's like, yeah, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much where I live. That's where I work. And I'm like, I didn't think the Air Force was that cold blooded. And I think he said they had Marine guards, but
I was gonna say, when I was staying on station, if we owned a firearm, we're supposed to keep it in the Army. I don't think everybody did that, but
I think it depends on the base commander.
Yeah.
Home as well, but only if you live in base housing.
Right. That would, if you don't live in base housing, you live off base, right?
No, I was thinking more dorms.
I gotta address Anson here. Ryan didn't own anything.
That's base
Ryan
housing.
doesn't own anything. Ryan can't prove anything. He makes these random ass statements that he reads in a newspaper somewhere, and then you say, "Well, prove it, back it up," and he's like, "I can't. I got no."
Well, what are you talking about? Ryan I don't know why he left. He could have hopped onto it, and then he could have defended himself instead of trying to.
He has no power here.
He's scared.
I don't think he's scared. He has been on before, and I'm pretty fair. But it's just, look, you can't make a statement like that the reason Trump pulled out in 2018 was because he just doesn't like Iran. That's not how that works, right? Like, there's a reason. There has to be a reason.
This is what anti-Trumpers believe. They think he's a fucking dictator, right? That he's some kind of supervillain from a fucking comic book.
He's a wannabe. He just can't. We live in a great nation with a constitution.
That's not what motivates the man.
That he loves to try to get around, but
the
power does motivate the man. You're tripping.
Let's just kind of stick to that topic that Ryan was kind of where Ryan couldn't defend himself on is
audio check.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, we got you, buddy.
Yeah, I got
all good. Okay.
So I think we all agree though with the Iran strikes. Well, EOD kind of didn't. It didn't sound like, but he was defense.
Agree on what? Did I want it to happen? Yeah, I think that it's possible that there's a justification for it, but I haven't seen it yet. So.
But you don't think that paying off terrorist organizations to kill U.S. personnel is justification?
Hang on a minute. What are you saying, Grid?
Oh, no, I want to hear what A has to say. What's up, man?
Oh, he's asking me.
Yeah, I was just asking you. We kind of talked about it earlier, but you don't think that paying off these terrorist organizations I guess I was talking to Ryan, but you don't think that paying off the terrorist organizations, directing them and giving them weapons and stuff to kill U.S. personnel, and to threaten our national security concerns is reason enough?
I mean, honestly, no, because of the proxy war that is likely to ensue. I think we need to defend ourselves against any incursions, but retaliation is part of that. But beyond that, I don't want to be involved in a protracted war in Iran. I think that's a terrible decision to make. I think it's going to be a terrible outcome.
Just the bombing specifically, not the protracted war.
Right. Well, the bombing could lead to a protracted war, and it does elevate tensions in the region in between the United States and Iran. And I still haven't seen the justification for it. If I see all the justification, I'd probably be okay with it.
Can I address this with you really quick? I don't think Iran has the capability for a protracted war. First of all, again, they're a bunch of tribes people. They don't have. I mean, there are.
I think your mic cut out again there, Grid.
My mic cut out.
Yeah, it sounded like a disconnection
temporarily. Like it not only cut out, but it made like a weird noise at the same time.
Yeah.
Oh, that's weird.
Sounded like the cable got cut.
Like when you disconnect a hydraulic cable or like a high pressure air cable. That was the sound it made.
No, that's very strange. I didn't. Well, I might have hit the mic stand or something. Anyway, so
Yeah,
look,
just
and let's just put aside the fact that Iran is supplying the weapons and paying the Houthi rebels to shoot rockets at our boats for the last 2 years. We'll ignore that. We'll ignore the fact that they've that the Iranians have done some pretty uncool stuff. We'll
Very much so.
just ignore that, right? Even if Iran wanted to have a protracted war with us, I don't think they could. We would. The reason we would have a protracted war is if, for some stupid ass reason, the president decided to stay there and just continue to fight and pull another Afghanistan. Now, I think the one thing that I don't think Trump is willing to do is to do that. I don't think he's willing to get into a protracted, long, dumbass war. Now, if he can win, I think he's willing, and he sees this as a win. These need to be destroyed. We destroy them. Done. Now, if Iran ramps up attacks or something, then he deals with those. Well, but I just don't see him pulling a Bush, Obama, Biden sort of, go over there and occupy. I don't see that. Now, as of earlier
this afternoon, Iran just sent 6 missiles against a U.S. Air Force base in Qatar.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so they have ramped up, right? And then, like you were just saying, the Michigan thing, the Ayatollah's calling for retaliation all across the world from Muslims against Westerners.
The Michigan thing was literally, I mean, that guy's mom went there. It's the guy's like
mental health thing. Well,
nothing to do with that. Yeah.
In any case, the Ayatollah is calling for Muslims to rise up against Westerners all around the world. That's bound to lead to negative effects.
They always do that. They always do that. They were going to do that no matter what. It doesn't matter. Trump could have walked across the street and they would have done the same thing.
Yeah, probably.
So, I mean, look, let's just call it what it is. It needed to be done. Nobody in their right mind wants Iran to have nuclear weapons. You'd have to be a complete moron, like literally drooling on yourself, moron, to be willing to say, I'm okay.
I'm not okay with Iran having nuclear weapons. No.
Grid. Also, it's funny that you mentioned that because there were quite a few people that mentioned that tonight, and that was their position. And yes, I would agree with you that that's exactly what they portrayed themselves as, having that stance.
Well, there's no upside to anyone in that region.
Literally no good things to happen from that.
Nothing good comes from anyone in that region having nuclear weapons. And I'm not even saying because they would necessarily, I mean, I would say that obviously the potential for them using those weapons against Christian nations such as ours is very high, sure, but the higher potential is they sell them to somebody, right? Like, do we really look? And of course, I am not the world police guy. I am the non-interventionist guy. I think that as far what Trump did is that's the line right there. Send some planes over, we drop some bombs, we come back. The guys are back before breakfast, and they eat at McDonald's on their way home. That's the kind of shit that's about as far as I'm willing to go. But can you imagine the world outcry? Let's just say we hadn't done this. Fast forward a year, Iran is selling nuclear devices to Ghana, right? Or some other little African dictatorship down there, and they're using those against their neighbors, right? Mali, right? Like Mali's a war zone. So let's just say that those guys just get tired of it and say, yeah, we're just going to buy, this guy, we're going to give Iran, $1 billion in diamonds because we got them fucking flowing out of cask over here. Let's just go ahead and pay, we'll just give them $1 billion. They'll give us a nuke. And we'll just take Ghana off the planet, or whatever. I can't remember all the African countries, but we'll just take one off the planet. And who wants to live with them? Yeah, I mean, what would happen? What would you? Then what would happen then is everybody would blame Trump for not bombing that facility when he had the opportunity. So I'm okay with it. Now, is it my favorite thing? Hey,
well, go ahead.
the radical coder dude, if you're out there,
well, before he comes in and starts spurging all over the fucking chat, okay?
He said he's going to walk his dog.
Okay, so look, the appropriate non-interventionalist stance here is that not only should Iran denuclearize and prove to us in the IAEA that they're denuclearized, and they haven't, is that Israel should as well. Get it on both sides of the fence, nip it in the bud, and be done with it. One of the things Melissa in my kick chat keeps bringing up is Pakistan and India both have nuclear weapons as well. So if we really want non-intervention,
I really don't want Pakistan having nuclear.
If we want anti-proliferation, there's several targets we need to be talking about. But
yeah, but we're talking about stopping countries from developing. You can't
take them away.
The whole point of you don't go into a nuclear country and try to take them away forcefully, because then nukes go off. The whole point is to stop countries, especially theocracies, that are willing to use them.
This is what I've been saying. Like every single time anything global comes up, like I'm 100% surprised that India and Pakistan, some kind of nuclear scuffle, hasn't already happened. Because that's going to be the first one that happens.
It helps that the U.S. is there and that neither of those countries are. I mean, Pakistan kind of is, but neither of them are like suicidal radical theocracies.
Pakistan kind of is, yeah.
Kind of help.
But I said Pakistan kind of is, yeah. But
no, Pakistan's border is, but they are very much. They like being alive, kind of like North Korea.
Right. Well, okay, so you can force sanctions, you can force denuclearization at threat of sanctions. There's a way to accomplish that, okay? But what am I saying here? Is that when it comes to Iran, okay, it was always Israel's fucking conflict. They have every means to accomplish the task at hand. There was no reason for us to really get involved unless the situation has changed beyond what the public was already aware of, and I have not seen the evidence to support that. That's what I keep getting to, what I keep coming back to. But yeah. It's Israel's fucking conflict. It's not our mess to get our nose fucking into it. And by doing that, we get closer and closer to a protracted war that I don't want to see happen. So
you don't want to use a protractor?
I don't want a protractor. No. I don't want artillery. I don't want artillery on the ground launching fucking artillery shells at ground troops in the mountains of fucking Iran. I don't want that happening.
So you don't want to be able to figure out your grids for calling in supporting fire?
Yeah, I don't want supporting fire. I don't want close air support. Really I don't want people on the ground. I don't want any of that. No,
EOD, remember, I forget, we're like, just a protractor really helps you figure out grids on a map.
I know.
So you can call in fire.
So I think that we're all on the same page, but so I agree. Look, EOD, I'm a non-interventionist, right? I really, really don't want to.
Bandit says hi, Grumple.
Be the world's police.
Wait, which panda?
Bandit.
Get racist in a second.
Bandit, like Smoke Panda Bandit.
If we have the opportunity,
I have all my channels up.
Presents itself, sometimes you got to.
It was a unique opportunity, and like I say, Pete Hedseth said this. This is what you said, Random Independent, is that it was a unique opportunity that we've never seen before, where Iran's air defenses were all absolutely crippled because of the IDF. But.
Absolutely, yeah. And what's more here, and look, I'm with you on this to some degree, but it was such a unique opportunity, and they don't care about embargoes. They literally sold billions of dollars of oil while we were.
They don't care at all.
Yeah.
Right. And
doesn't even impact them. Barely an inconvenience.
Yeah, it's not even an inconvenience. We've done embargoes. We've limited student visas.
Russia and China always pick up the slack. Yeah.
Well, even if they don't, they find a way around it, right? Like Iranians will go into Pakistan or Uzbekistan, and then they just get a different set of papers, and they come here and they get whatever they want, right? So I mean, I think the measures that work. What the problem that we have is that a lot of us tend to think in terms of what works with modern westernized nations, and when you're dealing with the Middle East, it just doesn't work that way, right?
It's an entirely different culture.
It's just a really different culture.
Things don't. It lost in translation is the easiest way to describe it.
So, I mean, Seth Spence. I don't necessarily agree with this. I actually think the U.S. should be unchained. Canada should be unchained to produce the oil that we can for ourselves, and that would cripple, just to a large degree, that would cripple.
If we stopped buying it, for sure.
Granted, now Russia, Russia's not selling oil to China as much, so China is OPEC's biggest customer, and so certainly I'm sure the Chinese don't care at all about buying Iranian oil. That's totally fine for them. And
just point of order, just Russia was more about they're giant in natural gas. That's what they sell to everybody.
Yeah, that's true. But but Siberia and
Siberia's got a whole that's what China wants. They want to.
Mongolia supposedly has a lot of oil
out of Siberia.
Yeah, so Mongolia, which is south.
It's between the two countries.
Eastern Russia, right? Like it's like the belly between and the buffer between Russia and China, and they mostly speak Russian there. So, but anyway, but at any rate, yeah, I mean, so I don't disagree with you that we should promote Saudi Arabia producing more oil so that it hurts the other, it hurts to some degree Iran and Iraq and all of the rest of that area's ability to oil
on the east and Kazakhstan just a little bit to the west. Those are the two buffer countries that are between Russia and China.
Yeah, and they all have oil, right?
There's a few other little things in here and there, but those are the giant ones.
I'm sure there's a bunch of oil in the South China Sea too.
I think Kazakhstan's bigger than India, just per square foot. I think it is per square mile.
And you guys on the screen won't be able to hear it because.
What can we hear here? Oh, Texas speech.
I don't disagree with Mr. Boulay. Thank you for that. The reason you guys can't hear it is because it only plays to YouTube. It doesn't play to Talk Studio.
I'm trying to work on like that, the whole panel versus Texas. Like I'm working on that. If I get a solution, I'll let you know.
Yeah. So, but yeah, so we're not going to carpet bomb Iran. Right.
Well, we already kind of did. What did he say? That, like I said, the Joint Chiefs of Staff addressed the press. He said they attacked 3 different sites. 2 of those sites got hit with 14 different bunker busters. That's about as much carpet bombing as you can get with a bunker buster in it. That's more than necessary. But what was it?
Yeah, but when you're saying like carpet bombing, you're saying like at least you just
like surface bombs,
non-intentional. Like literally over civilian areas, you don't give a fuck. You're just leveling the whole place.
Yeah, that's not what we're doing.
Yeah,
that's for
turn
sure.
it into an entire,
this was a precision strike for sure. So, but it was suspected that only 2 were going to be necessary to take out Fardo, and they sent fucking 7 apparently, or maybe more than that.
Well, I guess there were 3 sites.
Yeah.
What's up, Triac? How are you, sir?
I'm good. Yourself?
I'm tired today, man, but I'll get over it. How
you been? In Leprechaun, sir.
Sorry, what was that?
He said,
I think Brump was saying something about being a Leprechaun. No, like I've been good, great. Like I said, kind of getting back into swing.
I think there's a Rumple has because I'll stop talking and then there's there's a space and then he starts talking.
Not.
Are you?
No, that's me being polite.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. All right. Anyway,
that's human lag because I'm a simple monkey, dude. Come on now.
He's eating crayons.
He's a simple man.
I'm a simple.
But yeah, no,
we can do Simple Man. If you want to do Simple Man, we can do Simple Man.
Maybe later.
No, I'm Simple Man too. But yeah, this whole thing with like Iran.
That's not for Grid Stream. We do karaoke on Grumple Stream, not Grid Stream.
Okay.
Yeah, this whole shenanigans with Iran, like it's very. You have to be very kind of like precise in the way you're kind of like detailing it, because there'll be people who be like, "Oh, like I don't want to fucking get in war with Iran. I don't want military troops on the ground in Iran, all this kind of shit." And it's like, yeah, like I agree with you, but no one's saying that we need to put boots on the ground in Iran. You know what I mean? these like airstrikes is all that you really need to do. Because if you analyze the population of Iran, you realize that like well over 2/3 of the people of Iran want the secular state. So, like they're done with this whole Islamic regime and all this kind of shit. And when you have a regime that is superstitious enough that like they don't give a fuck about prosperity or building wealth or any of that shit, Walmart generates more fucking revenue than Iran, than the whole nation of Iran. One American company. So in terms of like actually building up the area, like I see in Saudi Arabia, like there are examples in the Middle East of like areas that like that actually played ball with the West and they're thriving now. But the regimes that were the regimes that were Islamist and they only had one goal, which is to wipe Israel off the face of the map. All of them are in fucking dishevels. They're in ruins. It's basically the chickens are coming home to roost for Iran. So like I said, I support the stuff that Trump's doing, but this whole thing of like going to war with Iran or putting troops on the ground, like no one's saying that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't think anybody. I don't think anybody has. Nobody's talked about that we're going to have further involvement, right? Independent. You didn't say anything about that, right? You're pretty much like it looks like we're going to stop here. Is that accurate? I think he may have stepped away.
I'm the one who's worried about a protracted war, and I'm still concerned about that. I mean, so the people who are beating the war drum are saying is regime change, like Teriak is talking about. Like we're going to get the populace to overcome, and that's exactly what we did in Syria. If we can work something out similar where we don't have to be fucking involved, then okay. But
so and this is actually a good point. I kind of draw the line.
Bomb and shit. It's a different story.
Like I understand why it was a unique opportunity to go in and put munitions on target and end that specific.
You hit your microphone cord again, Grid.
I didn't touch anything.
You cut out for some reason.
It's back now.
Oh,
yeah, you can hear you now.
So again, I understand going in and doing a precision strike, doing the
coming down.
Put munitions on target and just let that be it. I get that. I like that. And I think that most people should not have a problem with that. Once we get into the idea of talking about regime change, because none of this has ever worked out for us guys.
Yeah.
We have 70 years of history where the United States of America has gone over there and manipulated and pushed things and pulled things and this guy's the great guy, and now these guys are the great guys, and we've literally pissed everybody in that area off, and very few people over there really trust or like Americans at this point. I don't blame them because at some point the United States has fucked over everybody in the region, and so what we really need to do is just take 10 years off. It's like when you get in a fight with your coworker. Like if EOD and I were coworkers. And we got in a fight at work and, we had an argument or whatever. I go home, he goes home, we sleep on it, we come back the next day, And
then you talk about the USS Liberty when you get back at work.
Yeah.
So I heard you say like you're not an interventionist, but then you support the strikes. Interventionism is not just regime change or boots on the ground. It's also doing something like that or ensuring the freedom of navigation in the seas and stuff like that. So you are kind of an interventionist. That's one. Two, we take 10 years off and then what happens because China just fills the gap.
No. I don't think the United States should assure safe travel on the high seas. I think that
okay, but you just agree with the strikes.
Yeah, the only reason I think the strikes are okay is because it was presented a unique opportunity to reduce the capabilities of a potential enemy, and that's it.
That's interventionism. That's also ensuring navigation of the seas because it allows our economic power to grow. It allows our soft power, our foreign policy soft power to grow. So there's plenty of if that's the excuse, then there's plenty of reasons to
power.
be supported.
Well, there's no excuse.
No, if that's the reasoning, I'm not saying excuse isn't a negative thing. I'm saying like if that's the reasoning you're giving for supporting the strikes because it degrades the adversary, then the same.
That's the only reason. Well, pardon me, it's not the only reason. That is the reason that I'm okay with it. I didn't necessarily.
I got you. I'm saying yes, and if you're using that logic, that's fine. If you're okay with it, if you're not willing to fight it and the reason you're not willing to fight against it or whatever is because of the logic you're using. That same logic applies
to logical.
And I didn't say it's not. Again, I'm not attacking that it's wrong. I'm saying that you are more of an interventionist than you're saying and you would also should be willing to support or not fight against these other things because they also do the things that you're saying that the strike did, i.e. degrade our adversaries or make us stronger. But not to get bogged down on that, we take a break from the Middle East for 10 years and someone's going to fill those shoes and it'll be China.
Sure.
Which means that we are now weaker on the world stage.
See, I've heard that argument before, but I would actually enjoy the Chinese trying to work with the Middle East. That would be fun to watch.
It wouldn't be fun to watch the U.S.
Oh yeah, they already are, and like then
Pakistan signed on to the Belt Road Initiative.
If I may, just the last that I heard, Bagram was currently under control of China. That was the last I heard. It might not be current.
It's funny to like it's fun to I wonder if they'd be able to work because it's been so hard for us or whatever. Even though we've done a pretty good job, everybody just likes to look at the negative aspects, but we've done a great job of
past that. Okay.
What? No, I'm just saying if we weigh the pros and cons, I think the pros.
Bagram Air Base, the one that the U.S. pulled out of.
Oh no, I was about to get on that too.
Whatever.
Yeah, no, I was getting to that too. So yeah, it's fun to say, look at all the negative that the U.S. has dealt with in the Middle East. It'd be funny to watch China deal with that until they're successful in dealing with it because they don't have the same goals as the U.S. does, and so they get these bases like Bagram. They're able to extend their forces elsewhere, and then when it comes time to tango, we are now in a weaker position because we let that shit happen for 10 years. And you might not be around to see it, but there's younger people that are going to have to join up to fight that war.
Yeah, right. Okay, so. Why do you think the Chinese would be better suited to deal with the Iranians?
One, I don't need to think. Well, first of all, it wasn't just Iran; it was the Middle East. You said. Two, I don't need to think it. It's just a possibility, and I would rather that possibility not be tested when it doesn't have to be. And three, the reason that they might be better off is because they're not as liberal as us. The U.S. forces liberalization into a lot of the countries in exchange for funding for humanitarian aid, especially humanitarian aid. A lot of the humanitarian aid, if not all of it, is for liberal ideas. I wouldn't say bribing. It's more so you want this, we want you to pursue this. Therefore, you can get it, but it's not bribing. Bribing would be one side. In my opinion, bribing is more a one side thing. Like, hey, don't give me this ticket. I'll give you $5. Not.
But it would be like the situation in Taiwan with the chips.
The more the story is that is why I think that China could be more quote unquote successful in a sense that they're not going to be pushing for liberal ideas. They're not going to be pushing for a lot of these things. They're fine with communism. They're fine with dictatorship. They're fine with all these things that the U.S. generally is not and is willing to push for liberalization internally. But I don't think that any country generally would be successful in an area where Islam rules if it's going to go by Sharia law.
Exactly, and that's the fundamental difference.
But I don't care to take the chance either. I would prefer not to take the chance. We have a very tight grip on the Middle East right now, and I don't want to lose it.
This is very interesting. So do you consider China the biggest threat in the world?
I think that low-key Islam, radical Islam might be the biggest threat in the world. Radical religion, generally speaking, is probably the biggest threat. But if we're talking about like countries, China's up there.
Yep.
Why?
Because
communism.
I'm just very pro-U.S. and I'm very pro-U.S. world order that it has created. And so if a country is wanting to take that away,
It's just that the us versus everybody else mentality.
I don't think it's us versus everybody else, but I do think that what they export is not what the Constitution adheres to. It's not what freedom is. And although the U.S. at times, some may even say presently, hasn't walked the line that it should, generally speaking, that is kind of what we stand for and what we stood for a very long time, and we progressed more towards those ideals, even if we haven't done them, and even if we haven't lived up to the ideals of the words of the Constitution, we have constantly strived to get closer to that, or we have gotten closer to that. And I don't think that other countries do that. Russia, and none of those other big countries do that. So if you took China, if you took the USSR, I mean, China wasn't really a thing as it is now, but after World War II, we would not be better off than what we are today.
I know, Chairman. I know, Anson's just being trolling, but this is actually a solid point. Can you give me an example where China has been aggressive outside their borders?
Yeah, literally the South China Sea.
Yeah, all of that.
The Filipino fishermen all the time. They spray the Vietnamese. There literally no country around the South China Sea rocks with China. As a matter of fact, Vietnam under Biden's administration, we have I can't remember what it was. It was like a strategic, whatever they've upgraded us to is the highest we've been since the Vietnamese War, and that is on the backdrop of Chinese aggression. The Philippines started moving away from the U.S. And because of Chinese aggression, have now moved back into the sphere of the U.S. Japan is obviously in our sphere.
Hold on, I'm not familiar with. Just pretend I'm not familiar with it. So
China has been making islands to increase their
military.
You have sovereign territory 20 nautical miles off of your coast. China has been creating fake islands in order to increase their sovereign area.
Sure. Yeah.
India and China do not get along for reasons. Russia and China actually doesn't have any neighbors it gets along with. The U.S., on the other hand, before Trump, had multiple neighbors we got along with. Really, the only one we didn't really get along with was Cuba.
We still have neighbors we get along with, buddy. But
no, I'm just saying.
What am I getting at?
Even
China does. China does.
China has neighbors it gets along with.
China does want to support Russia in the Ukraine war. They have supported Russia in the Ukraine war. They have pledged support for Iran and this current conflict against the United States. So is Russia. So I mean, we're sitting here saying, "Oh, they're not going to get involved. They're not going to get involved." When the rhetoric is saying the exact opposite of what you all are saying.
Well, them saying that they support doesn't mean they're going to get involved.
They've already sent supplies to Iran, as far as I'm aware.
Usually, in material.
Sending humanitarian aid is different than sending air defense systems or aircraft that would get bombed anyway. They're not going to send aircraft to Iran because Israel would just bomb them. It's just a fact. You send fighters to Iran before they can even make it off the ground. The F-35 has destroyed them.
Yeah,
it makes zero sense. Why would they send billions of dollars in aid that they know is going to be destroyed? Because Iran doesn't have any air defense systems right now.
Well, I mean, what is the it's to make it target for F-35s to get kills because otherwise they wouldn't get any.
But real talk, like what is the threat from Iran here?
Well,
as an American, what is the threat that you're worried about? Because again, this was a stealth mission, stealth bomb the shit, and even that American done it. Like Iran's already in a situation where they have to go through Israel before they can even get to America.
Iran calls America the Great Satan that they want to nuke.
Are you saying that? Are you asking what is the threat of Iran, generally speaking, or specifically why do we use the stealth mission and all the capabilities that we used during that bombing mission?
No, like even the fact that you've done the operation, you've done the stealth bomber. What is the threat? Because everyone's like trying to like panic me into thinking that like America's going to get dragged into war, but how are you going to get dragged into war in this situation? I don't understand.
Okay, I'll tell you what the threat is. The threat is that, number one, like I just said, Russia, China pledged defenses. The Turkish Navy deployed out into the Mediterranean Sea to stand toe-to-toe with the Gerald Ford strike group. That's not good. This is a rise in tensions. And if it comes to the conclusion that our strike was ineffective or did not completely eradicate Iran's ability to produce nuclear weapons, we're going to have to go in with something that's more, hands-on, I'm afraid, in order to accomplish the task at hand that they're trying to accomplish, which is, again, supposedly to stop something from happening that we haven't seen the evidence that it's happening. Iran does not have the payload to...
When do you stop them? When you see the nuke or before you see the nuke?
Yeah, when we see them developing a weapon that's capable of carrying that munition. Yeah.
I like this random independent guy.
Why do you need an aircraft capable of carrying the nuke instead of just having the nuke?
Not the aircraft, not a missile. Okay, any kind of munition, any kind of munition.
A warhead or whatever. The issue is that they're developing in the first place. I don't understand how you go from we should wait until they have the capability to actually nuke somebody to stop them. At that point, you're not stopping them from developing a nuke. They've already developed a nuke, and now you're in bigger trouble because if you don't destroy it, they have that nuke and they'll just walk it across our border and blow people up.
Exactly.
So I guess that's my issue with people that say, or the logic behind it is just like, at what point do you find? Because you're saying we should stop, we should do anything, we should do everything we can to stop Iran from having the nuke, but then you switched it now to, well, even if they had the nuke, it's okay because they don't have a warhead to, or they don't have anything to put it on.
That's the nuke. The nuke is the missile with the warhead on it. That's the nuke.
Good argument. I get what EOD. I get what you're trying to say, right? Like, because of this action, things have stepped up in the region,
right?
And they could continue to escalate. I get it.
Yeah.
You know, we'll just have to see how it plays out, right? Like, I personally,
we're along for the ride at this point.
Sadly for Iran,
if
they continue to escalate, just even with standoff weapons, right? That my concern, right, is my biggest concern is
excuse me.
I don't want to have to continuously deal with the Middle East. I would rather just get out of the area, leave it alone. I understand everybody's like, well, China will move in. Fine. Let China move in. If China can pacify the region, great. If they get their asses kicked for 70 years like we did, we will. Well, you should have learned your lesson watching us, right? If it works for them, fucking great. I'm not scared. It's like the Cold War with Russia, right? I grew up in the Cold War with Russia, and everything was Russia's going to launch bombs. They're spinning up missiles in silos, right? I watched all the fucking Firefox and all of these movies about the great Russian threat that never fucking happened, right? And so I have a massive amount of doubt about China being the next boogeyman. First of all, I don't believe in the boogeyman. I'm tired of hearing about the boogeyman. I just don't give a fuck about the boogeyman. China, they're trying, obviously, China's the new boogeyman, right? Russia's ineffective. Russia can't even fight its way through Ukraine, right? Like, that's embarrassing. And so now it's China. China's the new guy, right? And we're supposed to be afraid of the Chinese wanting to take over the world. I mean, a lot of people would say economically they already have, and you're already fucked. So just start learning Mandarin.
Yeah, but Grid, if I ask you this,
is your argument that you just want to lay down?
If the question is this, though, Grid,
really arguing, I'm just making a satirical.
Yeah, is that what that argument? It's just an argument. That's literally what argument is. Is your argument, is your side of the position that you should just lay down and take it because people buy stuff from them?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, so what? I guess I'm still confused because
I'm saying
my side of the aisle, or at least my argument, is that we prevent our. First of all, I don't think anybody's argument is that China is taking over the world. I don't think that's the argument. It's more of a world order, U.S.-based world order thing than anything. But I think my side of it is we prevent our influence from waning. We keep our soft and hard power strong.
This is what the problem is right here. He says, how long has Iran been trying to build the warhead? 15 to 25 years? What exactly set this off? One missile that hit nothing, if I remember correctly. That's about right. And if we're getting involved in a protracted conflict for another 20, 30 fucking years, that's just 10,000 more soldiers that are going to die needlessly for no fucking reason, man. And I don't want to see it happen. It's like everybody else out here is just beating the war drum. Yeah, fuck Iran, fuck Iran. Iran said fuck America, so fuck Iran. Like, I get it, but before we should stick our nose into a conflict like this and get our fucking hands and feet dirty and start spilling our blood and putting our assets on the line, okay? 2 B-2 bombers and a handful of fighter escorts. Not 2. It was more like a flight of, 10 or 12 B-2 bombers were flying over, enemy airspace. It's a risk we do not need to be fucking taking. Now, I get it. It's an ideal situation. All of their air defense and all that was all destroyed and everything. Okay, great. I'm glad that you waited until now to actually pull the trigger on this, but we need a better justification than just, we think they have nukes. We're pretty sure. I don't know. Maybe they do. Maybe they don't. We don't know. No. Why are we starting this? Especially after Trump promised us he wouldn't be doing this kind of shit. You see what I'm saying? All this is just thrown out the window because Iran sucks. We want to destroy Iran. I get it. Let Israel do it. Let Israel get their fucking hands dirty with that shit and let them fucking do it. Why the fuck are we getting involved? It's such a stupid idea.
Name these countries. Name these countries that he's invaded.
I'm done with it. I want the fuck out. I am done. Let Israel fucking handle all that shit. That's my position.
Ukraine is still a nation.
Did he invade them? Yes or no?
He tried to install his puppet after the Americans put their puppet in. Yeah, so he put the military in there, but they're still independent sovereign nations.
Okay, thank you.
They're still independent sovereign nations.
That's what you were saying, Grid. It doesn't matter whether you say what you want to say.
What you mean back to what you're saying? You're wrong. You're wrong about the Putin situation.
Sure, I'm wrong about that specific situation. If you want to say,
no, look,
I'm not, but
I
we can agree to disagree. So
you're wrong about Putin's whole goal here to invade and all shit.
That's fine. It's just so funny. It's funny that he invaded Ukraine, he invaded Georgia. There's another country I can't think of right now. And then when Belarus or whoever it was,
the whole shit went down to Ukraine is because Americans are putting nukes on his border.
And then they release the photo op, and it's showing them also wanting to invade Moldova. So it's just funny how everything seems to line up with the same rhetoric that he's been spewing about the USSR. But of course, it's taken out of context.
When you understand the populations, you understand that a lot of those areas are heavily ethnically Russian.
That doesn't mean anything.
And they would prefer to be back in Russia. When you talk to those people,
actually, if you look at the polling prior to, which is why they invaded Crimea and installed their own guy. Because if you look at the polling beforehand, it wasn't that they wanted to be part of Russia. They also didn't want to be part of Ukraine. They wanted to be their own sovereign nation.
There are large blocks of population that would prefer to be Russia.
You just said, there's
large blocks. And when Ukraine war broke out, a large population of Ukrainians defected to Russia.
We can give that example. Yeah. Ukraine, Crimea, during the polling prior to the annexation and stuff, they did not want to be part of Russia. They wanted to be an independent nation. So don't bring up that bullshit, that fucking Putin bullshit Russian.
That there are large populations in Eastern Europe that prefer to be part of Russia.
Because it's wrong. It's just flat out wrong. And even if they did want to be part of Russia, it's irrelevant because that's not how the world works. Where I'm going to become a separate.
I'm just stating the fact that there are large swaths of population in Eastern Europe.
I understand you're regurgitating Russian propaganda, and it's irrelevant because again, the polling taken prior.
It's not irrelevant.
The polling taken. Yes, it is because
the reason why we've gone down here is because.
They didn't want to be part of Russia. They wanted to be their own independent nation.
Oh my God! When both of you are fucking talking, I can't hear either one of you sons of bitches.
The reason why that quote was taken out of context. The reason why that
quote? What is my quote? And when was it?
That Putin wants to restore the USSR.
What is the quote?
That's why we went down this rabbit hole.
Okay, what is the quote? And when was it said?
That's often taken out of context because what he's often talking about in those interviews is about the USSR. Yes, and he's saying that it's a shame that it fell. But he's not a communist. He doesn't stand for the same ideals for USSR, but he wants Russia to be.
I'm not saying he wants to bring back communism. I'm talking about he wants to bring back the empire.
He's very proud. He's very proud of the Russian heritage, their history. That's why he blabbed on for like an hour.
Independent. Let him fucking finish what the fuck he's saying, brother. Let him finish.
Why? He interrupted me when I was talking, and now you're telling me to let him finish.
Yeah,
I was talking to Grid 1, and he interrupted me to talk about how I'm wrong about Putin.
Yeah, this whole thing, like,
don't tell me to let the dude talk when he's sitting here regurgitating Russian propaganda points.
Look, man, it doesn't matter if he's regurgitating fucking talking points. I don't give a fuck. Let the man finish what the fuck he's saying, then you've done it. What the fuck you're saying?
To be clear,
holy shit.
Why should I let a dude that interrupted me finish?
Start muting. Okay, so please.
So the reason why I'm calling this out is because it's the same thing.
And then tell me to let someone else finish after they interrupted me.
Yeah, it's the same thing that Grid was talking about, like where China's the boogeyman. It's this whole thing of like Putin's the boogeyman. This is like a Democrat talking point. He wants to restore. He wants to bring the USSR back. He doesn't want to bring the USSR back. He wants Russia to be as glorious as it once was and all this kind of shit. But this whole nonsense that he's basically gonna like fucking take all of Europe. That is the fear porn. That's propaganda. That's all I'm saying. That's the quote unquote disagreement here.
Yes, thank you for regurgitating the Russian. Thank you for interrupting me to regurgitate Russian propaganda. So we can look at their actions. We don't need to look at just the words, and we see them invading their neighboring countries on multiple occasions.
Okay.
And nobody's talking about them bringing back communism. It was about bringing it back geographically, the USSR, as much as they could, which is why we also saw them with the photo op of also invading Moldova, not just Transnistria or whatever that little section is, but Moldova itself. Just so happens to be an ex-USSR country. And it's why all the ex-USSR countries are building up their militaries as well, because they recognize a threat. And it's obviously, someone sitting not in one of those countries and not having to deal with that. it's always nice and comfortable to say, oh, that's not actually what's going to happen, because you don't actually have to deal with it if it did happen. But those countries
Europe's
do,
not
that's,
forming an army.
But
Hold the fuck on, Teriak.
Yeah, Scotland or Ireland or wherever you're from, yeah, it's irrelevant. It's an irrelevant country.
Yeah. So I understand the history.
Your accent dictates that you live in an irrelevant country.
I understand the history. That's the difference. But the main reason why Putin's been so aggressive on the borders is because of NATO.
Yes, of course.
The same way. Remember the Cuban Missile Crisis? Remember the way that America was going to start another world war because Russia was going to put nukes in or missiles in Cuba, and you were like, that ain't happening. Basically, that's what Russia is doing. It's the same thing. Essentially, same scenario.
What nukes
so Russia's saying,
what nukes were in Georgia?
Ukraine is not forming NATO. Is not becoming part of NATO. Russia's putting his foot down. And America said, Biden said, fuck that. We'll do what we want. And then Russia said, okay, fuck that. We're taking the country back.
Okay, so what nukes were in Georgia?
That's basically the Ukraine war.
What nukes were in Georgia?
What?
What
nukes Ukraine.
Were in Georgia?
We're talking about Ukraine.
No, I'm talking about all the.
Can you stick on the point? Can we stick on the point, or you just want to keep
talking about all the? If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He does need help. He does need help, so maybe you can help.
I do actually want to ask a random independent a question, because it was something that was brought up, and I think this is something that I think you understand. I'm not 100% sure, but so Putin's policies aren't communist. And
I'm not. That's not my.
And he's not really trying to reestablish the USSR as so much as he wants. Again, I think Russia. I don't know how he's phrased it because I don't speak Russian and I don't trust the translations. So, but it is something similar to what Teriak said. So, I have a question. Do you think the war in Ukraine, which was mostly started because of the denial of Russia to its historic all-season port, which is the only one that Russia has access to, by the Ukraine, who were emboldened, I believe that Zelensky was emboldened by or assured by the U.S. that we would back him up, and you know, the idea that he was going to be part of NATO, and that there would be, you know, weaponry forthcoming. I believe that Zelensky was emboldened by that. And so when Putin said, and I don't know if you remember this, when Putin said, if you block our access to this port, you continue to charge and tax our people for use of our ancestral port, we'll go to war. And then then what did he do? He put tanks on the border. And Zelensky could have at any point said, you know what? Let's come back to the table. This is the same thing that happened with Crimea. Let's just get back to the table. We'll work something out on this. Putin did not demand that the port be part of Russia again. He didn't talk about seizing it. He didn't talk about conquering Ukraine. Initially, all he wanted was access to Russia's port, which is important to them because it's the only port that they have where they can receive shipments through all year, right? Because I don't know, it's very cold up there, and the other ports get iced up or whatever the fuck. I don't know. I don't live in Russia, but so with that, do you remember all of that, or are you just remembering the rhetoric that you know, Putin put his tanks and said, "We're going to invade you if you don't do this"?
Actually, he never said that. He was very adamant up until the day of. Even actually during the invasion, he was adamant. I don't even know if he's called it an invasion yet. That wasn't going to happen. It was just an exercise. So it wasn't the rhetoric that I'm remembering. It's facts.
Okay, so then real quick.
That's one. God. Oh, you want to interrupt again? Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Real quick. What's your take?
I'm not going to respond. Go ahead.
What's your take on the peace talks that was interrupted by Boris Johnson sent over by Biden to make sure that peace wouldn't be signed? Because there was a deal. There was a deal that was on the table.
No,
Russia was ready to sign it.
He can't wait to. No, let him get it out. He can't wait to get it off his chest.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I really want to hear what he had to say, Teriak. So let him finish that, and we'll come back to the.
You sure you guys don't want to hear him talk over me a little bit more?
No, dude, we can all be polite here. Teriak's, you know, he just had a question. Yeah, he just had a question. So it's okay.
I mean, being a man has nothing to do with being polite. Where was I? The port thing. Yeah, that's one very one-sided perspective for sure. There's a reason that none of Russia's neighbors like them. and it's not because of anything other than they're just dickheads, and they know what Putin wants. And it's funny, again, to be in the countries that don't have to put up with that, while the citizens of those countries do know what he is after, and which is why they keep on building up their militaries, and which is why they want someone like the U.S. to protect them, because without that security guarantee, then they have no protection, which is why they constantly join NATO, why they want to join NATO, why they want to join the EU, because they want those security guarantees, because they know what Russia is capable, what Putin specifically wants to do. And so again, it's we're sitting in our chairs in the U.S. or in Ireland or wherever dude is from, being comfortable and whatnot, and saying, "Oh no, he doesn't actually want to do this." While actually people have to live in fear. While people actually have to live in fear, and because he's constantly invaded his neighbors repeatedly, repeatedly.
Okay.
And of course, again, you got someone like Teriak who takes the blame away from him and says, "Oh, it's because of this external being. That's why he just had to do it."
No, I'm just holding both sides accountable.
And again, we can look at the memorandums, and the facts will show that Teriak is wrong. The people actually voted out. Mm-hmm. The people actually voted out Putin's stooge, and that's when everything went down.
That's not, okay. So that's not what happened. The CIA influenced the election that put Zelensky in place, dude. It's a plant for somebody that's actually more aligned with American interests and more aligned with joining NATO in the first place. And the same dude, dude, like you bitch so much about being interrupted so often, and yet here you are fucking interrupting me. All right, let me finish what the fuck I'm saying, dude. Okay, if I can finish what I'm saying, what I'm talking about is the fact that Zelensky was implanted by the CIA in order to represent Western interests, in order to lean Ukraine back towards NATO in a way that played into the West's hand to try to move NATO further and further east. Since Gorbachev brought down the wall, the United States has moved NATO further and further east, year after year after year after year. Even just recently, what was it? Finland joined NATO. They've been pushing for Ukraine to join NATO, even though on one hand, you'll see Joe Biden say on one hand, "Oh no, we never wanted Ukraine to join NATO," and then on the other hand, it's, "Well, if Ukraine wants to join NATO, then we would totally back that decision." This kind of shit. Not only putting military assets on the ground and fueling this war against Russia in Ukraine, instead of keeping our fucking nose out of it like we should have in the first place, which is the real non-interventionist standard to have. But Russia, this whole fucking thing is a response to Western aggression in the first damn place. And if you can't see that, then you've absolutely ignored any amount of history in the past.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's funny because you would expect, again, one-sided thing, also some conspiracy, or I shouldn't say conspiracy, but very unsettled history regarding we won't move further east, blah, blah, blah talk that was never substantiated by even Gorbachev himself, if I remember correctly, came out and stated that was never an agreement put in. Goddamn, keep going, Teriak. What do you want to say since it's so important?
Because you basically just hand waved and said it's conspiracy theory, all this kind of shit.
I just said it. It's unsettled history. I corrected myself after that. Maybe if you were listening.
Okay. So then we can talk about something more recent. Then can we talk about?
Yeah, we are. So going back to Ukraine, Russia invaded them because NATO, they were going to join NATO. I wonder why they wanted to join. You see how they just completely ignore that part? I wonder why these neighboring countries want security guarantees so bad. Mm-hmm. I wonder why that is. Maybe it's because the neighboring countries keep on getting invaded. So maybe we should look at it as, Russia keeps on invading its neighbors. That's why their neighboring countries want to join NATO in the first place.
Yeah, so answer me this. Can you just answer me this quick question? Because 2 months into the war, over 3 years ago, there was talks for peace. And Putin has said multiple times, and everybody involved in the situation, this is no secret, right? So this is not conspiracy theory. There was talks for peace.
Let's pull it up.
And yeah, pull it. I don't know. Great if you want to pull it up. Yeah, you can just Google just basically Google the was it peace talks in March and April of 2022.
No, right? Not 2022. We're going back to 2014 when they invaded Crimea. When he violated the Budapest memorandum.
What I'm talking about is in terms of there was
we'll do both,
a peace deal on the table. All Ukraine had to do was sign the peace deal. And
what was the peace deal? What did the peace deal consist of?
Apparently, what?
What did the peace deal consist of? What did the peace deal? I don't care. Yeah, that's great.
It would have ended the war.
Ukraine had to give up everything, but it would have ended the war. What did the peace deal consist of?
So there was a peace deal that even Zelensky himself was going to sign, and Boris Johnson had to come over.
You're not answering the question. What did the peace deal consist of?
Yeah, what I'm talking about, it was good enough that Zelensky himself wanted to sign it.
What did the peace deal consist of? No, it's not. What did the peace deal consist of?
Okay, what do you want in the deal?
Huh?
Outline what you want to see in this deal.
One more time.
Outline what you want to see in this deal.
Oh, outline. No, I just want you, because you're talking about the deal. I want you to tell us what the deal consists of.
What I'm replying to with this. Why does this matter? If Zelensky himself wanted to sign it,
because you brought. I don't.
It doesn't matter
because you're saying.
It doesn't matter. He's trying to get you on a gotcha.
If the leader of Ukraine thought it was a good deal, like that surely should be good enough for you. But you're trying to impose this impossible standard.
Seriously, I want you to tell us what the deal was.
What you're trying to do is you're trying to avoid the question. You're trying to avoid where this question goes down. Because because it's my question. Remember, this is my question. What I'm asking is, why did Boris Johnson shut that down? Why did Boris Johnson shut that down? Why did Biden?
How many times I gotta say pull it up?
Yeah. Why did Biden shut down?
Talk about some shit that you don't actually know what you're talking about.
If there was peace going for East,
I want to see what the deal actually
I'm asking
was.
you a question. No, because you're trying to deflect from the question.
I'm not deflecting.
Yeah, exactly. Because you can't.
Okay. I'm done listening to this. This is just a complete waste of fucking time. You know, it's people like this random independent guy that just absolutely make these panels go to fucking shit, man. I get it that Terry can be a bit much to fucking deal with sometimes, but you gotta let the guy fucking say what the fuck he's saying. And what is he doing right now? Is he's focusing on a minor fucking detail of what's coming out of Teriak's mouth because he wants to get a shoehorn in and stop him from fucking talking. He's not interested in what the guy is saying. He's already determined that, oh, we disagree. So, I'm gonna have to find some way to shut you up and stop you from fucking talking. That's fucking annoying.
Unless Associated Press has an article, you're not going to accept this information. My question is, why did Boris Johnson interrupt this deal?
Yeah, and we haven't made any progress
silence.
Exactly.
Kissy, good to see you in the chat. Gentlemen, we have to do, first of all, I only have a few minutes left. Thank you for pulling that up for me, Teriak. But
I can't stand it, Kissy Cat.
One of the interesting things that nobody's covered yet is Putin has always had access to nukes, even battlefield nukes, low yield. And you know what he hasn't done? He hasn't used them.
Never used them.
And so that's an interesting observation. I don't know what to read into that. I'm sure that it means something. But the interesting thing that I have, one of the interesting things is, I never thought we should have gotten involved in the Ukraine war. I still think we're wrong to be in the Ukraine war.
You've prolonged it.
I think.
Okay, great. So
I think
can ask you something real quick.
Criminals, right? I think Putin's a criminal in various ways, and I think that he's not a particular. I wouldn't want him for a neighbor. But it does look like he genuinely cares for his country and wants to do good stuff. On the other side of that, Zelensky's a criminal. He should be in jail at some point. Hopefully, he will be. And the fact that the fact that our tax dollars have supported that criminal offends me on a level I can't even get to.
You voted for Trump.
It doesn't matter who I voted for. I just legitimately
ideological hatred is unreal with this asshole.
No, it's not because it's not illogical. I'm wondering, when do you draw the line at supporting criminals?
Shut the fuck up and let the dude who owns the channel talk.
When do you draw
Shut the fuck up.
He complains about getting interrupted.
I know, right? You can't even help but step on the fucking host, dude.
Complete hypocrite.
I don't mind interruptions because I do it. I don't mind. And bitch about me interrupting you or continue to talk.
You constantly complain about interrupted. Yeah,
so
and then
here's
interrupting the host.
Here's the thing. I never wanted to be in the Ukraine war. I don't like the idea of the Ukraine war. Ever since day one, I said Ukraine war was a bad plan, a bad idea. My buddy from Ukraine actually initially supported the war. And then as time went on, you know what? He's like, no, Zelensky's a fucking criminal. Of course, he's also super anti-Israel right now, too. So he'll probably change his mind on that soon. But he's very all over the place. But again,
Shalom.
Sorry?
Shalom.
Yeah. Politically, he's very all over the place. Do I have a silver bullet for this? No, I do not. I got to be honest. I don't like. I would have just. I don't understand why it's our fucking problem. And this geopolitical bullshit of world power. We can be a superpower and not have to leave our borders. We don't have to do anything. There's nothing anyone can put up in the air that we can't knock down. There's not a ship on the sea we can't sink, and there's literally like nothing we can't turn into a parking lot. So that's the most force projection that I feel like we need. Now you can talk about boots on the ground here, and we should back these guys there. No, we backed a criminal. We legit backed a criminal in Zelensky, and you can say, well, it's better.
I thought you were talking about the president.
Putin, but I don't care. They're both criminals. Why do I have to pick a side?
What? So I'm still confused about what. I guess I mean, you said so much wrong and kind of hypocritical.
I didn't say anything.
It's tough for me to focus on.
Yeah, no, I didn't say anything.
What is your ideal, or what is your path forward? What is your whatever your plan to keep U.S. dictated world order? Because to me, it sounds like everything.
I don't believe in a world order.
U.S. dictator world order.
Conventionalist. You believe in a world order. Your problem is that you're projecting on everybody else that this idea that there's a world order that we must participate in. I don't believe that. I believe in pre-1918 when we were arguably at our best and most formidable.
We weren't even close to our best.
Arguably, our best. Well, actually, let's go to 1930 when literally we were isolationists. FDR had to basically allow Americans to be killed to get us into World War II. Nobody in this country wanted to do anything but supply stuff, and we were still the greatest nation on the planet. Everybody knew that. That's why they all came to us for help. We didn't have to do a damn thing outside our borders.
We were literally in a Great Depression, for one thing. I don't know what you mean by the greatest nation on the planet. I'm not sure what we were ranked number one at.
Was greater at the time.
Well, I always find, because the U.S. has the Constitution, that we are going to be the greatest nation. I'm just confused about how you're describing the U.S. as the greatest nation at that time.
The entire world was having economic problems. That's why World War II happened to start with.
No, that's not why it happened, though. It could have been a contributing factor. Sure.
Wait, hold on. Why do you think
this guy is so just unbelievably intellectually dishonest? It's unreal. Octavius Dutolin over on wait a minute, what happened there? Well, I don't know. I guess we'll figure it out in a second. But who is this? Octavius Dutolin over on YouTube is saying, got some news. What news have you got, brother man? Let's see what that is. Uh-oh. Well, my camera is not cooperating right now. It's China. China's hacking me. They're fucking me all up. There it goes. All right. The channel was talked about last night, over 1,400 live viewers. What channel? Grumple is a poo-poo? No, he's not. Grumple's fine. He's good people. I'll tell you who's a poo-poo is what's his face? The Spurger in the freaking chat. The D&D art one. The D&D art channel. Oh, that's cool, man. Okay, I remember now. You're Darth in the Discord. Your daughter's channel or whatever. That's cool. Congratulations to her, man. That's good shit. Yeah, no, there's a lot of fast growth that happens with the shorts. I need to figure out how to tap into that. I'll tell you that. Yeah. Gotta be like family friendly and stuff. It's hard for me. I curse like a sailor way too often. Just out of habit. Well, thanks for stopping by, Russian dude. It's good talking to you. Oh. Well, crap. I'm sorry, I can't read that. I did translate it to see if it was anything offensive, but I can't remember exactly what it was. But it's good to see you, man. Thank you for stopping by.
Boots on the ground in the 50s. Like, which country did we invade in the 50s with our military that you were?
We didn't. Did I say invade?
That's what boots on the ground means. Colloquial speaking, that's what boots on the ground means.
We were involved in several conflicts in
That's
the
why
Middle
I asked
East.
if you're talking about boots on the ground or if you're talking about our foreign policy in general, because those are two separate things in my
several
eyes.
Conflicts coming to a head in the 1970s, but starting as far back as 1951, 52.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so anyway,
of course it's Dobry. Of course it's Dobry. It's good to see you, Dobry. If you're headed to bed, man, good to see you.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm listening.
Oh, my bad. I think we've accomplished a lot. We've secured the Middle East, essentially. Pakistan as much of a shitty. Yeah, a little bit. Pakistan as much of a shitty.
What part of the Middle East is secure? I have people in Iran right now.
No, secure. We have secured the Middle East as in it's our sphere of influence.
Bullshit.
Okay.
That's the most bullshit I've ever heard in my life.
It's about to be though.
Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar,
Saudi Arabia only
UAE,
deals with us because we give them billions of dollars a year.
Yes, so thank you for proving my. Continue to prove my point for me.
If Iran becomes a secular nation, like if this Operation Rising Lion succeeds, then yes, the Middle East is then settled.
Yes, and you know you're with the Russian propaganda, but I think we are kind of.
It will be, but it's not currently. It's quite unstable at the moment.
I disagree. Well, agree to disagree. I kind of disagree on that. I think that there's a couple of countries that are, obviously the ones that are most influenced by Iran, i.e., Afghanistan, or at least the terrorist proxies in them. So Iraq is kind of sort of. I mean, it's kind of Iraq isn't really a country anymore. You got the Kurdistan, essentially Kurds in the north, which is very secure for the U.S.
Well, even looking beyond states, you can see all kinds of rebel groups like the Houthis and the Hezbollah and the
that's
fucking.
Not the Middle East. Hezbollah's gone.
There's still
and also was only in southern Lebanon, but Jordan. So let's count. Well, I don't know.
Al Qaeda in Afghanistan. The Taliban.
It's not there anymore. Al Qaeda is not, and Al Qaeda and Taliban are two separate things. But I don't know what we are considering the Middle East. Some would consider Pakistan the Middle East. Some wouldn't. Saudi Arabia, going down a little bit. So we can count. I'm just going to do this off the top of my head. I might be forgetting a country.
Pretty much North Africa to
Libya, sure.
Uzbekistan, the Middle East.
Okay, that's a very wide-ranging Middle East definition. I was thinking more of those specific countries in the Middle East.
I mean,
so I'll just name them.
We could stop in the Mediterranean and go as north as Uzbekistan, east as far as the border of India, and west as far as I forget that Turkey. Although Turkey technically is also the Middle East. Yeah.
Okay, so I was going to count Turkey, but I'll just name the countries, and if I'm missing something, just let me know. So Turkey and NATO ally, Pakistan.
Technically, but they've already pledged.
Technically an ally, but they have not been
at all. In what world is Turkey an ally?
Well, they're in NATO.
They're in NATO. What do you mean? What world?
They've already, like I said, they've already sent out their navy to stand toe to toe with the Gerald Ford in the Mediterranean Sea in support of Iran.
That's fine. Okay,
so what do you mean that's fine? That's evidence that they're not an ally. Bro. They're Muslim. Yeah.
So as I was saying,
you're just gonna sit there and spurge and just completely ignore that.
he gets confronted with counter evidence and goes, yeah. So anyway, I'm right.
Every single time.
That's like saying Pakistan is not considered an ally because Osama bin Laden was there. Technically a shitty ally, and also because
no, it's not. This is active. This is actively happening. Turkey has actively deployed their fucking navy to stand against ours. That's not allies. I'm not talking about fucking 25 years ago when fucking Osama bin Laden was in charge of the Taliban.
It wasn't even 20. Osama bin Laden was never in charge with the Taliban.
I knew you'd pick up on that. Good.
Bro, your geopolitics is 10 years out of date.
Is anybody else
I just start and then I continue to go.
It's 3:00. You guys know I turn into a pumpkin at 3. So, this has been a good show. I mean, it's been a random show, but it's been a good show. I need somewhere to send you guys. Although I mean, I don't have to.
Well, send them to me, to or me because Grumple's not even alive right now. Are you live right now, Terry?
Me? No, I'm not live.
I am.
Yeah, send them over to EOD.
All right.
Where's the link?
Yeah.
Right here.
Throw it in the back chat, bud.
Oh,
It's been a good conversation. Random Independent. We're going to have to talk more. Because
I don't really hop on too much, but yeah, whenever I'm on again, if you guys are bullshitting, I might pop on and talk some shit.
Like 5 shows a week, so but not always this stuff. So
yeah, I don't even let me just make sure
I can't chat in the back chat, but it'd have to be my Discord.
Click where it says private and
oh, my bad. Yeah, I don't know, man. There's 2 chats in there. I'm not used to that.
I remember my first day on the internet.
Shut the fuck up. It's in there now.
They said they want EOD's link in the chat.
Yeah, the link to my stream.
You're streaming from Discord?
No, I'm not streaming from Discord. But if we want to continue the conversation, that's where it's gonna have to happen.
Oh, I'm not going to Discord, respectfully. Appreciate it though.
We're gonna have to.
That's the live stream right there.
Okay, yeah, I got to send everybody to your live stream so you have some people.
Hell yeah.
All right, that's much better.
Okay.
All right, man. Guys,
post a link in the regular chat. They wanted it.
I'll once I hit
save,
it'll just everybody will forward over there. Although the link is in the back chat for people on the stage because it sometimes won't send if you're in the thing, it won't send you. Let me just do my quick outro here. Later, everybody. It has been a great show today. I have really enjoyed the back and forth. I'm unhappy a little bit that Ryan pieced out, and that's that was unfortunate. But yeah, we'll have everybody back. Terry, good to see you, man. It's been a long time. I thought
bro.
I've said some unkind things about you, and I thought you were pissed about it. And I was like, well, he'll show up one day.
Yeah, agreed. You know me. I've got like titanium skin. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, at least I'm honest, right? Like I'm not going to tell you, I'm not going to be
that's the thing. But like, that's the thing with like friends that are close or like people that are close. It's like, if they're willing to slander me, all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? It's like when I ask for the truth, I know I'm going to get the truth. You know what I'm saying?
I just said that I feel like that you stagnated in your debate technique there for a while to where you were just yelling at people and straw manning a lot. And I hope that you kind of got out of that rut. So,
well, everyone's a critique. You know what I'm saying? Everyone's a debater. Everyone's a critique.
That's the unkind thing I said about you, sir.
That's fair enough. Fair enough.
So I said, I unfortunately I don't have a lot of filters, so I just say exactly what the fuck I mean. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to go over to EOD's stream. You guys are going to enjoy it there. It's nice. It's clean. I hear the restrooms are functional.
Is
in the meantime, I've got to get the fuck out of here. So as always, be cool. Wear glasses if you need them, and get the fuck off my lawn.
All right. If anybody wants to continue the conversation, I've put my Discord back there. Thanks for the raid, Grid.
I'm going to close this window, and there you go. All right. There.
Where's the StreamYard? Is there not a thing to join?
I don't do StreamYard. I do Discord and OBS.
All right. Well, y'all have a good day. Appreciate you having me on.
Yeah.
Y'all
Appreciate
be
it.
safe and all that good stuff.
That's what you got to do. You got to do collab cam.
Yeah.
So, because he's a weirdo. Anyway, I'm going to close this down, guys. You have a good rest of your day.
You too, man. Thanks. Cheers.
Yeah.
All right. Whoop whoop! All right, so we got Teriak, Darth, and Lori Class in the waiting room, waiting to go live. So I'll go ahead and fucking spin that up right now. Just uno momento. All right. We'll bring them in. All right, what's up, gentlemen? Welcome in. Welcome in.
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good. Oh.
You hear me?
It looks even more ginger now that you call it.
I did. I dyed it, so it's actually red now. So
Oh shit!
Yeah, a kissy cat fucking dropped $500 in my Cash App, and then I was like, well, I guess I got to do it now.
Shit.
Yeah. So it is this permanent dye. It will be with me for the next 6 months or so until I get my haircut again.
Gotta respect it, bro. Gotta respect it.
Hell yeah. What's up? Welcome in, Raiders. We got a bunch of Raiders from Grid 1. It's good to see you guys. We got Doug, we got Kissy Cat, we got Ghost 1978, Bricky on a rant. Good to see you guys. Smoking Spaceman. Many salutes. Many salutes.
Yeah. If you haven't already, you should consider liking the stream and subscribing.
Absolutely.
It really helps small creators a lot.
It does. I'm getting closer to that 1,000 mark where I can actually do some stuff, but we're not there yet.
Well, you also need the watch hours.
That is actually coming a lot easier than I thought it would. Because 3,000 watch hours sounds like a lot, but it's counting per viewer per minute, you know. And then that stacks up exponentially. It's actually, we got about 2,700.
Well,
So
this is what I was trying to tell you in the chat is that, like, my daughter's channel, I talked with her and she came up with a way that she was comfortable with it. And she started doing live streaming 2 days ago. And she's already gotten over 6,000 watch hours on it. Like, she's been getting really, really good views. And it's just, you know, one of those, once you've been monetized, then, like, you only get money from, like, super chats or, like, stickers or direct donations. But it's a great way to have it where your content can be monetized, though, which is where, you know, the AdSense revenue comes from.
yeah, for sure. Oxcat says, I almost feel bad about it, Yodi. No, don't feel bad about it. Actually, it's growing on me. Okay, it is. I kind of like it. I was over my parents' house yesterday. Mom likes it, so we're in good shape.
Did you just say that your hair is growing on you?
Yeah. Well, I mean the redness of it.
But I think low key, like this actually works out as the best move, or like the 4D chess move, because like fundamentally you can point to it now and say, see the difference. Look at my beard and look at the top of my head.
Yeah. See, and then a little bit of the side. I did not get all the sides, so it's just on the top. So there'll be a stark contrast as it gets longer. So it is a 4D chess move. Good call. I wasn't gonna say that though. We're supposed to figure that out later. So lower class. I think your internet might be fucking up on you or something, brother.
What's going on?
There you are. You're coming through now.
Yeah. Okay, sorry.
Speaking of figuring things out, what do you want to talk about?
Yeah, well, the news of the day is Iran sent 6 missiles towards
Iran.
Towards an Air Force base in fucking Qatar, and it's I don't know, man. Shit's heating up. I'm not happy about it.
Qatar?
I got EOD. I got something.
Yes,
to say on
Qatar.
that.
Okay.
Can I have 15 seconds to say something?
I'm gonna count.
All right, 1 second. Let me get the timer.
First of all, before we get into this, okay, I want you guys to know that I don't like a fucking all of the. Let's try to give each other a chance to fucking talk, and then, you know, a reasonable chance to respond. And if I have to, I'll get involved and start muting people. But I don't want to. All right, go ahead, Doug.
Yeah, I just you know, my opinion is that I don't think. I mean, my main thing is I just don't totally understand the geopolitical context, and so therefore I think it's difficult for people to trust Donald Trump.
Seconds.
And that's really it. That was the only one. But yeah, you know, I think when we see someone deploying 700 of the strongest fighting force to Los Angeles, who I said this the other day, someone who is committed to only raising the asset price of people who talk about him on social media, the same way he would have done with the building. It's for me as a sort of a center left guy. It's difficult to think that isn't dishonesty, and so how can I trust this same person talking about geopolitics in the Middle East?
Okay, so there's a lot to unpack there. So what does him sending 700 people that are armed forces to LA have to do with what you're talking about? Like, what is there to not trust about that?
Yeah, so the concern is that if Trump has an inner circle of advisors who believe it's acceptable to use the U.S. military as well as a Predator drone designed to carry GPS and laser ordinances on American citizens, then that same person could have yes men furthering his own conception of a national agenda.
Okay, has
He
there
wouldn't be
ever been a
representing the
precedent
US's interest.
where
That's
a
dishonesty.
U.S.
That's
president?
dishonesty.
No, okay, you got to let me respond. We got to do this one thing at a time. Has there ever been a precedent ever in the history of the United States where a president deployed the National Guard or the Marines to deal with something that was labeled an emergency or a riot or a protest or some sort of civil disobedience issue? Has that ever happened before?
So I'll answer your question in a different
Yes.
way. No. Give me
It's
one
a very
second.
simple question.
Give me 1 second. No, because 2 days before Trump announced the deployment of the National Guard and then later the Marines and Predator drones, he said there was 1,000 violent protesters. When at that time there were 170 people who had been
If you want to get
arrested
into this instead of
for
answering
failure
the
to
question, we
disperse.
can, but you still have
Can
to
you
answer
not
the question.
understand? Can you
All
not
right,
understand what I'm telling you though?
No, you're telling me more about what Trump did, and I'm asking you if there's a precedent for it ever having happened in the past first.
But you need
See, if you
both
answer the question,
precedents.
we can continue.
So I don't see a precedent where you have a White House lying to people and then releasing.
See, you can think it's lying, but that's not what I asked.
And then voluntarily entering the U.S. into what could turn into a war.
No, you can think it's lying, but you still aren't answering my question.
Yeah, answer the question.
Like, I get it. You don't like her Trump.
Can you
trust Trump.
am I
get
being
it.
too far left here?
He's not asking your opinion, Duck. He's not asking your opinion. He's just
you
simply
have
asking,
this. No,
is there
you
previous
have something stuck in your throat, and you
guys are
really
beating
want
a
to
dead-
say it.
You guys are beating a dead horse here.
No, I'm
No.
trying to get you to
You're
answer
trying
a
to beat
basic
dead
question.
horse.
Just
No,
it's
Duck,
not a dead horse.
Duck, just answer the question, and then we can move on. Okay.
I
No,
have a
there's
follow-up
there's-
question.
Okay, if you want the simple answer, no, there's never been a simple precedence. The last 30 days is unprecedented in U.S. presidential politics.
Okay, this is the part where I respond now. So there's never been a precedent ever in American history where a president has deployed the National Guard or the Marines to deal with some sort of civil disobedience or disaster before. That's what you're actually saying?
Yeah,
that's what I asked.
You have the political coloring on it. I think I have the objective.
No, it's a bait. No, I'm trying to strip politics off. Like, has the president ever deployed troops inside the United States to deal with civil disobedience or a disaster before? Like,
Aren't we
no,
talking about?
gotcha.
Don't we talk about Iran here though? Wasn't that what this was leading into?
No, you're the one who mentioned the thing with not trusting Trump. I was like, let's take it one thing at a time. Has this thing ever happened? Assuming that you are intellectually honest and you would say, yes, there's been times in the past troops have been deployed, I would then ask you, why is this different? But you're too busy with something in your throat that you have to get out, that you're not actually actively listening to engage with what I'm saying.
No, but if I'm on the left, if you are operating on the assumption that I can't be good faith because I'm on the left, then
I never said that.
No, that's not what he's saying, Doug. That's not what he's saying at all.
I'm going to make a statement to you, Doc.
I think it was.
I'm probably one of the best good faith people you will ever meet on the internet. I will take what you say at face value. If I ask you a question, it's not a trap. It's not like a Vietnamese pit that you're going to put your foot in and there's like crap on it and you're infected and you got to deal with this problem. It's literally me asking you a question to build towards a point of consensus or dissension for where it is that you and I might actually disagree or see things differently.
Okay, let me
so we can
respond to
unpack why you
Let me
think what you
respond
think.
directly to this.
No, but you got to. I'm almost done. So that you can then unpack why you think what you think, or I can say why I think differently, and we can actually talk about it. That's all I'm trying to do.
Okay, so if you're going to ask me a question and I don't get to say in good faith, I believe Donald Trump is venturing into the side of both tyranny as well as recklessness on the international scale, then, sorry, I know this is daytime TV.
Christ.
Yeah, this is daytime TV, but holy crap, I
asked you a question.
I can't be good faith in that case.
The follow-up was I was going to ask you if it's happened before, why you think this is different, to give you an opportunity to say that you don't trust Trump, or you think he's a tyrant, or whatever the problem is leading back to Iran, because we have to do it one thing at a time, because you're like, hey, give me 15 seconds. Then you mentioned like 10 things, and it's rather jumbled, and we need to get it like organized to be like, okay, so A leads to B leads to C, and you're like A leads to R leads to X leads to 4, and I'm just trying to like get it in my head to actually understand what you're saying.
Yeah, my main thing is, I'll say it again, Donald Trump, I believe he acted unconstitutionally, tyrannically, like a fascist, and there's not a geopolitical justification.
Okay, so without the language, what did he do specifically that was, what did you say, unconstitutional? We don't even need to worry about the fascist term, because anyone, it's just a disparaging term.
We'll get to
but like, what did he do specifically that's unconstitutional?
So specifically what Donald Trump did was he used a false pretense to deploy U.S. military domestically.
That's false.
And then he intentionally did not engage in diplomatic talks.
Okay, so these are two separate things, right?
Which may force at some point the American people to go to war.
These are two separate things, right?
The second's not even unconstitutional.
These are two separate things, right?
Can I ask one question real quick?
It's the same.
No, I understand, but we need to take it one thing at a time.
Hold on. Can I ask one question real quick?
Go ahead, lower class.
How is Donald Trump's dishonesty not already the status quo since before he was a president? How is that not the status quo of who we have in office? Thank you.
Is that for me?
Yeah, that's for you, Doug.
Yeah, I mean, I would say if Barack Obama is going to trade conch shells, conch shells and little tiny pieces of gold that he fished out of, whatever Alaskan tributary, for an Iranian nuclear deal that appeared attractive and suitable, and Donald Trump is instead going to trade American lives and trillions of taxpayers' dollars, and really the safety of not just the United States but the entire world. He's not acting as an honest person at that time.
Yeah, but I mean, that's not my question. My question is, how is him being dishonest not already the status quo?
He's not going to answer.
It doesn't. You can add all the outside things to it, but what I'm saying is, even if he is dishonest and he is a liar, every president has lied. Every president has done something along these lines, right? And like we can use all these different things where, yeah, Trump's doing it now, so it's bad, but Barack Obama did the exact same thing to Syria. Bush did the exact same thing to Iraq. I mean, like, we can go down the line and look at these people who've been doing this shit forever. So him being dishonest and all that, well, yeah, it sounds good to say that, but what I'm saying is, what's the difference? It's still the status quo.
I'll tell you the difference is the bottom line is, when I go into my geopolitics discords, no one can mansplain to me how my opinion and my feelings as a citizen are wrong with Donald Trump. So you can mansplain to me how Barack Obama wasn't.
Are you admitting to not being a man?
Yeah, because it's going there anyway.
I'm sorry.
Okay, now hold on. This is really cool. This is really cool rhetoric.
No, but are you going to be my dad?
No, let's go there.
Okay, no offense, dude. I'm just saying that.
No, this is really cool rhetoric, and I get it. You're having fun, but you still haven't. When I initially asked, and then other guy like kind of started jostling your elbow and throwing you off with this, you mentioned two separate things that were unconstitutional. The first one you said was deploying troops within the U.S. with like under false pretenses. Is that what you were saying?
Yep.
Okay. So would you say that when there's vehicles being firebombed and police are being trapped under freeways because they can't get away because like felony level like pieces of rocks are being thrown at them, and that fireworks, which are also a felony to use at the police, like it's not like people are using like flashing lights and loud sounds like the Summer of Love with BLM, like they're using actual weapons against them, and the damage being done to federal property, there's a prerogative to be able to protect them. Like there is a legal precedent. Like you are aware that there have been and there are a whole bunch of people in the federal jurisdiction of like judicial precedents that are watching him for any chance to like come in and being, here's the injunction, here's the problem, I'm gonna like make a name for myself for sticking it to Trump. That if there was any cause for that, don't you think that every single one of them would have been screaming the sky is falling? But it didn't happen. So when you say that it's like illegal or a bad precedent, but no one else is saying that because it's so like politically convenient for them to do so without political ending themselves of like a false flag, I find it not disingenuous, but it seems like it's an extension of your rhetoric that there was a precedent, you just don't necessarily agree with it or like it, as opposed to it actually was the case that that's true.
So this is the actual sequence of events, and you can't say that, you know, I'm trying to change the topic. You can't say that I'm trying to mischaracterize what you're saying. The actual case was that on day one of the protests, police, when they had to set up a perimeter, did so in less than 2 minutes. You didn't have 24-hour standoffs with armed U.S. soldiers or LA forces.
That's not true, Doug. They did not enforce the curfew that they set. They were unable to respond to the level of aggression that the protesters levied against the police. They lost like 5 different cruisers, and a bunch of people got injured that shouldn't have been injured if the people were going to cooperate. So all of this got out of hand. Trump sends in the fucking Marines to guard federal sites, not to take over the fucking streets. That's not unconstitutional.
Let me EOD and I take this because my main contention with that is if DHS is communicating to the American people there's 1,000 violent protesters, you're telling me 1,000 violent protesters in 2025 in Los Angeles destroyed five police cars, and they told people you can stay outside late. That was what they did wrong.
Did you look at the incident reports or like the hospital records or that sort of stuff? Because it's not just vehicle, it's also the buildings being damaged and also the officers themselves. Also, what day did the troop? Because it wasn't day one the troops got sent. Like, let's if you want to get into the actual minutia of it and not the broad strokes, what day did they actually get deployed? Because Trump was like, I'm going to do the thing, and then it was like a day or two later, people were like, hey, where are the troops? Like, it wasn't in like it was like what, day 5 or 7? I don't remember. Do you?
No. So, you know, how I would sort of think that it would go is that
Abe Dinkus has an answer for us on this. If we could just get to the shit, they went for 3 days before troops entered, and the troops are only there to protect federal buildings. Like I said, federal facilities. That's all they're doing.
Then why is Tom Homan pig snorting? Why is Tom Homan pig snorting on the news while people are protesting in the street?
What do you mean by pig snorting?
If you want to use rhetorical language, doesn't he always do that for any reason that he has like, oh, I'm right because I'm offensive, and he sounds a lot like,
I think so.
Yeah. So him doing it is nothing new.
Yeah.
Well, and even Karen Bass admitted that the National Guard and the Marines were not engaged in any kind of law enforcement. They weren't enforcing anything on the streets. They weren't doing anything on the streets.
They had 2 standing orders. The first one is self-defense. Like if someone actually attacks them, they can defend themselves. And the second one is if they're stationed at a building to guard it to prevent it from being damaged because it's federal property, which freed the police up to be able to more effectively do their job. But it's
no one has been able to explain to me, Darth, how Los Angeles wasn't capable of defending their own property, and why they believed it was the case. We've seen without the National Guard, other places have protested and it's gone back to peace and normalcy. Why LA was different? What was the actual argument that a city with a $1 trillion GDP, and a billion, like way more than $1 billion police budget, defense budget, why is it the case that they appeared to be doing, whatever?
Well,
it's like, it doesn't make sense to me.
So the other places, no, I know, but just to take it one at a time, the other places that the National Guard or whoever wasn't sent there is because it didn't escalate in the sense because the officials made different choices. They went about it a different way. And but also,
give me a second. Give me a second. The officials
Los Angeles. Let him finish, Doug. Hold on.
Governor Newsom and Mayor Bass.
You cannot. I'm going to keep
repeating and
treat you like a child unless you stop. You cannot make multiple points and then have it where I cannot respond to all like your 2 or 3 points. And as soon as I start getting into one, and you're trying to cut me on. You asked about the property and what that had to do with anything. Essentially, It's federal property. It's not state or city. The federal government pays taxes on it. The federal government is responsible for the upkeep and repair. The federal government is responsible for ensuring the solvency of it in terms of like you need an identification to get into it. There's sensitive records. There's a whole bunch of like emergency, disaster. Oh no, a massive calamity. There's like supplies and like rules for the local government to do stuff in the basements of those buildings. And so there's a lot of that sort of stuff. So if those buildings are being damaged, there is technically a legal precedent to deploy troops there to deal with it. And the reason it was different in other places is just because other people were doing other things. It's also so the meme of LA is why it was convenient to send the troops there.
Let me respond to your convenience. Let me respond to this, and I'm going to get back to my first point that Donald Trump is treating his presidency like he's raising the asset price of his name on social media and the sort of net worth of his yes men. Because when you see what most people would say as a tempered response, there is little to nothing that Mayor Karen Bass or Gavin Newsom did incorrecely. We appeared to see the same pattern as we. No, let me finish.
I'll lose what you're saying if I don't. Are you talking about cronyism, like his yes men, like that they're his cronies and he's like giving them stuff to help them because they're helping him? That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, so
okay,
it's the contrast. The difference
thank
here.
you.
The
thank
difference
you for
here. The difference here is.
Thank you for answering.
No,
I appreciate you doing it.
I wasn't done with my point. I wasn't done with my point. Thank you for doing what? Okay, so the difference between.
No, for letting me know it was cronyism because I wasn't sure what you were talking about.
Let him finish. Let him fucking finish.
I know. No, I'm not trying to interrupt. I'm trying to be polite.
No, the difference
thanking you for I didn't mean to interrupt you.
The difference between how I think adults and grown-ups see the response is that Karen Bass, Gavin Newsom did nothing incorrect. We believe that these were protests that were like anything else going to run their course or fizzle. Instead, Donald Trump wanted people on social media talking about violent protesters and riots. And this is another instance since like 2012 of Donald Trump spreading birther lies, having people in the White House that beat the same drum, and now he's using that power. Why is it not believable and conceivable he's using that power to go to war with Iran instead of doing what politicians normally do, which is communicate transparently with the American people?
So this is cool rhetoric and soapboxing, by the way.
Yeah.
Is that right?
If we could just summarize your point, Duck, it's that Orange Man bad, right?
No, it's that you guys have Trump derangement syndrome. It's that you guys pick up I'm not done. You guys pick up a Cosmo magazine.
I think you are done. Okay, just shut the fuck up. Teriak, do you want to weigh in on this?
Yeah, just to kind of dissolve like Duck of this whole thing. Like I see, he clearly has a bad case of TDS, Trump derangement syndrome, because this whole thing where Trump's a fascist and all this kind of shit. Like Duck would be, I imagine, one of these people that really does not like Nazis. Correct? Would I be correct in saying that, Duck?
What? Like I have.
Do you not like
I make fun of VOD for having a secret Nazi room sometimes, but like
he asked you, do you not like Nazis?
I'm not Antifa. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, that's not an answer. It's either yes or no.
You can't answer basic questions.
Hey, I don't like Nazis.
I don't either. I don't like Nazis. Let's go around the room. We'll take a quick poll. Do you like Nazis? No.
Okay, so
Darth,
I don't like Nazis.
I'm going to expound a little bit. My grandfather in World War II fought against Japanese pirates in little boats with flags that were from the little Indonesian islands, and they would try to board his ship that was patrolling north of New Zealand. And he literally would fight Japanese pirates in World War II. And those people were allied with the Nazis. I had other family members that fought in World War II against the Nazis. I do not like them unequivocally. That's my roundabout answer to if I like Nazis or not.
It's genuinely a simple question, Doug. Like I'm assuming you don't like Nazis, correct?
Teriak, I don't know what justification, where that question came from.
Just
but
answer
I think
yes or no.
I'm going to go out on a limb. Okay, I'm just going to assume. I'm
It's a
not
safe
even going to ask you.
assumption,
I'm not
yes.
going to attempt to ask you any more questions, though, because you just can't even
Sure.
answer simple fucking questions. Okay, I'm going to
That
go out
was
on a limb
pretty
and say I'm
fucking
going to
simple.
assume you don't like Nazis. But if you were a Nazi, surely the American political system is perfectly set up.
Wait,
Like,
why don't
because
I like
Nazi?
Nazis?
Well, let me
Why don't I
finish.
like
Let me finish,
Nazis,
Doug.
Teriak?
I waited
I
patiently
don't.
for your shit.
Why? No, you
Yeah.
answer
Duck.
me now. You answer me now, Teriak.
I'm explaining the situation. I'm explaining.
Why
just
don't
let me
you like
explain the situation
Nazis?
first. And I'll
Hold
answer
on,
first.
Doug.
You do understand what a rhetorical question is, right, Doc?
Yeah. So if I was a Nazi, right, the American political system is the perfect system for me because Nazi is short for National Socialist. Like that's the whole movement in Germany in the 1940s, all that kind of shit, or 1930s, all that kind of shit. Right? National Socialist. If I want, all I have to do is break my policies into two groups: the nationalist policies and the socialist policies, and then I pay off the top politicians on both sides, and then whoever gets into office is just a priority.
Isn't that the
I
case for
pass on my
every
nationalist
political
bills.
party, though?
That's
Can't
exactly
anyone
that's
do
what I'm
what they
saying.
want with America? Because it's
Yes,
like an immune system that
exactly.
can get overridden by a virus or
Exactly. So
cancer.
this whole
Ultimately,
thing of
yeah.
like Trump's a fascist, it's like you best start believing in Nazis, Duck.
All right.
You're living in a Nazi system.
All right. Hang on just a second. We have two new entrants into the room. What's your name? Random Independent. Are you there, brother? Or you haven't said anything? Yes, no, maybe so. I don't have.
Only time will tell.
All right, man. Well, I'm gonna disconnect you from the chat for now. And Wobbly, how you doing, brother? It's good to see you, man.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
This is my good buddy Wobbly.
Howdy.
He's a Navy vet. So
As an aside, like the idea of using a term like Nazi for political expediency is incredibly dangerous and disingenuous. It also like undercuts and cheapens what the Nazis actually were and what they did, and like how really, really bad they were. And it's shaming language that dehumanizes, where it's okay to punch a Nazi in the face. That's a natural extension. That if Trump
Yeah, well, I'm
and
going
his
with the literal.
jackboots, no, but if Trump and his jackboots are like clamping down on LA, then it makes sense to be the underdog and fight them and throw rocks at them and to physically attack them because they're quote Nazis or his cronies or lackeys. Like that's why the rhetoric is dangerous.
Their whole movement is a farce. It's a fallacy. It's fallacious. It's a load of bullshit. Like they're literally burning the American flag, openly, proudly in protest of the gun down shit.
Which the
Meanwhile,
Supreme Court,
in Iran, if you were to burn that Iranian flag, you would go missing. You would disappear. you would
I'm
no
aware
longer
of that,
be
but
alive.
the Supreme Court,
they don't have.
And
they don't have.
support the Iranian regime.
No. You mentioned burning.
They don't
flags.
have freedom of speech in Iran.
Clarification is the Supreme Court has said that it is a verified version that is protected as freedom of speech.
Well,
I mean,
I was going to say, even considering that it's incredibly disrespectful and short-sighted and a terrible, terrible fucking thing to do to a country that allows you to speak your mind and to peacefully protest in the first place. It allows these people to go out into the street and do this kind of shit. It's disgusting.
Because if you go after them for
terribly
burning a flag,
hypocritical.
like, I'm not doing anything illegal, and like, so you just weaken your position in that sense. I don't think anyone should do it. I think it should be a crime, but it's not.
Can I ask you a question though?
What?
So why
me?
Why would
Okay, sure. What would you like to ask me?
Is my mic on?
You glitched on us for a second.
I was making sure you were talking to me and not someone else, Doc. I was just asking for clarification.
The mic is working. Okay. I will ask you with a French accent.
Why?
So why would I be sort of like South Park? So why would it be the case that I am incorrect to draw a comparison to Oliver North and Iran Contra, as well as the Cambodian bombing campaign of Henry Kissinger, when it is the case Donald Trump has shown his willingness to lie to the American people? The people.
Yes. Okay. Him lying is not unique, dude.
You're asking me, since this has happened in the past and Trump is now doing the same thing, why is it different?
That's from the perspective of the people.
Yes, but
there
even
still
as a
were
people,
there
fundamentally
still
speaking,
were hold on, there still were detractors and people that weren't for it when those events happened. And people had bad things to say about the presidency and the administration and the situation. Back then, just like today, people have negative things to say and bad things to say about the administration, and they're not down with what's going on. Where is your distinction for why it's different? Why is it different now, aside from you happen to be in the present in the position of not liking it, where if when Kissinger was doing it or other people in the past, hopefully you would have been the same thing, logically consistent against it then. Why is it different then from now?
Because one person shouldn't be conducting illegal international campaigns.
Has it happened before?
Not bad.
well, no, fundamentally, Doug, like if you're going to have a secret service or CIA, for example, you are then you have to be okay with your government lying to you. If you're okay
I'm not
with
talking
covert
about lying.
operations,
I'm
if you want
talking
that
about
covert
the
operations.
actual like bombings and stuff, which is what Doc's talking about.
All of this is precedented under previous presidencies. That's true.
Donald Trump lying.
For the people.
Okay, Doug, hold on a second, okay? Everybody shut the fuck up. Doug, I just want to clarify that what Darth is saying is that in the past, presidents have done this kind of thing before. Why is this Donald Trump doing this any different? Please answer in a regular fucking accent. Quit being a goddamn character. Thank you.
Typically did this exact same thing in Syria.
Let Doug answer the crown. And let Doug answer.
So when you're seeing horrific actions happen because of loose control of the executive, or
that's cool rhetoric, but why is it different?
That's not an answer to the question.
Talking about the real world, you have to stay on topic.
In the real world, presidents have bombed countries before without congressional approval.
It doesn't make any sense.
Yes, it does.
It's happened before where presidents have taken unilateral action to do bombing or policing action campaigns on foreign soil without declaring war. There's historical precedent for this. It's real world as it gets. People are being bombed and dying. You're telling me that's not real world?
So when you're asking, so you believe in your world, Darth,
you're just absolutely incapable of answering a fucking question.
You're telling me that you're throwing spears, and you're telling me that in Darth's world there is not an explanation, or there's some kind of funky smelling taint reason why people.
How about we label it? There's something rotten in the state of Denmark.
Firearm.
How about we just label it? There's something rotten in the state of Denmark.
Yeah, you can call it something rotten.
The impression I get from you, Doug, to steelman your position is that despite the fact this has happened in the past, it's somehow different now because there's something rotten in the state of Denmark, which is quoting Shakespeare, that it's like Hamlet comes back and he realizes that his uncle is doing fucky wucky, and there's something really, really wrong, and that maybe his father was actually murdered because he keeps talking to his ghost. Like, it's an older, like, it's the foundational principle of that you're thinking that Trump did something and is doing something that's disingenuous and different, and there isn't precedent for it ever having happened before. But what I'm asking you is that there's been times in the past that police actions or bombings like this have happened with drones or planes or secret agents. Why is it different now specifically, without going into rhetorical points or lambasting him with language? Like, what is he actually doing that's different?
Yeah,
aside from the fact that your feelings hurt.
I can answer you this way. If Donald Trump is the great man that he believes he is, and me as just a private citizen have to believe his story.
This is not relevant to the question, Doug. Answer the question.
This is relevant, because if Donald Trump is saying there's something rotten in Denmark or whatever that
you're the person who's saying that.
Trump.
Okay.
And Donald Trump, yes.
Why is Trump different? Hold on, Darth. I got this. Yeah. What is Trump doing differently, Doug?
From 2010, from 2008 or 2010, Donald Trump was not able to raise himself to the level of a president. He's a social media influencer.
Okay, so this is Doug. This is rhetoric. This is not answering the question. What is it that Trump has done which is not precedented by previous presidents? For vis-a-vis Obama, the one that exactly preceded him prior to 2016.
Donald Trump, he pulled out of the Iran nuclear deal, and it didn't appear that he was willing to negotiate.
So you're saying that hold on, I just want to clarify.
Our military infrastructure.
Great. So pulling out of the Iran nuclear deal is unconstitutional to your mind. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that it appears it could be unconstitutional.
Okay, so that's a yes. That's a yes.
He's not sure.
Yes.
He's not sure, and he doesn't want to get caught with his foot out. So he's.
How is the stealth bomb campaign unconstitutional?
It wasn't the stealth bomb campaign. It was pulling out of the Iran nuclear deal that Obama set up in 2014 or some shit.
How is that unconstitutional?
It's not.
EOD, who are you going to talk to though if we wake up and in tomorrow or in 15 minutes we see on our YouTube newsfeed or our Bloomberg newsfeed that there's now been a massive strike by Iran? You understand what that means.
There's already been a strike by Iran. Iran has already sent 6 nuclear missiles, or not nuclear missiles, 6 missiles to an air base in Qatar. Right.
Point of clarification.
Something I don't want to see happen.
The U.S. when they were launching them, they told on state media. They said we're launching a strike.
I know.
5 minutes or 15 minutes, like anything around the world could hypothetically happen. It's not relevant.
Yeah.
So is there any nuance or complexity? Who does Trump actually control? Right. It's not my show, but if you want my rhetorical opinion, who is Trump actually commanding in the United States Congress? Who's the establishment at this time that's making these types of decisions without consulting anyone?
I don't think anyone asked for your rhetorical opinion. That's not really what we were talking about.
No, we're trying to get to the essence and the fruit of what you're actually saying.
He has something in his throat that he really wants to say, and it's like having dicks in both your ears that you can't hear, and you have this load in your throat you want to cough up and snowball back on the guy who's been pumping it in your face all day.
That's not true. That's not true. Let me explain this.
That's disgusting imagery.
I laid out a clear argument.
No, you didn't, man.
I laid out one of the most clear arguments about why Trump is behaving with dishonesty. Thank you.
Again, so to paraphrase that, Duck, you're laying out arguments as to why Trump bad. To paraphrase.
Yeah, 100%.
Duck came in, sat on the couch and started eating the chips and drinking the beer and saying, I'm going to have this argument whether you like it or not. And he keeps going back to the fact that he's trying to have the argument, but we're all trying to figure out what we should even talk about first. And Duck's like, hey, let's talk about this thing. And he keeps coming back to wanting to talk about it, which is fine, but it's like the conversation needs to be organic. The conversation needs to be organic and move on, where it can't just be what you want to talk about, Duck. And it has to keep going back to what you want. It can move forward and other people can also talk. Just keep in mind
someone
else's platform.
Speaking of those circumstances, okay.
Okay.
All right.
Sorry.
Speaking of those circumstances, Wobbly's from California. We were mentioning the National Guard being, or not only the National Guard, but also the Marines being deployed into California to protect federal assets. Wobbly, what have you seen coming out of LA recently? What do you care to opine on that?
Pretty much the same thing.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't want to talk about California, to be honest with you.
You don't? All right. Well, never mind that.
Please change something out of California.
Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Because I'm the only one. I'm probably the only one in this panel that actually lives in California.
That's fair.
Do you mind if I ask you a question, Wobbly?
Go right ahead.
Is it a safe assumption that you don't want to talk about it because it's really upsetting for you? Which I would completely empathize with. Like if that was going on in my backyard, I'd want to be a million miles away, dude. And I can completely respect that.
I got pretty angry on another stream the other night and jumped in. People do not understand the timeline. They don't understand what actually triggered it off. They don't understand that it was actually planned well ahead of time. There's outside influences in California that is stirring all this up. That's what, and they started it with intent. But when you're talking about a president that goes outside of the office, somebody please explain to me Vietnam then.
Yeah.
The police action, you mean?
Yeah, because it was a war without ever being declared a war.
True.
Or like how Obama kept drone striking all these countries we weren't at war with, and Bush was hit. Like every president has done some shenanigans.
Something to this
effect. That was my point
earlier. It's bad that it happened.
This is literally the status quo in America.
It's the National Socialist System.
All right.
What happened in 1947? In 1947, you had the National Securities Act, which renamed the Department of War to Department of Defense, which is propaganda.
Wait, hold on.
So after taking all these German scientists,
wasn't that roughly when the Soviets got the atomic bomb?
47,
46, 47.
47 National Securities Act.
Yeah,
that's when you establish the deep state. You establish the CIA. You establish the shit where it's basically
the two of them shook hands. That it was right around that same time that we need the quote Defense Department because the Soviet enemy is rising because they have the bomb, and that was kind of the whole scare to it.
For sure.
Yeah, that's the whole propaganda campaign. Yeah, but that's what happened in that act. In that one act, the whole deep state gets established.
No shit.
I know. I'm just giving
when you
the
look
context.
back. When you look back to Germany in the 1930s,
instead of a carrot and a stick, there's the fear and the response. That the fear is the bomb, which leads to what you're talking about. Like the fear of the communists leads to the response in Vietnam. The fear of Iran having a thing leads to us doing what we're doing now. Like there's always, instead of carrot and stick, to be mindful for context for the audience listening, there's the fear followed with the reaction.
Yeah, those are tumbling. Those relate to each other. As a matter of fact, when people are afraid, the line in Men in Black is that a person is smart, people are stupid, which means we believe that. To me, that means we believe a narrative that allows powerful people to act disingenuously.
It's why propaganda works. That's correct.
Yeah, it's literally status quo in a country.
But I'm just for because we've talked about police actions and bombings and drone strikes and all these different things, and if Trump is or is not different. But it's like this has been going on since we swept the board at the end of World War II. We're the superpower. There's no big swinging dicks left, and so we start exporting what it is that we think, which is there's a fear to galvanize the people so that political expediency can happen because the founders set it up to move like a glacier. But if you have precedent, you can actually rush things through, and we've been doing that for 70 years. And are you surprised the world's on fire? Like the U.S. is leading the world, but it's like the blind leading the blind because you got these small groups that. You can't attribute malice to idiots. Like these people want to make money, and to hell with the consequences of half a country burns down. They're just too busy making money. And then another organization is in power while they've gotten out of power because they burned all the political capital, and some other part of the industrial military complex makes a bunch of money while some other country gets bombed.
So
like
the other
it's status quo.
The other interesting one there is that the U.S. has always used, especially since World War I, has used veterans to sort of build that national strategy buy-in. Another example is that when the OSS was dissolved and turned into the CIA.
What do you mean by buy-in? Sorry, what do you mean by buy-in?
I'm supporting your point, but yeah, when people turn on the news and they say, well, this is sort of understandable.
You said veterans, the buy-in, like what
did he means public support for something. That's what he means.
Yeah, so prior to
not
World
like
War
voting,
II,
but like
prior
propaganda.
to World War II, yeah, no, okay, let me explain this. Prior to World War II, you have, if the U.S. Air Force or Army goes and does something, everybody knows about it. After World War II, when 70% of the first members of the CIA were part of the OSS, they were an underground sabotage team. During World War II. Yeah.
Sappers.
So you have so sappers or whatever. No one cares.
No, they would go underneath the emplacements and blow them up. The sabotage people, they're known as sappers.
It's not important. It's not important though.
Well, it's what the term is.
Okay, but it's deeply unimportant. And so when you see the OSS becoming the CIA, you are having United States military and the DoD telling people, well, we don't need to be under the total umbrella of the DoD in order for us to be effective for national security abroad. And this ultimately does lead to things like starvation campaigns in Cambodia, Laos, and Vietnam, napalm campaigns, like all kinds of horrible stuff. I was just doing research on this last night. There was the 3rd Air Force were the ones that carried out the Cambodian strikes. Literally the guy's commanding officer, you would get a phone call from Washington to one guy to a guy in Guam who would then go out and launch planes and for over a year would just go bomb Cambodia. But and so when people, even when you hear about this, you're saying, well, this is the United States military doing this. How is that true? How is that true that this is the United States doing this when
They have
you
orders.
have when you have the highest commanding officer of the Air Force who doesn't know that we're bombing another sovereign international.
What are you talking about? That the commander of the Air Force doesn't know that we're bombing another sovereign national country?
The
What are you
left
even talking
hand
about?
doesn't know what the right hand is doing. That even though the commander of the Air Force doesn't know of an operation, there could be people in the CIA or other white or black branches of the government that actually can co-opt certain, like, oh, you're in this area, so here's a piece of paper, you're going to go do the thing, and nobody higher up the chain of command knows, but somebody that was elected or appointed knows about it, that is hopefully relative to the president, and the president's like, hey, do the thing, or do the thing and don't tell me about the thing. And so his person is like, okay, we need to reach out to Captain Muckety Muck that's in Cambodia to do the thing. But like Muckety Muck's major and like the Air Force general and like the secretary of the Air Force, none of them know what the hell's going on. But Muckety Muck has to go on this thing because it's been arranged to keep like people in the dark, or to like have like an air of credibility, or to not draw attention. There's reasons that people do all these different kinds of things.
I'd also question your research when you said that the third wing was headquartered out of Guam. It was headquartered out of Paris, California.
All right, before you answer, Doug. Okay, before you answer, Doug, I gotta go to the bathroom. Dog's gotta go to the bathroom. Wobbly, you're in charge while I'm gone. Don't let a random independent in here until I get back. Okay, cool. I'll be back.
Don't fall in.
Yeah, but the point is that if Donald Trump's social media accounts are the things, those are the digital things themselves standing in front of people, having transparent access to information.
By that you mean propaganda, right?
Propaganda, but also propaganda
functionally
and
shorthand.
tactical tools. If
it's
you don't
not a gotcha.
understand it both ways, what
shorthand.
the fuck are you doing then?
No,
what do you do here?
No, it's that you're mentioning the social media and stuff, and I'm just as a shorthand. He's using social media as propaganda to be able to do what he wants to get political capital, right?
Totally. Yeah.
Okay.
Political
I'm just
capital,
clarifying, just so I understand.
Dishonesty, and when those things have the implications of breaking international law. I don't know why that doesn't make sense. Do you personally
that's the first time you mentioned it.
Not see that the Americans and the people
imagine that like you've read a book and you know the ending, and you're talking about the middle of the book, and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're like, how do you not know? Haven't you read the book? But like, we're still in like chapter 2. You're like on chapter 30. Like, so there's a bit of like, you're extrapolating for like the future ending for what you're building to, but like I'm trying to clarify to even follow what it is you're talking about.
It's like volume 7 chapter 30, right? Like, but sure. I don't know, right? I'm a 35-year-old dude. I don't know that much. I don't like, that's what I'm saying. So it feels to me like I'm in Looney Tune land. I have autism. I'm trying to explain why this makes sense. I'm trying to figure out how I would explain this to like my boss or to my family if I just read this in a newspaper and I'm the only person here that can read.
All right, since you said you don't know much, and you also said you're autistic,
it's insane.
You're trying to find a way to explain it to your boss in a succinct, like 2 or 3 sentences without going on and on. What is the concept you're trying to explain to your boss without actually explaining it? Just like the synopsis of the essay. Like, what would the title of it be?
The synopsis is that Trump wasn't running an election campaign. He was running a campaign to get power because he wasn't happy with how his first presidency went. And instead of preparing for the presidency, which is what normally yields power, he's been able to slip in this illegal national deployment. And the most frightening thing that he's been able to do was perhaps sink the United States into a conflict which would kill millions of Iranians, perhaps tens of thousands of Americans, and perhaps worse. That's the best case scenario.
So for the first part, like with the social media and that he wasn't running a re-election campaign, everything he did was bombastic to get free press, to get everybody talking about it. It's what he did the first time, and then it's what he did the second time. He got everyone talking about him, that his opposition was always complaining about him. But the thing that most people don't understand about the voting booth is that you and everyone else are an idiot, because you're going to go in and you're not going to think, You got to listen to me for a sec. You're not going to think about the specific points or the bits of a platform like you might, because you're like really into it or autistic or whatever. But the average voter, they don't know, they don't care. You're lucky if they even vote, and it's 99% name recognition. So if that's the name of the game, Trump's just the first one to really like mobilize social media to his benefit, to get everyone talking about him, to get mainstream news talking about him, that he's like, hey, I said I did a thing and I actually got it done. He seems different from the status quo. And guess what? He got elected. And then he did the same thing to get reelected.
Let me respond to this. Most Trump voters should see, most American voters, even very uneducated ones, right? We don't, like in the United States, we don't always talk about voter education because it shouldn't matter. You have common sense. Most people should see Donald Trump, love Donald Trump, and hated the United States.
Do most people
voters
stop
should
at
have
stop
seen.
signs?
Most people should have seen that Donald Trump wanted the United States to be weaker in a way which is just Donald Trump coming in and doing things.
Duck,
that's what he was actually going for.
Do most people stop at stop signs?
Most people obey the
No, do
rules,
most people stop at, if no cops around, it's in the middle of nowhere.
Road?
Do you know?
What are
Do
you
most
talking
people?
About?
If you're in the middle of nowhere,
doesn't make sense. That's off
no,
the chain.
you
dude.
got no. You got to listen to me because you said that most people have common sense, and so I'm kind of combating you a little bit. That if you're in the middle of nowhere, and it's a stop sign, do most people stop? They might slow down, but do they actually come to a full stop where the rear wheels in the trunk actually sits, which is what cops look for if you ran or slow rolled through the stop sign? Do most people stop at stop signs? Yes or no?
Most people understand cars and laws on the road. They understand their car and other cars.
No,
so
it's the logical entailment of what they do with that knowledge. Well, I'd argue that most of them don't. Or if you look at Walmart, do most people go in the exit door or go like out the enter door? Like, do they use the right door at Walmart? See, most people don't read signs in America. Most people don't stop at stop signs. Most people speed. Most people do things they shouldn't do, which goes counter-culture to common sense. So if you say most people have common sense, so why don't we have better voting education? If people had common sense, you wouldn't need it, is my point. You can't base anything on the common sense of the common voter. People are idiots.
Then you have to inject the problem with not just candidates, but when there are bills and measures on the ballot, and they're worded in a way that most people won't understand the consequences of what they're voting for.
Where they vote against their own interests? Yeah, that's a very disingenuous trick that they do.
It happens all the time here in California.
Well, it was like the idea of Obamacare. That's not even what it actually was known as. They just had it as a slogan to get people to vote. They're lucky to get people to vote at all. It's actually really, really sad, the like low IQ bar of like voters.
Part of this discussion seems to be centered around social media too.
Yeah.
And one of the first presidents that actually realized the amount of exposure in social media was Obama.
With the grassroots campaign? I would agree with that.
Obama, yeah, because Obama was a young, charismatic president who also had experience as a community organizer. He was someone who broke the paradigm of what the political establishment normally looks and sounds like.
So if Obama could do it, Trump can't, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, yeah, because Democrats, and this, I say this as a progressive voter, so sorry to the audience, but Obama was the first person to honestly, in earnest, talk about an executive platform of healthcare reform and about ending the war in Iraq and Afghanistan. Everyone else at that time, except maybe Ron Paul and Bernie Sanders, was very standoffish when they talked about getting out of the war, when they talked about healthcare. Barack Obama was very different in that way.
Did you hear his question?
I didn't hear the.
No, his question was that it's good when Obama does it, but it's bad when Trump does it, right? That's what he was asking.
So,
which you're basically saying, yes, that Obama did it for good reasons and Trump is doing it for bad. It's like the idea that a gun isn't good or bad. It's
no, because
the person
if I call Donald Trump a fascist after he strikes Iran, people will think I'm saying Orange Man bad, but I just spent 40 minutes up here, toiling in my farm. I just spent 40 minutes reaping my fucking crops and shit. And now and so I believe that Donald Trump, that's my argument, was that Donald Trump has actually already operationalized and built a network budget and social media budget around illegal operations around the world, especially in Iran.
Does the US government do that for most of what they do? Like they have actual budgets for disinformation or
Just the
misinformation?
US, everyone does that. That's what a nation's state is and does.
Yeah, every country. No, but you're trying to act like Trump is doing something that's so unique and different that it makes him worse than everyone else. But it's like he's just doing what everyone else is doing. So if you complain about him, you have to complain about everyone and everything, which means you can't. There's no point in complaining about it.
No, because when Barack Obama was, cleaning his room, like Jordan Peterson said, he wanted the United States to be rigid and being able to pass policy. So that's all I'm saying is that what's different is Donald Trump is saying, I need yes men, I need people they don't know about, I need people
I'll engage with you on
things
this.
I say, I need people to believe things that I say, and
then
I'll be.
You're saying that basically what Obama did.
Every president has done that. Every president has done that.
No, you said that.
That's not true at all.
Doc,
come on,
you
yes,
said
it is
that
true.
What Obama was doing was basically good with the social media stuff, right? That's functionally what you're saying.
I'm saying that you can use what
no,
you
just
have.
in a yes or no, real
I'm
quick.
That if you believe that you can use what you have to obtain power, that's the definition.
Okay,
of
so
fascism.
Obama was doing good things. He wasn't being a fascist. However, Obama is still on record with, I think Biden is close to it, but Obama had an unprecedented number of drone strikes across the entire Arab Spring. And so when you take that damage and the deaths, he did. It's on the record. But if you compare that to Trump, even with Iran, what Obama did is way worse.
One bomb for every 3 hours. One bomb for every 3 hours for 8 years that he was in office.
So Obama's worse? Yeah. What is that?
No, I'm not. No, I'm questioning.
Yes, Obama's fucking worse.
When you say that Trump is a fascist, but Obama is not, and if you look at the social media stuff, that's cool. But if you look at the actual people dying bombings, it's legit. About every 3 hours, Obama was dropping ordnance on someone.
But
comparatively, no, hold on. I'm almost done. Let me land the plane. Let me land the plane.
Duck, hold the fuck on.
That because of that, the number of people that died and the number of bombs that Obama did versus Trump, and what you're talking about, Trump and Iran and him deploying troops and doing these militaristic actions, making him, quote, like a fascist, wouldn't that quantify where Obama is much more like a fascist due to the number of people that he killed and the number of bombs that were used for the number of time?
That's not that funny, dude. That's not that funny.
I'm not.
What do you mean
joking.
funny?
Obama was trying to.
It's an objective difference. Hold on, Duck.
I think I'm being funny.
Duck, before you run off on another spurgy fucking non-response. Okay, it is objectively true.
Being funny.
Darth, let me reiterate this for you. All right. It is objectively true that Obama dropped more bombs on the Middle East than Trump has. All right. So in that way, is he not more fascist or is he? Okay. If you're not going to answer the question, then
me, yeah. Is more or less fascist
than Trump? Yeah.
He's violent. I would
Trump,
definitely say that's a
due to bombing
violence.
Due to bombing and doing illegal military stuff, you were saying that Trump more or less is fascist-like, right?
I'm saying that Obama made a violent decision which was imperfect.
I didn't ask you about Obama.
I did.
I asked you.
How do you not understand this?
I do understand, but you don't seem to understand what a question is. What I'm asking is, when Trump is doing, as you say, illegal military things and doing bombing stuff in Iran and other places, would you say that makes him like a fascist or doing fascist things? Yes or no? You mentioned the illegal deployment of troops to LA and the bombing of Iran.
Like this, bro. Why are y'all bullying and ganging up on Duck?
Supporting the whatever the cyber attacks on Iran's nuclear sites was was a violent fascist offensive motion.
Oh, I see.
It was,
I'm
it was
talking about the
offensive, right?
I'm
offensive.
talking about
if
the
you have a
bombings.
different, if you have no, because Darth, if you have something else to say other than offensive, you can speak up and say that. I'm
What am I
calling
saying
Trump a
that's
fascist. I'm
offensive?
saying Obama was no. Do you not know what offense and defense is? Is that not accurate?
I do know what it is, but you're
How is
also
that
quite
not
often
accurate?
not coherent, which makes me have to ask like clarifying questions. And besides, you're still not answering. Like,
Come on, dude.
would you say that Trump has fascist
Can I get in?
tendencies? Yes or
Can
no?
I get in real quick?
I mean, I'd like an answer to the question. It's a very basic question.
You guys keep on asking him the same question. He's not really answering. Well, I kind of came in late, I guess, but why did you say Stuxnet was fascist?
How is Stuxnet's not?
Yeah, so I mean, if Iran was saying the only way to conduct diplomacy was an offensive action, then maybe it wasn't. But if you're infecting the entire world's computing manufacturing infrastructure, that is an offensive. How is that not an offensive? Cyber is an offensive.
Are you equating offensive and fascism?
Capability. It's by definition. No,
what's
you
by definition?
just woke up and finished smoking your blunt, and you didn't hear what the fuck I said for the first half
said
of this
I came
call.
in late.
Okay, that's a cool
That's
personal
what-
attack.
Here
we go.
No,
You came in super late.
no, that's a
Yeah,
cool
dude.
personal attack, Doug, but you're not answering.
Okay, all right, y'all.
I answered his question. if he
Stop for a
doesn't
second.
understand
No,
it.
you did not answer the question.
You didn't answer it.
You keep fucking dodging around shit all the time, Doug. It's really kind of infuriating. But
And he's also because of the way the guy sounds, he's like, you must smoke weed because you don't
I don't
listen.
smoke. I can't stand. I hate smoking.
I was gonna say we have
What he said is you must have
we
never
have a
quit
new
hitting your
contestant entering the room.
listen.
So, what do you have to say on the matter there, Random Independent? Go ahead and get a word in edgewise.
For you to say that I
It
smoke
was.
weed.
It was.
That was a
It
little
was
racist,
hella
buddy.
racist.
It was incredibly racist.
That's
I
fucked
don't know
up.
what race you are. I don't have your screen on.
That was kind of fascist of you to say, actually, because it was offensive to me. So that makes it fascist, correct?
I mean, apparently.
How is that fascist, dude?
I'm asking you the same thing about Stuxnet.
Let's go.
And
No,
you're
because if
saying
you're gonna be
it's
a fucking
offensive.
asshole, if you're gonna come in like an asshole, I'm not
That's a
gonna have a
simple-
conversation.
Did I come in like an asshole? Because I was
came in like
legitimately
an
asking
asshole.
questions.
You were an
Did I
asshole to him
misunderstand
first,
you?
Duck.
You're
You
telling me
started
I'm
the shit. Shut the fuck
misunderstanding
up. Holy shit.
No,
I don't
he
understand
actually came in, Duck. Stop lying, Duck. What he said was, when he came in, why is everyone dogpiling on Duck? He was actually trying to defend you. And you're like, you came in like an asshole. And he's the one guy to speak up for you. And you're going after him, being like,
he
hey,
said that
you
dumb
must have,
shit, and I was
you
kind of like,
must
oh,
have
I see
not
why
listened.
everybody's doing it.
Hey, you
But-
must have not listened. You must have smoked a blunt. You know, you're this. You don't, blah, blah, blah. But like, he actually was like, hey, why are you dogpiling on Duck?
You guys are in Looney Tune land. I'm telling you.
Well, that's
I
great
mean,
and all, but
You guys,
why are
can
you
you guys tell me
equating?
what is this? What is this? Is this an
I
orange
don't
highlighter?
really
Oh
care.
my
Can you
God.
That's your
state what this
tampon.
is?
I mean,
This is
That's your tampon.
All right. Okay, Doug.
I have a straight jacket. Do you want to borrow it?
My point for bringing you on, Random Independent, was to give Duck a little bit of fucking leeway, and he turned around and just shit all over your face. But
Yeah, he didn't realize I can't stand Trump, and he's just over here talking shit. All I did was ask a simple question about why is Stuxnet fascism? It doesn't make sense to me because fascism is a political system, and then you say like some attack, whether it's
He makes you
offensive
look
or
bad.
defensive, equates to fascism, and I'm just confused by that logic, and I'm confused about where that comes from. Instead of answering, he just started insulting me.
If you criticize Trump, you have to deal with people like that being your ally, and it's like that's actually.
Oh, I know it's tragic.
Yeah, it's
Well,
not
no,
good.
I don't, because there's plenty of there's a lot of Republicans that are still not pro Trump. So
I'll
I
be
can
the-
Hey, I didn't mean to put
conservative.
you on blast. I'll apologize to be good faith if I said something
really want you to
racist to you
apologize.
intentionally. Yeah, but I didn't mean to put you on blast, bro. That's my bad, really. I'm super
it is your
progressive. I wouldn't.
I
say
know, I can
something-
tell. That's what's pathetic.
I wouldn't
is
use a
that you know
microaggression.
this is what I don't like. I think like the
It's not
people
a
that call themselves
microaggression.
progressive,
It's
the people that call
point blank
themselves
what you said,
progressive are almost as bad as maggots, and I find you guys to be despicable, just the same.
But me?
So
What am I despicable?
yeah.
What did I do?
well, he's talking about me too, to some extent.
That's racist.
You
But,
progressives are literally just the other side of the coin.
Hmm.
You would do the exact same. You want
the
you want
woke left, woke
AOC.
right, yeah.
You want
If
AOC
you
to
all
be
will stop
in power
talking and
so
let
that
him
she can
fucking
do the
finish what he's
exact same
saying.
shit.
All right.
Is Terry
You want AOC or Bernie Sanders to be if Bernie Sanders' AOC was in power doing the same thing that Trump was doing, but the other way, doing it against the right or whatever, you would be cheering it on and saying, "Oh, it needs to happen."
For sure.
Blah, blah, blah.
All the ideological
That's why I do
fucking
not respect you
vitriol.
people.
All the political vitriol is because of the bipolarization of the parties. I 100% agree with that. Welcome in, Grumble. It's good to see you. How you doing, brother?
Yo, Dio is ghetto raid.
You are super quiet right now.
I don't.
Shit, now you're having the same problem I was before with fucking StreamYard. It's good to see you, brother, though. Welcome in. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt. Teriak, you had something on the tip of your tongue. What are you saying?
No,
I was asking if Teriak's a progressive.
There you go.
No, I was just shit talking.
Brandon was talking about how progressives are like maggots, and Teriak is like, "Hey, why are you saying that? I'm a leprechaun. Are you a progressive?"
Oh no, I just thought I heard something like you people are maggots or whatever. I thought I always like doing maggots as in like the insult, like the maggots kind of thing. But no, like for real though, like I'm quite like in terms of like technology. I think like the whole like I think like if like the bionic arms and all that kind of shit. I think that shit's cool and all that kind of shit. You know what I mean, like I'm quite kind of like forward thinking in terms of
that's like
policy
Paul from
Are we good now?
Segue, but okay.
Hey, baby steps, baby steps. You know what I mean?
Is this better?
Doug, do you want to read? Do you want to?
Much better, Grumple.
I'm gonna ask again since you wanted to apologize.
So
kind of
ghetto raid from Grumple over to EOD. I can't raid anybody on YouTube yet. So I said, hey, go check out EOD now.
Well, that was nice of you to do that.
Fucking ghetto raid, woo!
I was just saying. Yeah, I thought it was a little bit. I thought it was a little bit.
Stuxnet fascism.
Yeah, so it's
I brought
it's a
up
little bit
Stuxnet
confusing to
I don't know how many hours
describe
ago.
a political action alongside like alongside an offensive military action, right? Because here's the problem: is if you see the U.S. and Israel both have a central cyber command, and they also have like special ops doing virus offensive programming, and as you have intelligence assets going into this. So it's difficult to not say that it's offensive. And so you're sort of asking in the same way, well, are all military capabilities fascist? Is that what a nation state is? And so that's sort of like, I don't reject critical race theory or like colonial political theories.
Jesus Christ.
But
he does this every time.
Is like, okay, so if you look at those same capabilities as they're actually operating out in the world, then what I would assume
a lot,
here,
buddy, but you're not
what I would assume here is that
respectfully.
But if you can't say those go out in the world and they're not fascism, someone then makes that accusation. I don't know if I said Stuxnet was fascist. If I did, I'd have to roll the tape back, and that's a longer discussion.
No,
you said their cyber attack against Iran's nuclear facilities was fascist, which is Stuxnet.
because
It's really wild.
because
I brought up Stuxnet
because
like
it is the
back,
case that
nobody ever answered me on it. But
because Stuxnet wasn't like a
Grumple,
short-term
your
thing.
shit's fucked up. Your shit's fucked up. Like your frame rate is like 60 frames per whenever.
Yeah.
And like your audio is really, really low. Something like fucked all your shit.
All right, Doug. What are you getting at? You said that the bombing of the Iran nuclear sites is somehow fucking fascist. It's not fascism. It's just a military action.
Are we good?
Yeah, I think we're good now, Grumple. You're 100, 5x5.
Am I 1,000 frames per what 1,000 frames should be?
Kind of low though.
You look fine, man. That's just your shit internet out in the middle of fucking bumfuck nowhere in Texas.
Fascism for us, Duck, so we can maybe we'll get on the same page as whatever your brain's on.
Yeah, fascism.
I think that's just his face, to be honest.
Let him go, Terry.
Mussolini.
Let him go. Let him go.
I don't want to define by Mussolini. I want to define by either you.
Mussolini wrote the doctrine of fascism. Are you
that's
fucking?
fine.
Are you? How fucking stupid are you? I'm honestly
I want you
so
to give us your
confused right
definition.
now.
No, Duck. It's right here where you turn wrong. It's like if you don't want people to punch back, don't throw punches. And what you're doing right now, you're throwing punches.
This guy's a fucking idiot, dude.
No, stop swearing at him.
You're
just
gonna
gonna
apologize
antagonize
in a couple of
No,
seconds?
I'm not going to apologize this time because
okay.
you came on and you're uneducated. You're
feel like you are
uneducated. You
going to
woke up. You
apologize,
just
so.
finished jerking off, and now you want me to stoop down to your level so I can talk to you?
Duck.
That's fucking disgusting.
Duck.
Wait,
Duck.
wait,
Duck.
wait,
Duck.
hold
Duck.
on.
why
he's saying you're a
would you say any
gooner?
of that?
That's like racist, yo.
All right. Just hang on a minute, Duck. It's a simple question, and primarily it's one for clarification's sake, because you keep making this claim that this is fascist, that's fascist, Trump is fascist for this A, B, and C. So what is it that you consider to be fascism? You said Mussolini. So the doctrine that Mussolini came up with when he sent his black shirts out to strong arm businesses into cooperating with the Nazi government, right?
What are you talking about, dude? He asked me to define fascism, so I brought up the guy who wrote the doctrine of fascism and was a fascist dictator. How is that not the definition of fascism?
That's fine, Duck. I just wanted to make sure that's what you were saying.
That doesn't. No, that doesn't make any sense. Okay.
That's fine. That's fine.
Did I need to? Do I need to bring someone from Oxford?
You're done now. That's it. That's an answer to the question.
We want you to use your frontal lobe to describe what you see as fascism.
Is the fascism?
Because it seems like you're like, anything that a fascist regime can do, if that happens in any other type of
let's do it. Let's do it right here, right now. Okay. So my definition
is fascist because it could happen also under a fascist
my definition of a fascist.
Every single time you talk.
Okay, so my definition.
I also don't know what Mussolini said about.
Are you done talking?
No, I'm not done.
Okay, keep
also,
going.
When you do that as well, can you also tag in the part of Mussolini's doctrine where he talks about how a cyber attack is fascism, is under his definition of fascism? Could you do that for us, please?
Sure. So I'm happy to. And you guys are gonna have to wake up a little bit of your right brain. What Mussolini says is so what Mussolini says is that individuals, people acting outside of the state umbrella, act sporadically and selfishly. So the only thing you get when you have liberalism, when you have individuals who are the core definition of what a state is violence. You get violence and you get chaos and you get more disorder. And so Mussolini's conclusion for fascism is that without a state, the individual does not actually exist. You don't have meaning when you're acting in your own self-interest. There's only meaning and semantic meaning that exists when you're acting within a state. And so what fascism is solving the problem of individuals by saying the only identity is a state identity.
All right, thank you. So can
did that satisfy you?
So under
Duck, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, too much. But under a fascist regime, would you say that they are very much wanting to exert power over external states? Just foreign powers, essentially, like they want to invade or they want to attack or whatever.
Yeah. So Mussolini's doctrine of fascism as a political ideology does not write over what a Westphalian state is. It might change the course of history through a dialectic or some other means through the state definition and the state capabilities. That is exactly what the fuck you asked, you fucking moron.
What did I ask?
Hold on. What Duck is trying to do is give quantifiers so he's not wrong. So he's got to give a whole bunch of obscure ass information, but he doesn't actually answer the question because he's too busy he's too busy quantifying it to not be wrong.
This is another issue I have with people on his side of the aisle is that they're usually some white liberal or white suburban, I should say, a white suburban that has a white messiah complex and lives in a world of theory rather than a world of reality. And that is one of my biggest issues I have with the people like him. And they think that somehow they are better than others because they can cite a theory or they can cite whatever. They can't actually talk about the applicability of it in the real world. But again, you ask him a question, that's why he keeps on going back to this words on the paper rather than the applicability of it or what he thinks himself or how it might contradict if you look at a different type of political system. They don't do that though. And I really don't respect people like you, Duck. And
do you mind if I ask where you're from, random? Like what are you from, like a city? You from the country?
I'm from the city.
Because I can understand that, especially if you're from like a left-leaning city, that you would see that quite a bit. And it's the trend of it's usually people that look a certain way and that they talk a certain way and they have a certain amount of money and they walk past the overdosing homeless on the street. Like they don't actually see the problems around them, but they're too busy pontificating to actually be worth a damn.
Yeah, no, it's just a loudmouth online, like Duck.
Yeah. No, but you'll see them
here's the thing though. Here's the thing.
In a big city, you'll see it in person.
People who are fake center, fake right, fake conservative, fake left, say whatever they want when they can get away with it. They think they can get away with it.
You're describing yourself right now, Duck.
Everything is free. How is that not true? Everything's free, guys? That's amazing to me.
What do you mean that everything is free, Doc?
Anything.
Yeah, that's a great question.
Why are you gay?
No, it's like the conversation begins to move into another direction, and then Duck will spur to draw back so he gets the attention. That's what it actually is.
Oh no, and then I'll bring it back to him, just like I just did.
Yeah.
Duck, why are you gay?
I don't know why you have to be homophobic.
That's not
Oh, no, it's a
homophobic.
meme.
He's actually
Have
just
you not
asking
heard
a
it?
question.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's a very, very
It is a
popular
question,
meme. It's the
Huh?
why are you
Why?
gay? It's a really popular
No,
meme.
no, you are gay.
Decades.
You are gay.
That doesn't make any sense.
You are gay.
Well,
that
for
doesn't make
the
any
average
sense.
person, it's hilarious. Actually, so.
Well, thank you. Oh man, I wouldn't say hilarious, but I appreciate that.
Okay, Grumple,
you are a
Grumple.
man of
Here-
culture.
Here's
Or
an
it's
answer.
like, why
Here's an
are you
answer.
running?
Someone
You're
can
a
be
man of
why are
culture
you
as
running?
well. Thank you, Terry.
Grumple. I have an answer for you. Actually, I can tell you why I am gay. So if the
Alright,
world is a weird
nobody
place, you
cares,
have
Doc.
to adopt it.
Is
You
it
have to
'cause you
adopt
shove
a queer
cucumbers up your
identity.
arse?
Just mute yourself so the
You have
adults can
to.
talk for a
You
second.
have to.
So
You have to
earlier I
adopt
heard
a
someone
queer
say-
identity.
Look, no,
You have to adopt a queer identity.
One of the two of you has to
in
shut
order
the fuck
see
up.
world.
Make a decision.
Duck,
Jesus.
the men are speaking. The adults.
The men are speaking. I don't see any men here.
No, just,
What have you guys
so
done that's
Duck is
manly?
doing the audio
Oh,
version
you
of a
not see
leftist
those
meme
beards?
right now.
Yeah.
No idea. No
All
idea.
three of these,
Walk
all
it
three
through.
of these
The
beautiful
issue
models
is,
that we
Doc,
have displayed on screen are showing.
You really
beautiful beards
shouldn't
here, or
bring up
goatees, at
quantifiers
least.
for what is or isn't masculine or manly, Duck. You probably really don't want to go there.
Pubes
I
on your
really don't.
nutsack. That's very masculine.
You're getting
If
to
you guys
know me
wanna-
now. Great show.
If you
Great
guys
show,
want to
guys.
get into a more serious talk, or if you guys want to keep on messing with the tist.
You know what? I'd like to hear what you're expounding upon a random minute. Everybody else, shut the fuck up. Random minute, go.
I was just gonna go back and because I kind of was in and out, and I left after someone said something along these lines. But I think Duck had said something like it was basically the beginning of the fascism talk or whatever, and someone brought up, or he brought up Trump lying or whatever about the amount of people rioting, I think in LA or whatever, and called in the National Guard or whatever happened. Again, I don't remember exactly what was said. Someone responded with, well, Obama and someone else did it, and they brought up like Libya and someone else. They're basically saying like, well, other presidents have
The
lied
Arab
and
Spring.
gave examples of Libya and the Arab Spring, I guess.
Yeah.
I think that those were very terrible examples because what Duck is referring to is the military being used on the citizenry, and you brought up or whoever it was brought up examples of the military being used on people outside of the country. So
it initially was with Iran and what's going on with Iran and the bombings and stuff, as well as the stuff in LA with that they're both kind of fucky-wucky illegal military things. And so it was basically the Trump bad for doing that. And I was trying to bring up a parallel that Obama bad for doing that too. Does that also mean Obama bad? And also, does that mean that Obama worse because he did it way longer, way more often in way more countries? And there also was stuff that he did where he would deploy troops within the United States during his term as well, that some people had criticisms of. So it's like, would that mean that because Trump is bad for doing that, wouldn't Obama also therefore have to be bad, if not worse? That was my what I was trying to get to.
Gotcha. I think that the asking about the third party countries it's irrelevant to the question because at least in my opinion, a president that uses force on their own citizens will always be worse than a president that uses force on people that aren't citizens.
Well, the troops were deployed
or residents of the U.S.
Well, I may be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that he deployed like Obama deployed troops.
I'm getting that. Part. I don't know about the troop deployment that Obama did, but I will say, as far as I'm aware, Trump is the first one to do it without invoking the Insurrection Act, which I think is where some people have an issue with.
Not for the scope of what they've been deployed to do, which is to protect federal sites. A lot of people have done that.
I'm not necessarily even against it. I just thought
it's a very, very fine line that it's explicitly to protect the buildings and themselves, so the police don't have to do it. But
federal facilities. What's unique about that is
Can you wait? Can you?
What's unique about Duck? Hold on, Duck. Hold the fuck on. All right. What's unique about that is the fact that they're only there to protect federal sites. They're only there to protect federal sites. That's why he didn't have to invoke the Insurrection Act. They're mainly simply enforcing federal law on federal property in these cities. That's all the troops are doing.
And I know
that's
I'm
the
not,
main complaint.
Again, I'm not
because
even
he didn't
against it.
do
But I think
the
that even those
Insurrection
other
Act.
times that happened, the Insurrection Act was still invoked, and two, other measures were taken before immediately going to the National Guard and using the military for law enforcement purposes. I think that is kind of where at least from my view anyway, where some of the gray area or the issues lie. I don't have any. I don't think that this is just a coincidence that he did what he did. To me, it's obviously a power play. But at the same time, just because something is a power play doesn't make it unconstitutional, and it doesn't make it within the president's power to do so. So I can call it a power play or whatever, and still be like, yeah, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have the right by law to do said thing.
Two seconds, right quick.
All right.
EOD, I actually have a hard out. I got to run, but it was really great talking with everybody, and I hope you all have a great day.
It's great having you, man. Is there any kind of channel you want to shout out or anything like that?
Not. I will eventually, but not at this time. Thanks for the opportunity, though, and I hope you all have a great day.
Awesome. Thanks for coming by, man. It's great talking to you, bro.
I didn't say hi specifically, but good to meet you, man.
I do like Darth. It's very good faith. But yeah, I don't know. I get what you're saying, Independent. I do, but yeah, I don't think he's breaking any laws. I don't think it's unconstitutional. I don't think it's unprecedented. So there's nothing particularly alarming about the way Trump has handled that situation, to my mind. But I don't know. That shit gets out of hand. That's what happens. The National Guard's going to come in. It happened in 1992. It happened at Kent State. It wasn't so great. But
yeah, I'm not. I don't. I think there should be levels, and I think that we should stick to wanting there to be levels before something like that is called in. I think those levels have been broken down for various reasons, and people are supporting it for various reasons.
Can you explain that opinion?
No, I cannot. Shut the hell up.
Why can't you explain that opinion, though?
So, I'm not talking to you. That's why. Shut up. And so I think that a lot of those things have been broken down, and people are supporting it for various reasons. And I don't know. I just don't rock with it. I would prefer there have been steps to get there versus, oh, riot happened. Okay, immediately call in, 2,000, 4,000, whatever, National Guards members.
I feel like there was steps, though. I mean, the LAPD, it happened for 3 days straight. You're talking about what, though?
Steps taken, like, for example, you can call, let's say, DHS agents. If I'm not mistaken, were not called in, even though they were called in during President Trump's first term. There's other federal agents that can be called in before going immediately to the military. And so that is my point. I think that before, it used to be, where it has been historically speaking, levels where it's like, okay, this is happening. Okay, we're going to call in these people first to blah, blah, blah. We're going to call in next people until we get to the military, because the military being used on soil is like supposed to be a big no-no. We're not supposed to be normalized to it, but it seems to be that has broken down, or it is currently breaking down, and I'm not supportive of it. And I think that we should, speak out against it, even if it's not necessarily unconstitutional or unpresidential, and we can say both things are wrong, but we don't have to support, like, we can say the way that the left handles these riots and stuff when it happens in their cities is wrong, and they need to do more for it, more against it, and whatever. Well, we can also say, hey, that doesn't mean,
I'll tell you this is what the end all fallout has been is that the conflagration in LA has died down quite a bit, and we don't see the same type of shit going on in 2020 that we did or that we did in 2020. It's all been a little bit more pulled back, and maybe that's because of the bombasticism of the decisions that you're talking about that sort of skirt the line, such as sending in the Marines when maybe ICE or DHS could have done the job.
Yeah, but I think that's where the issue is.
Again, you have to look at the timeline of things. It really hasn't died down that much. In LA, because of the curfew and the fact that finally the LAPD and the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department have been allowed to take action now, it's died down. But what happened is it spread outside of that 5-mile square area that the curfew and was it put in place. There's still riots in Bell, Pasadena, Tacoma, all over. It's just that the media coverage has switched its focus now away from that and is giving more focus to what's happening in Iraq. But it's still happening.
Yeah, and I think that was a big part of it too, is that in 2020, the sanctuary city mayors and the governors were all kind of hands off. Don't let the police get involved, because all of this is an anti-police movement in the first place, right? We don't see that attitude this time around, and I think part of that is the fact that Trump's willing to come in and send the big guns, so to speak, to protect federal property.
You could just say sociopath, though. That's by the same token, you could just say that Trump is acting like a sociopath.
Okay, Duck, that's entirely irrelevant. Thank you so much. Independent, go ahead.
Sociopath is?
So that's
somebody
not
who does certain actions politically that you don't like. Is that a sociopath?
I don't want to engage with that, Grumple.
Yeah, EOD didn't want to talk about it.
Yeah,
but yeah,
that's I just want to know your definition of sociopath. No,
it's not a definition. It's a symptomatic DSM.
Somebody got really stuck earlier on just being able to define something. Oh, it was I'm not going to say who. I'm not going to call him out.
Yeah.
But what is a sociopath? Could you define that?
Yeah, it's in the DSM. It's generally someone who doesn't see the outside world as an agent or actor, and can participate if they want in either beneficial or controlling movements and notions, and they trust their own self and moral judgment over other people.
And this is Duck's problem, is that again he reads a definition and he just goes, it applies no matter what, as if it's not contextual.
Yeah.
As if definition, you can't just take a definition.
No, because you're putting me on the moon. You're putting me on the moon. EOD didn't want to talk about this, but
I don't want to talk to you at all.
On the moon, you
Interesting
say?
thing about
I
the
didn't
moon
put.
is the moon
I didn't
is
put you anywhere.
25% of the Earth, but it's only 3% of the volume. That literally makes no sense.
Oh, come on,
given
Terry.
those measurables, the moon is hollow. I'm just saying.
Okay.
You
Mike
motherfuckers
is
part of the
grumpy.
moon.
Oh my goodness.
yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I just think, and then when you talk about going back to it, it's a push Duck's point, but when you are supportive, or you are willing to, I don't know, what the word is I'm looking for right now, but willing to let that happen or support it or whatever, for something that maybe it shouldn't be happening for, regarding military, the military being used for law enforcement, even if it is just the federal buildings.
But it never was used for law enforcement.
Okay.
It never was.
Okay, I didn't say that.
Well, it is.
When you are willing to go immediately to that, and then it becomes a thing where now it's a gray area, or it's more likely to start being used for law enforcement. That's where people start getting iffy, because it's obvious that lines are being tested.
So in this case, just currently right now, the Marine Corps is being used to defend federal buildings, much like they are in an embassy situation. That's all. Not in law enforcement at all.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they're in the streets of
the entire conversation.
No, okay, yeah, tracking. I'm not saying they're in the streets of downtown LA. What I'm saying is putting them there sends a message, and
making sure they're not.
It puts it a step closer
we
to
aren't saying they are.
Yeah, not that I'm aware of. The only time I saw was, they arrested a veteran that was crossing some tape on federal property or whatever to get to the VA, which was ironic.
I haven't seen that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but how is Trump not acting like Jeffrey Dahmer? Why can't you just speak honestly?
I mean, if that vet is doing something, if he's going in a place where they're told him not to go, he's going to get arrested.
How many people has Trump ate?
What do you mean?
To answer Duck directly, could you make the link? Could you make the link of Trump to Jeffrey Dahmer before you ask?
Can you please?
How is he not?
Yeah, because Trump's acting like it's business. Trump is acting like it's business as usual. And he had the DHS lie and say there's 1,000 violent protesters, and then he sent freaking stealth bombers to go bomb a country with 90 million people and hypersonic missiles, while doing nothing. He just it seems like he woke up and went and got his coffee and did these things.
He bombed nuclear.
So are you just
hold
on, Duck? Are you just Are you anti-U.S.? generally speaking, or what are you? Because I'm having trouble.
Are you
It
a
sounds like Doug was saying
do you
that
recognize
the Iran
do you
situation
recognize
is a
Iran?
distraction from LA.
You seem like the least fucking. You seem as uneducated as the fucking people in chat. I'm
Dude,
out. Fuck you
It's
people.
racist when you say that.
Jesus. You know what? Good
Doug,
fucking
you're
riddance.
saying
Tell
that
those people that they're being
Iran is a
racist, they let us shut
distraction
down.
from. Oh, he's not. He's gone.
He done. We're age quit.
It really sounded like he was saying that the Iran action was just trying to be a distraction from LA.
Yeah, even though the Iran situation has been happening for a while, and Israel and the neighboring countries have constantly had issues.
Yeah, long-standing ones.
Doug's an interesting
The
individual.
got to him. Not in a negative way, maybe.
Hmm.
I just watched The Accountant too yesterday, and Duck kind of reminded me a little bit of that movie. Now that I think about it, and I didn't realize The Accountant 1 came out in like 2016. That's crazy. I thought it came out in like 2019 or something.
Oh, isn't that about like a fucking arms dealer or something?
No, it's about an autistic savant that kills people.
Yeah.
Ben Affleck.
Actually,
yeah, The Accountant was great. Both. Well, his brother, who's also autistic, I should say, probably autistic, kills people. He does more of the protecting.
That's almost like the fucking Good Will Hunting movie, right? Almost, but not really. Whatever.
Good Will Hunting was amazing. That's one of my top 5s, I think. I love that movie.
That one, Rain Man. Hell yeah.
Yeah, one of the only few times Robin Williams had like a good, somewhat dramatic role. 1 hour photo, dog shit. Do not recommend. Very sad.
I did that one, A Dead Poet Society too. That was a good one from Robin Williams. It was a dramatic role.
Oh yeah, that's literally the other one.
Yeah, that was a good one.
But yeah, I don't know what else you guys talked about because I took a phone call, so I was kind of away.
Yeah, it's all good, man. I usually just do fucking chill hangout streams at late at night, but I did a shit with Glenn Lawrence earlier, and then
you over here chain smoking and shit.
Yeah, I chain smoke all the time. That's what I do.
Yeah, Udi smokes indoors like a common Frenchman.
Wobbly's over there smoking too. I'm not the only one.
Wobbly. Wobbly smokes like Swisher Sweets or something. I don't even know what he's doing. He can do
No,
whatever he wants.
They're Dutch masters. Just cheap cigars. Just cheap cigars.
Wait, are those cigarillos?
No, they're
So they
cigars.
are?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, my uncle used to smoke Dutch.
Can't
He can do
afford
whatever he wants.
ones every day. I really can't afford that. So, I just want maybe one a day, kind of thing.
Hey, Darth,
It goes out, so it's a cigar.
Indoors like a common Frenchman, but that's
Yeah,
okay
indoors.
too.
Yeah.
Mine goes out too if I ignore it.
Oui.
Well, one thing I think we can all agree on is that the only true bourbon in the world comes from Kentucky.
I'm gonna start this now, really.
Why not?
The OG is a ginger. Yes.
Well, it's true. I did dye my hair. So
I think this is the first time I've seen you on. Well, I mean today, because we were on Glenn's earlier. But
yeah, since I dyed it.
Do you think Kissy Cat got her money worth? Because I honestly, if you didn't say you dyed it, I wouldn't have known.
Well, I asked Kissy Cat. She saw the day that I did it, and she said, "It looks good. Thumbs up. Money well spent." So that's good enough for me. So as long as she's satisfied, it doesn't matter what anybody else thinks, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, go fuck yourself.
For the record, Kissy Cat spent $500, of which was it through YouTube directly?
Yeah, no, it was on Cash App. It's through Cash App.
Oh yeah, I mean, you're under 500, so it's not gonna be okay. So
yeah,
never mind.
That's why I said
500. How much you get monetized?
I'm this close to getting my partnership on Kick.
No shit. I did link you a minute ago, Wobbly. Y'all check out Wobbly over on Kick. He's every weekday morning, he's up talking about the news and looking at Mexican weather girls and shitting on fucking lefties. It's great. So.
Wait, from the creator incentive program?
Yeah. I'm this
like
close.
To get a salary? Oh,
yeah.
Badass.
Hell yeah,
what do you need, man? I'll promote you too. Like, we're just
I just need more chat engagement. That's the primary thing. I need 250 unique chatters.
It's a tough time of day to get people that interact with this kind of nonsense.
I'm hitting the front page almost every day now.
No shit, dude. That's awesome. Congrats.
That's badass.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I mean, I go in there, Woodsy goes in there, Jixer goes in there, we shoot the shit and fucking talk shit about each other.
Yeah,
it's fun
whenever
times.
I'm up and available, and yeah, me too. I mean, just not mentioning me.
Yeah.
Full degenerate.
So we all agree that Iran definitely can't have a nuclear weapon then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think so.
Well, this is the take that I think it was a good take that I made just a while back today even, is that, okay, so Iran, if they get one, they have to immediately use it. If it becomes public that they have one, they've been saying so long, we're gonna nuke, we're gonna do all this stuff to little Satan and great Satan, and we're gonna do all this stuff, and that's how they. It's not even drumming up support from their populace, because a lot of them don't want that, but some do, I guess. But in order for them to maintain to maintain face, to maintain everything as is, as soon as it becomes public that they have one, they absolutely have to use it. And them not having one is just them maintaining status quo. However, still can't let them, because who wants that? I don't want to get nuked.
I can't help but to look at it like this. If Trump hadn't done what he'd done, and they had the amount of material to make 15 nuclear weapons, immediately Iran, considering the way they postured themselves in that region, would basically hold that whole region hostage. It would have just gotten out of hand. There's too many waterways. There's so much commercial shipping through that area. The oil, goods, produce, everything comes in through the Suez. If they had gotten a bomb, they would have had total control over the region just by threat alone. And they've been fighting now through proxies, basically, for, oh God, I seem to remember it. I seem to remember it back in the early 70s, and
yeah, it's probably since the Carter administration.
Yeah.
When they swapped over to being an idealistic. Idealistic is the wrong word.
An Islamic regime,
70s,
sure.
Early 80s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ideological.
See, this is the problem with being so damn old.
You're as old as dirt, Wobbly.
Common Frenchman.
Oh, all right. We did have this from Melissa over on Kick. She says, we don't all agree on that. Iran is so far away. Melissa doesn't give a fuck. She says, if Iran gets nukes, I don't give a fuck. Well, Melissa, you're going to have to come up here and explain yourself. Because if Iran gets nukes, who are they going after? They're going after Israel. They're going after our allies in Europe. They're going after us. So,
but here's the thing, though. That, like, the Saudi prince is on record stating, if Iran has nukes, we're also going to stock up on nukes.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
And then all these these unstable groups are then going to pursue it, all this kind of shit, and then the whole region just basically implodes itself in a nuclear thing, and then there's going to be fallout, like there always is into Europe and all this kind of shit. Then you have like this whole thing of like dirty bombs where they're trying to sneak this shit over the borders and trying to do attacks on civilians, all this kind of shit as well. So, like I said, it's like preemptive strike in terms of making sure that this shit doesn't get out of control.
We already have one unstable country in that region with nukes, i.e. Pakistan. We don't need more.
It seems like that whole region has been unstable forever.
I mean, it's relatively stable under the Ottoman Empire, but yeah, it's been, at least in our lifetimes, it's been more or less unstable.
Yeah, well, if you're including Wally, that's like all the way back to the invention of dirt, right? So.
Ottoman Empire is World War One.
Yeah, no, it was when they converted over from Brontosauruses to like Fords for the driving tests.
The ruts are still there.
Brontosauri. I don't know what the plural is. My bad.
Yeah, man, I don't know. Muslims have been fighting Jews for fucking ever. That's for damn sure. Even before the Ottoman Empire, man. But I guess the Ottoman Empire brought some sort of stability to the region to some extent.
Yeah, that was the. I thought that's what we were saying.
Yeah. Fuck the Ottomans, though.
Yeah. Oh, that's crazy. Just, I don't know. Some people, I think that they just act like Islamic fundamentalism is not a threat to them for some reason. And it's kind of weird to me, and the way they support it from afar. And it's like you realize that, like, if you lived under any of them, first of all that bullshit that you criticize the U.S. for being, or the corporations in the U.S. for being like anti-gay or anti-this or racist, sexist, whatever. Like, and then you go on the internet and you talk about how we need Israel should stop attacking Hamas or Hezbollah or Iran. And it's like those organizations and countries stand for everything that you say you're against in the U.S. And if you lived under any of them, you would either be paying a tax, be killed, or forced to convert, among other things. But that's issues I have with people on the progressive, quote unquote, progressive,
right?
wing, even liberal.
On that topic,
and communism.
The funny thing is just more. I'm sorry, just really quick, very briefly. The whole hey, convert or pay it this tax. From what I've learned, that it's not all that much, and they don't have any income tax.
They don't have an income tax, so they bake their they can't charge interest or whatever, but they bake the stuff. They find loopholes for it.
Yeah, they can't charge interest.
And the jizya might not be that much. It's fine. It's not that much. It's just the fact that you're a second class citizen by definition under Islamic law, under Sharia law, if you're not a Muslim. And even Muslim, obviously the Shia and Sunni thing is a big issue as well.
Which
So
I mean,
even as a Muslim, you might be
100%.
targeted by other Muslims.
Yeah, 100%. I like, oh, that's horrible. Like, yeah, but in practical application, I've heard from a couple, like just a couple of accounts of it, and it sounds like it's pronounced jizya.
Yeah, something like
that. That tax it's really not all that much.
They can't be what they call it. Are you fucking serious?
Yeah,
see, I wasn't gonna make a point out of that.
It's pronounced jizya.
I wasn't gonna make a point out of it.
Well, I wanted to. I gotta get a word in edgewise on you. Your microphone keeps going down and up and down and up.
It's weird. No, it's going down. I'm trying to click on it to keep it in the same place. There's something auto adjusting it, and I'm not sure. They're just happening again.
There's echo cancellation or something.
I don't know, man. It's got to be Discord now at this point, because
that's fucking weird.
I think
you turn everything off on Streamlabs.
Back to Discord. There's no Streamlabs.
Oh, StreamYard?
No, you're on Discord. Like we're in Discord, and
he's not streaming this anymore.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not live right now.
I did link your channel too, though.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I started kind of.
I do it again.
Because
anyway, all right. Sorry. We can still hear you. I'm just saying, like, there's volume fluctuations going on. I don't understand that. So I guess it's that audio adjust thing. What the fuck is Discord doing? I have no idea. It doesn't do that to me.
It's not ideal, you might say.
Yeah. Yeah, Mullet Baby's got it. He says all dhimmis are forced to play the jizya. I mean, jizya, whatever. I just can't not believe that's what they fucking call it. That's ironic as hell. Catch some of this in the face. But, hey, there's Melissa. How you doing, Melissa? I was misrepresenting Melissa's views a minute ago, apparently. I'm sorry.
Yes, you were.
Melissa is the word. I mean, oh, hi. Hi.
So I thought, Melissa, you said that not everybody agrees on that. I thought you were saying that not everybody agrees that Iran should not have a nuclear weapon. And then you said Iran is so far away.
No, no. Okay, first part that actually the part before that was we all agree that the best bourbon comes out of Kentucky, and that was my response.
I got you. I got you.
That's why I asked him if he wanted to go down this rabbit hole right now, or not rabbit hole, but
yeah, you don't want to go through that right now.
Because there have been a lot of nights where, I mean, come on.
Long back and forth over this. I still maintain my position. What are you saying about Iran, Melissa?
Was it doggy style? Is that the position? What was the position?
I think it was doggy style for him. I could be wrong. As far as Iran's concerned, my thing was all of a sudden this comes out of the blue, kind of like back in the 80s when I knew we were having issues with Libya, and then all of a sudden we bombed Libya one day. You know, it's like Reagan and Mama went and had a chat, and Mama came back and said, "We're going to bomb Libya." Nobody knows anything about it. So I'm sitting there going, "Why are we bombing Iran?" All of a sudden, I hadn't heard of any aggression or anything, and maybe I missed it.
From Iran?
Mm-hmm. I mean, I know Iran's been wanting to get nuclear, but then again, you look at what's around them too. You know, you got Pakistan and India, and of course, those two have no love lost between them. So if they're going to use those weapons, they're going to use it against themselves.
A nuclear weapon is not just a simple
I know.
point, right?
Right. But I'm simply saying that the mindset.
So you're saying that we shouldn't involve ourselves because the impacts will not be felt by us?
No, I'm not.
Or maybe I misunderstood.
The truth of the matter is, there has been unrest in that part of the country for centuries.
That part of the world, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to look at it for the realistic. I said this on the wrong show, and I know there are a couple of wacky guys, but I mean, you have to agree. It's been nothing but unrest there. Nobody's going to win a war over there. That's
None of them eat bacon. This is not my fight. Is that your sentiment?
I thought that's what I just said, and she said no.
Melissa?
No, it's not about that.
Did you say that? Oh,
I thought that's what I said. It doesn't involve us. It won't impact us, so we shouldn't get involved.
Yeah.
I didn't say
you didn't say bacon.
Us.
No.
Okay, so even if it would impact us, we still shouldn't get involved.
Right.
What?
We can't. Why are we fighting somebody
Even if it impacts you?
We need to stay out of it.
So if Iran does another 9/11, you still say no, we're not going in.
Okay, here's my idea, and maybe it's a little old-fashioned, but when you actually hit somebody here in the United States, then we should need to do something about it. But I don't want to get involved in it. I really don't, because it's not going to be a war where anybody's going to win. Is what I'm trying to tell you.
Can I explain the picture real quick, right?
Israel looks like it's winning quite nicely right now.
Yeah, all Israel needed from America was the B-2 bomber, because the payload that it can drop, it can literally blow up bunkers that are deeper in the mountainous area, and like a crazy amount of Iranian territory is mountainous. That's why no one wants to put boots on ground, because it's same way as America is protected by the sea. Iran is protected by mountains, essentially. That's how much mountains it is in Iran. And because the B-2, and because the B-2 bomber is the only, and America's the only army that has it, that's what they needed America for, to be able to destroy those bunkers. That's all that Israel really needed, because Israel's plan is to get the Iranian people to revolt and to have regime change in terms of that. That's why Donald Trump was talking about regime change, all that kind of shit in his tweets. So that's why they call it Operation Rising Lion. Because if you look at Iran's previous flag before Islam took over in the late 70s, essentially, there was a lion on it instead of the three swords that represent Islam now, and that's why they call it Operation Rising Lion. So they can basically get the former, or the prince like from the previous regime from 50 years ago, that family's still alive. Get him to
Right.
basically be the intermediary between like some sort of like democratic elections, and then they form a government and all this kind of stuff, and then the end goal from like Israel's perspective, like why is Benjamin Netanyahu like going to Cyprus and going to Greece? Me personally, the end game or the big picture here is to try and restore the Greco-Persian Empire across the Middle East. That's the utopia that's envisioned essentially.
Wait, that sounds like a troll argument. The people who say Putin wants the USSR back, that's what you'd say to them. But
Well, I mean, I kind
no,
of
what I'm
And
saying
this
is
one's
like that's
even
what they're
worse because
envisioning in terms of.
the culture and everything is completely different.
I don't see any evidence that they're trying to restore the Greco-Roman fucking empire. That's ridiculous, man.
Yeah.
Well,
Doesn't make
this
any
whole
sense.
the whole idea, like even on Greece, in terms of this whole thing, is that you have like these neighboring neighborhoods, but there's not like one kind of like overarching government to it. It'd be the same thing where it's like Greece would still be its own nation state, Iran would still
Greece
be
is
its
already in
own
the EU.
nation state, but it's
Yeah,
still
but
that collective kind of ideal in terms of like all these
But
have like similar kind of mentalities or similar kind of beliefs. The same way the
Turkey,
West is kind of the same empire. Like we all share kind of similar kind of belief systems, even though it's technically different laws in different areas, even across Europe, all this kind of thing. That's what I'm talking about in terms of like Greco-Persian Empire. You know what I'm saying?
So the
Turkey wouldn't
West.
Talking about like
even rock
one.
with
That's
that.
what you mean. Is the
And
West.
Yeah, like to have kind of the same setup we have across the West, but extended into all the way into Iran essentially. But it would be kind of that same ideal that you would have seen back when you had like ancient Greece and Persia and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? This kind of strive
but
for technology and innovation and all this kind of shit, human flourishing.
okay, I have a question. Now, Jordan used to be an ally. I'm not sure where it stands today.
Who used to be an ally?
Jordan.
Jordan.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Jordan's not gonna fuck with Iran. All right. Israel's the biggest dick in the room when it comes to the Middle East, when it comes to military power, right? So
Well, they've
that's
had to be. I mean, think about it. They've
yeah.
had to be. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. But you've got everybody
There's nowhere
else.
else to go.
I know.
For Jordan to be your ally, though, you have to make your bed in the morning, clean your room.
Yeah, Duck did bring up some retarded shit, didn't he?
I'll see myself out in that one.
No, I put some levity out there earlier in the chat. So don't worry.
The Persian Empire, I don't even think was Muslim. Like, there's a huge difference between Iran today and Persia of ancient, let alone Greek. What Greece is and what Greece is back then and what it is
Yeah,
today.
I'm not talking about for it being one state. I'm just saying in terms of like the
Yeah, but
similar
even
setup to
like
where it's what we call the West.
that's
Like
that's
at the
what I'm
moment.
saying.
You know what I
The
mean?
West is able to be called the West because they believe in a lot of the fundamental
Secular and yeah.
basic stuff. Yeah, and Iran or whatever and Greece today are completely different, even comparatively to each other today, let alone comparative to themselves from 500 BC or whatever.
When you look at like even internal polling now, 70% of the population wants a secular nation. Like they're done with Islam. They were like burning mosques, like all these like previous revolutions like happens like almost every 2 years in Iran. Like they burn the mosques. They're done with this like Islamic regime. Islam in general is not popular anymore. It's kind of like
Popular enough. It's popular enough, and you don't just get the shift from your something becoming secular and not
Okay,
being Muslim are two separate things. You can be secular and you can want a secular country in the context of still being a Muslim country. You have secular countries in the West and they're still very much Christian.
There it is.
So just because someone wants a secular country doesn't necessarily mean they don't want to have anything to do with Islam. It
Well,
just means that there's a lot of oppression
yeah.
under the current regime that they want to get away from, and they see secularism as the way to do so, not necessarily getting rid of Islam.
But even when they look at like in the same polling, it was like was it like mosque attendance more than once a week was only 15%.
In Poland,
No, in the
No.
polling.
polling within Iran. Yeah, polling within Iran. The other aspect of this, though, is that they're pushing what secular government they're pushing for is a monarchy, which is fundamentally incompatible in a lot of ways with the West at large and what we consider to be
the same setup as in England. The same way that England would have a monarchy.
Well, I haven't seen that.
Before the Islamic Revolution, when the Shah was in power, like I was saying on the other stream or whatever, you had the president, the prime minister, whatever, Musendig or whatever his name was, and you had a parliament as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
So it was more along the lines of like he was saying, but even then, the Shahs had a lot of power. It wasn't like England is today, but again, completely different religions, completely different cultures, completely different, damn near everything between Greece and Iran. You can't just merge those two. That's why the BRICS doesn't really work.
No, I'm not talking about merging.
Thing.
I'm talking about like the same way like the Dutch is a completely different culture to what American culture is or to what Irish culture is and all that kind of shit, but it's still Europe. You get me? It's like the European Empire or the Western Empire, if you want to like include America and Australia and all this kind of shit. That's what I'm talking about, like restoring like this vision to the Greco-European Empire. Like that's what I'm saying, like to explain why is BB like taking flights into Cyprus and Greece. It's because he's talking to because like it's this kind of shared vision where it's like this chunk of what used to be the Greco-Persian Empire can be extended because we have that same kind of ideals that we can tap into, aka Zoroastrianism is the now counterforce you see to like the most popular thing that's been picked up in Iran compared to the likes of Islam.
You can't pick up Zoroastrianism.
What you mean?
You can't convert to Zoroastrianism. You're either born or not.
What?
Zoroastrianism does not accept converts. You have to be your parent or one parent or both parents have to be Zoroastrianism.
No, I'm not talking like to pick up that same philosophy.
The proliferation of that,
or like that forward thinking.
So the proliferation of Zoroastrianism couldn't be as widespread as Islam is, right?
But it sounds like he's talking about the culture or the ideals of Zoroastrianism, less
Well,
than
yes.
the religion.
Okay.
It is the same, like for example, like the Iranian. There's a video of like the Iranian college girls that won't even stand on the American flag. That's how much they respect the Americans. It's that same kind of Statue of Liberty-esque kind of like ideals, like individual liberty, self-governance. I choose my own destiny kind of concepts. Do you know what I mean?
What you're describing about Europe happened over a very long period of time and happened because the U.S. dictated it. Another great thing the U.S. has done while it's been the world power. Without the U.S., Europe would have stayed at constant war like it was prior to the U.S. being the world power and telling them to stop.
Well, it's not like they listened until World War II and we saved everybody's ass, but
well, we weren't the world power until World War II. So, I mean, we kind of started with Woodrow, if I'm not mistaken, Woodrow Wilson doing the not United Nations, but League of Nations. But we didn't really have any. We didn't really have our as much input in it as we should have. And then we saw what happened with World War II, and then World War II happened, and then we kind of took the reins from everything, and everything has been better off since. But what happened with Europe has happened over a long period of time. Even going into the Dutch and start, being Europe, and we're kind of all related in the West, but because we look at the same philosophy, and that's what that makes it the West. Greece and Iran don't look at that same philosophy. It's not like Iran is looking to Greek philosophers, and Islam is so entrenched in Iran that you can't just go, oh, it'll be over, regime change will happen and then people will just wipe it off or whatever. It's like, not only is that just not going to happen, and two, there's going to be a lot of attacks inside of Iran that's going to make it unstable, because there's plenty of Muslim fundamentalists inside of Iran or outside of Iran it's not like Iran has control of its borders that well. They're in the desert.
Mm-hmm.
And the same thing happened with Pakistan and Afghanistan. When we invaded Afghanistan, how did the Taliban survive? Because it literally just went over the mountains into Pakistan. Because Pakistan does not have control of its rural areas and the tribes around outside of the metro areas. So the Taliban just paid off these tribes or whatever to cheat, because the tribes listen to the chief before they listen to the Pakistani government. And it would really be no different than Iran. You would just have these Muslim fundamentalists coming in the same type of way, blowing shit up, and it would cause issues. But that's not to say that I don't hope that stuff like this happens. I just think that the way you're describing it is making it seem a lot quicker than.
No, I'm giving you the this is like the big picture. If all you're saying, because like I said, I'm not saying this shit's easy. This shit's like fucking rocket science turned up to 11. Kind of like level of complexity for all these like military operations, all that kind of shit. Like I said, I salute Grumple for his service and all the duty members over there, shit. Because like I said, Israel gets a lot of fucking criticism, but the same people that are criticizing Israel go home at night and say, "Thank fuck Israel's doing what they're doing." You know what I mean? But like realistically, like all the shit that you're saying, like I understand all these complications, but if like the ideal scenario is to have that kind of like Western style kind of philosophy, from like Iran to Greece, if you get me.
Yeah,
Because again,
I
like
think
fuck,
that
like we have Turkey and all that kind of shit as well to deal with.
interacting with Greece might have more to do with Turkey and Israel than it does Iran and Israel.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like from like that kind of region is where you have this Islamic extremism at its peak, and if we can settle that region, because like Europe's on the verge, like Europe's teetering. Like France is fucked. French have given up. There's still a bit of fighting the Germans, and you know the Dutch always play both sides anyway. So hey, it is what it is. But like I said, even in terms of the English as well, it seems like the English are starting to bite back too. So like in terms of the whole shit that this is building towards, it's like that's what I'm saying. Like that I'd rather this shit be trying to like dealt with now with like stealth missions and all this kind of shit rather than actually leading to global conflict. That's clearly where everything's going.
We can only hope.
It's
that
not just me,
Iran-
by the way. You got two other vets on the stream. EOD, the host of your
Luciosaurs.
show right
Actually,
now,
3 other.
and Wobbly, who's our friend that we've both known for quite a while. I mean, they weren't Marines, but they were like Air Force and Zumi and Navy,
better type shit.
respectively.
A random independent's also a veteran, Grumble. He served in the Air Force and IT. Was it random?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I haven't talked to you all that much. I sent you a thing though.
It's okay. I forget.
Random. I think I met you the first time tonight.
All I was trying to say is I want to save as many of our own people from having to be in a conflict that I just don't think we're going to win. Kind of like Vietnam.
So my
or the last 2 wars we just got out of, right?
Excuse me?
I said, or the last 2 wars that we just got out of, Iraq and Afghanistan, the 2 conflicts we just fucking left.
I know.
We're about to start up another one. The shit's insane to me. I'm sorry, Random. Go ahead, man.
I was gonna say a lot of times that the staying out of it and appeasement that we do, it doesn't necessarily work out better in the long run. And so obviously it's tough to weigh, lives lost now versus lives lost in the future. But a lot of times if we have the right people in place to kind of try to prevent certain things, it can be better. And being a non-interventionist, in my opinion, also means being a non-interventionist diplomatically speaking too, as being an isolationist. Hey, we're not even going to get involved. We're not going to mediate. We're not going to do X, Y, and Z. That's really what isolationism is, if you look historically speaking. Now, whether the people nowadays want to say they're non-interventionists or isolationists in a more modern sense, where it's no hard power being used, but soft power still being used, that's one thing.
Yep.
But it's
Flaccid power.
Yeah, no Viagra or anything. As if avoiding the situation, acting like it doesn't exist or whatnot, is not going to make the situation go away, and it doesn't necessarily make it better, especially when it's our adversaries that are going to fill that hole. Pause. So yeah, like we can stay out of it, and then China or Russia gets, well, not so much Russia anymore, but China gets in, and they decide to dictate certain things to go their way in that region, and then it comes back down to bite us or our children.
I don't think
in the ass, 30 years from now.
I don't think a completely staying out of it is an option either. That's not, when I call myself a non-interventionist, when it comes specifically to the shit that's going on in the Middle East, it's simply to enable Israel to fucking get it done. That's all we need to fucking do. As far as I'm concerned. The shit in Ukraine's a little bit of a different story. I feel like we kind of popped that off ourselves. I expressed some of that about NATO expanding eastward and yada 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 on down the line. So when it comes to non-interventionism, I think there's a way that we can influence the world in our favor without actually having to spend 30 years on the ground killing 10,000 soldiers for no good fucking reason, just to turn around and give it back over to the same people we've been fighting. Shit's insane.
That's your boy.
Can I settle a little bit of your doubt at the moment? Because to give you the current dynamics, Iran cannot defend its own airspace. So like this whole and stealth bomber missions, all this kind of shit, like that's relatively as risk free as you can get in terms of this military operations. So if that's all that's required, but if that's all that's required from America, are you okay with supporting that?
If they get in and do what they've got to do, and be strategic. Surgical is probably the best phrase there. Be surgical as they can. Yes, strategic.
I like strategic. Use that one. Use strategic.
We're just talking airstrikes. All we need is airstrikes.
If that's the start and end of it, then I'd be fucking tickled to death for sure.
I'm fine with that because as far
It's
as I'm
airstrikes
concerned,
until a ballistic gets through, and then it's not. Now it's no longer necessarily just airstrikes, and that I
I mean,
think is where the issue comes in.
You brought up the point that they don't have any control over their airspace.
Right.
And what most people aren't reporting is the fact that their missile launch capability is rapidly falling apart. Israeli is doing a very good job of pinpointing them and taking them out.
Oh, I saw that on Agenda 3 TV the other night.
He does a good job
That
of
was
covering current
incredible.
events.
Yes, he did.
And they're still in operations just doing that. 24 hours a day. They have jets over Iran. Every time one of those missile launchers fire up, they're Johnny on the spot.
It's very expensive too, though, and it also, with
But
the U.S.
you
being
wanna talk
involved.
about the expense, it's saving human life in Israel.
Yeah, that's another.
But
I feel like that's
even with the money spent, though, anytime there's money spent in the Middle East, you know that's coming straight back to Lockheed Martin, all these military companies, and that's good for the Nasdaq, which is good for the tax, all the shit. This stuff like the Afghani fields, all that money that's off the books that we know the CIA clearly has, USA getting all this funding, all this kind of, you know what I'm saying? Like even with Iran, Iran's like they're basically Walmart is producing more wealth than Iran at the moment. But when you look at like Iran's resources,
in the
it's
US
like
are producing
23
more wealth than other countries. I mean, you can say things
But
about
when you
Apple,
look at like
Microsoft.
Iran's resources alone, that's 23 trillion. So they're not producing because all the sanctions, all this kind of shit as well. Do you know what I mean? Like realistically, the best outcome for everybody is for Iran to become a secular nation.
It's the best
For the
outcome
people
for us,
rising
not
up.
necessarily the best outcome for someone like China.
Yeah, but they're communists, so fuck them.
Like, but that's the whole point that we're talking about right now is
The
the U.S.
ear.
being engaged in this area because of things like that, and so China doesn't come in and swoop in and take what they can from that. Like, yeah, our sanctions work great, but they don't work so much when you have another powerhouse that can help you avoid those sanctions.
The
With a 1 billion.
relationship between Russia and China isn't necessarily that good. It's because China is slowly moving in across
it's taken the sphere of influence away
eastern
from
part
Russia.
of Russia. Their influence is becoming more stronger and stronger there. So eventually they'll fall out.
Yeah, but that's the issue. I'm talking about Iran, and did I say Russia because I'm in Iran? But I did want to ask two things. One was to Leprechaun. It was something I don't remember right now. Other one was to EOD, and it was or maybe two questions. When the stuff happened in Afghanistan during the Afghanistan withdrawal and the Navy and the suicide bombers went off, what was your reaction to that? Did you blame Biden, or were you just like it was just a mess up, or how did you react to that?
Well, as a member of the military, I understand that there's a hierarchy of command, right? But yeah, ultimately, the guy at the top is the guy who's at fault. So yeah, I blame Biden.
Okay.
But I also blame the Joint Chiefs of Staff. I blame the people who organized the whole extraction process. I feel like there had been a plan in place, and that got completely thrown out the window, and they pulled the plug as quickly as possible, and that resulted in the catastrophe that we saw. It could have been easily avoided.
Did you, when Biden released that money to Iran, did you blame him for what Iran or Hamas did?
When Biden released that money, yeah, that's definitely the administration's fault.
Okay, so when Trump went and negotiated with the Taliban and released 5,000 Talibani prisoners, did you blame him at all for what happened to those service members?
Yeah, absolutely. Fuck him. They shouldn't have fucking done that.
Okay, cool. Because I know a lot of people don't keep that same energy.
Yeah, well, I mean, I can't say I'm familiar with all the details of what you're talking about, but from what you described, if I take that at face value, fuck him. Yeah.
He negotiated with the Taliban. They released a bunch of Talibani prisoners, and then we see what happens. And just like that money that Biden released could have been used by Hamas or whatever, or Iran to help Hamas do what they did on October 7th. Those prisoners, I'm sure a lot of them that were released went back and, you know, did shit and possibly could have contributed to those suicide attacks, or suicide bombers. The oh yes, air defense, Iran. Something that I don't see talked about, and I think it should be, and it should be harped on, is, well, two things. One, I think one of the biggest jobs or responsibilities of an administration is to continue on the legacy of the U.S. to make the next administration's job easier, or to at least make the U.S. in a better position than it was, 4 years ago or whatever the case may be. With us defending Ukraine the way we have, it has caused Syria to now fall and possibly become secularist. We want to talk about secularism, even though that dude that is now the leader of Syria was an Islamist. He has now turned a much more secular leaf, because Russia could no longer help and defend them. It allowed Israel to do what it did to, well, that didn't really happen. So it allowed, it's now causing what we're seeing with Iran. Iran does not have the munitions and everything to keep themselves safe. Before, they used to have Russia's backing, and that was also, people ask, why didn't we attack them earlier, blah, blah, blah. Part of that reason is because Russia was there to help defend them. Well, Russia is no longer there to help defend them because they're bogged down in Ukraine and losing a whole bunch of people and military equipment. And so these proxies that Russia used to have, Syria, Iran, and Iran's Hezbollah and Hamas and other organizations, those no longer exist. And that is a direct cause, consequence of Biden's administration's support of Ukraine and our continued support of Ukraine, even under Trump. And I don't think that gets recognized enough. And that's another reason I believe in supporting Ukraine. But that was just a tangent. Your mic is muted, buddy.
Yeah, I agree, man. It's not much disagreement coming from my side here. Do you know what I mean? In terms of the way we're viewing this whole situation.
I just wish that I just wish the connection was made more. Especially because, it was for someone on my side. Oh, us defending Ukraine, let's say it's 3 years ago, us defending Ukraine, it's going to weaken Russia and then their proxies, blah, blah, blah. It's going to help us out in the future. Well, the future hasn't came yet. So my quote unquote prophetic remarks haven't come to fruition. They're just remarks, and it could or it could not. Well, now we're 3 years down the line. Syria's regime falls in, 3 days, essentially. And we're seeing Iran. We saw Hezbollah, they lost in a week. Hamas doing their thing, and now Iran's regime potentially falling, and that's another ally of Russia's that is no longer going to be around. And I wish it was connected more. It's not bad to support democracies, and it's not bad to support a country against our adversaries, and we should support that, especially when all it does is cost a little bit of money. To his point, this is saving lives down in the future, and a lot of the stuff that we have given Ukraine was paid for already. It was military arms that was paid. We spent 40 years preparing for this, potential conflict with the USSR, and a lot of that stuff we sent to Ukraine, at least in the beginning.
I understand that's always been the argument, but a lot of the stuff was still in service at the time that we were gifting it to fucking Ukraine, man. So what does that result in? Is it results in, instead of using the old shit, we pay Halliburton and fucking Northrop Grumman and whatever to build new shit for us to use, and it's just refueling this whole industrial military fucking complex. You're saying that this is in the effort of maintaining some semblance of world stability, when in reality all we're doing is reinvesting in it being unstable, and then causing issues like this in Iran, where we don't have any clear evidence or anything like that Iran's nuclear program became any more weaponized than it was 6 months ago, when Tulsi Gabbard said in front of, or whatever, 6 weeks ago, when Tulsi Gabbard said in front of Congress, they're not making nuclear weapons, and so far as we can tell. Oh, wait a minute, now they are. Now we're going to send B2s, now we're going to bomb a bunch of shit because we want the instability to fuel the industrial military complex, man. Like, this is that cycle is part of why the United States is perpetually at fucking war. It's a problem with our fucking economy and the way that we bolster our economy.
It's a problem with this. It's a problem with the world that we are the only ones that seem to be willing to stop conflicts from happening.
More than that, though.
But I'm getting my simple question.
Going to the point on Ukraine. Yeah,
Has defending Ukraine benefited us?
Okay, no, I don't think it has, and I'll tell you why. And the way that it's benefited us is it's covered up dirty money flowing through Ukraine into politicians' pockets. It's covered up a decades of just absolute fucking corruption. Ukraine was the most corrupt country in quote unquote Europe up until the point that Russia invaded, and then suddenly they became the golden angel on the hill that everybody has to come in and save. The things that Zelensky has done in an effort to maintain power during this conflict has been absolutely egregious. Nobody wants to talk about that shit.
Is Russia part of Europe or Asia?
Ultimately, what this does is it creates greater instability to fuel our industrial military complex. Russia's part of Asia.
It is both, my comrade.
Well, Putin definitely reaches into, definitely plays into the Euro brothers.
What are you saying, Wobbly?
Open the side link and read the sidebar.
Okay. What do you got in there? It says President Trump just announced a full ceasefire between Israel and Iran to start in 6 hours, according to Nick Sotor. See, that's great. So that's fulfilling the promises that I was given during the fucking campaign.
Thank you, April.
Yeah, did April post that in my kick chat?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Does
April.
it really? Does it really? I mean, just because he says there's going to be one doesn't mean there will be one.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah,
looking good, April. Thank you.
The reason why he's doing this is because Trump thinks that they can do the revolution. I think.
Love you, April.
Yeah, me too.
Well, if they thought they could do the revolution, it'd be better off continuing without the ceasefire than with it, because with the ceasefire, you're not targeting the state apparatus anymore, which means that they can now return to oppressive methods of killing protesters and whatnot. So I don't necessarily think that is the best way to, if you want regime change, to go about.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. If he's doing the peace talks at the moment, that to me points out that they must have hit enough targets to be like, okay, should have enough confidence here. Particularly the way that Pavlavi, or whatever the fuck his name is, Reza Pahlavi, the way he's been talking, he's already saying they're weak and they're kind of fucked. You know what I mean?
They've been saying that, but it doesn't have to be that. It could just be as simple as both Israel and the U.S. came out and said that regime change is not the goal. So they're ceasefire, because regime change is not the goal, and the military targets that they hit and the nuclear targets that they hit were the goal, and therefore they're stopping. So it probably has nothing to do with regime chanch.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Why would one sec? Why would you risk? Because if the military is talking to Pahlavi, right, the prince dude, that means that like if he gets the support from military, then the Islamic regime is fucked. They're basically like they're just more focused on fleeing the country rather than actually like staying and trying to keep power. And if Pahlavi has the military, because like your whole point, like Iraq's beside them and Pakistan's in between them as well. They're both Islamic regimes as well. So it's like you have to make sure that you don't wipe out that army too much.
This is literally
this whole thing of like a ceasefire is the guarantee that America's not going to get hit after doing this stealth bomber, because that's the whole main contention at the moment is the blowback from the. Yeah, but the main thing is that if they wiped out those bunkers and that genuinely was the main thing, getting the ceasefire now settles all like the likes of EOD and I forget your name, but like it settles all that worries in terms of like getting a retaliatory strike from Iran, at least for the moment, getting this ceasefire in place.
It's Wobbly.
Yeah, Wobbly. Sorry, Wobbly.
This is a ceasefire between Israel and Iran, not Iran and the U.S. For one, and two, it is what you're describing is literally what the U.S. did in 1954 or 2 or whenever it exactly was. I can't remember the year off the top of my head. Literally what you're describing down to the T, getting the military on the side of the Shah, who is the son, or this is the son you're talking about now, getting the military on his side and overthrowing the quote-unquote democratically elected prime minister, leader, whatever you want to call him. And you're saying, and obviously he's not democratically elected, but getting the military on the side is exactly what happened then. The military stood on that side, and we got into the thing that we're in now. So it's not the military that you need to enact this. You need the people to do it. And the people are going to be fearful when they're getting mowed down in the street. So a no-fly zone, if he starts saying no-fly zone over Iran, then I think that you can start saying, oh, okay, maybe a regime change is kind of in their plans. But until that no-fly zone exists, it's not going to happen. The U.S. did the same thing in Iraq.
Russia's not going to let us do that. So again, you're asking for conflict with Russia on that one. We talked about this when fucking Hillary Clinton was running against Trump back in 2016.
That's why they've been silent this whole time and not able to do anything while Iran and Syria.
They haven't been silent this whole time. They've actually been professing support for Iran this whole time.
Yes, through words. Yes, through words.
Yeah.
Just like they were. So yeah, they were doing the same thing. Yeah, so they've been silent. They've been able to. If this was before Ukraine, they would have been in there with their own aircraft to make sure this stuff didn't happen. They would have been in Syria stopping the revolution, but they can't anymore because they're bogged down in Ukraine, losing aircraft and having casualties, which is why Syria fell how it did. Russia tucked tail and ran. Russia has done nothing to help Iran other than say, oh, hey, we'll help you, or hey, we support your sovereignty. That's all they've done. And that's all they can do.
Well, yeah.
So no, Russia wouldn't do anything if a no-fly zone was issued because they're too busy getting fucked up.
I don't think so. I think the situation would change. I think that's an elevation of fucking, force and war tactics. Consummated fucking response. It's not something we need to fucking do. We don't need to have a no-fly zone over Iran to let.
Talking about whether
we don't need a no-fly zone over Iran in order to let the people do their fucking thing and bring back the Shah or whatever.
What happened in Iraq when they tried to overthrow Saddam Hussein? What happened to the Shiites? What happened in the South? Can you remind us of the helicopters mowing people down, of the chemical warfare being used on their citizens? And then what happened when we hit the no-fly zone? That shit stopped.
Yeah, but the
So
thing
yes,
is,
you
though,
do need, and certain regimes, you do need a no-fly zone because you get issues like Iraq, you get things like Syria, and this thing about, oh, well, if it was a no-fly zone, Russia would then interfere. We just got done talking about how Russia interfered in Ukraine, and supposedly it's because a puppet of the U.S. or the CIA was installed. If that's the case, then Russia's going to get involved regardless of whether it's a no-fly zone, whether it's a regime change that changes the regime that's currently in place that supports Russia, because it's losing Iran from its sphere of influence. And we just talked about ports and the natural resources that Iran controls. So it doesn't matter whether it's a no-fly zone, whether it's a regime change. Russia loses either way.
Okay.
They can't get involved because it's not possible.
We did not put a no-fly zone over fucking Syria, and yet somehow we have air operations coming out of Syria in the first place. So, not only that, they did strike Syria. We've been fucking poking around in fucking Syria's civil war since Trump's fucking 2016 term. So that shit's still unstable. And since Obama.
Yeah, that's my point, is that we saw what happened. Syria, no-fly zone, didn't have a no-fly zone, and the rebels lost, essentially. The only reason they won is because, again, Russia got bogged down in Ukraine and couldn't support Syria anymore. And Hezbollah, who also came over to Syria to help them and kill rebels and citizens and stuff, got destroyed by Israel. So yeah, all the help that Syria got that allowed them to stop the rebels and the people in the revolution, generally speaking, was destroyed or tied down, i.e. Russia and Ukraine, Hezbollah destroyed, and Iran, whatever Iran was doing at the time, scared.
Russia supported the current regime in Syria, though. What are you talking about? The rebels.
Regime are you talking about? Are you talking about the current leader? Or are you talking about Assad?
Assad, yeah.
Yeah, he's in Syria. Where have you been, bro? Syria is lost to Assad. Assad lives in Moscow now.
But yeah, that's what I was trying to tell you.
Yeah, he ran.
It didn't take a no-fly zone to fucking accomplish that. That's what I was trying to fucking get.
Yes, because
that's. If you remember, multiple times in the last 8 hours, I named 4 countries that lost secular leaders for whatever reason. Syria was one of them. Assad's gone, dude.
Yeah, he ran. I remember that. Actually, he
he's
did.
gone
He ran.
because, again,
Yeah.
we didn't issue a no-fly zone. The rebels were losing. The civil war has been happening since what, 2011, 2010, 2011 or something, maybe 2014. They were losing up until last year or the year before, whenever the Syrian the organizations funded in large part by Turkey and whatnot, made that move that nobody saw coming. And that is because, again, Russia could no longer help them. Russia and Hezbollah, both who were the ones that supported Bashar and allowed him to do what he did, were both gone. Hezbollah is completely destroyed, essentially. They even said they're not even going to get involved in Iran stuff. They're so pussy now. And Russia's bogged down in Ukraine. So yeah, if a place has no allies, then maybe a no-fly zone exists, and it has no ability to do certain things, then yeah, maybe a no-fly zone, that no-fly zone is needed. But Iran is not that right now. Well, it might be now, based off of what Israel has done to them. That remains to be seen, though.
I just want to interject a small thing. Have all the hostages been released at this point?
No.
From Gaza? No.
They just recovered 3, but I don't know.
Okay.
Some of them have died. Some of them are dead.
I know. I'm just saying that's going to be. I think people have forgotten.
Yeah.
Forgotten what?
Gaza.
Gaza.
Not only that,
Yeah,
but
I mean,
I just calm down a little bit.
well, let's
Other
calm
things
down,
have
but
kind of
but-
hyped up.
you know, what I'm trying to say is, do we still have American hostages out there? I mean, overall, they're still hostages, but have they released all the American ones? If not,
Pretty sure all the American. Well, actually, I don't know.
no,
Right.
not all of the American ones. No.
I'm
yeah,
about to go on
okay.
my little Trump tangent of,
There wasn't a
so
whole
you
lot of
say
them, but-
They have by Saturday until or else, and still here. But anyway,
And that's what I'm saying.
lots of lies that come out of that dude's mouth. Like a lot of hyperbole.
That
Yeah, but he's
might
a
be the
politician. What do you expect?
Not only that, it's a negotiation
Well,
tactic.
Like, oh, he's
wait.
not a politician. That's why I like.
Well,
I
he
don't
cares
believe
about-
because, like I said, fundamentally, if you are willing to accept a secret service, a CIA, like the covert ops and all this shit, you have to accept that the government's going to lie to you, that your president is going to lie to you.
Of course they are. You
See what I
think they're
mean?
going to
So
tell
it's
you
like the
all the
fact
dirty
that
stuff? No,
Don't
So
say
the
that
fact
Trump
that
is
Trump
different
lies,
when
that-
he's just the same.
no, he's the
that's
same.
that's what I'm saying. He's exactly the same as Obama, as Bush, as Cheney.
Okay, but you
all these
see
motherfuckers.
EOD's face right now, right? Because he doesn't like that you're. Because he doesn't like because
There's-
if you I understand you don't live in the U.S., but these maggots that live here, the ones that support Trump, actually believe he is different.
Okay,
And
well,
so that-
these fucking libtards can't help but fucking spurg whenever Trump's name fucking comes up either, right? Like
Trump-
that's
Trump
fucking
couldn't make this
that's
country
indicative
great
of the
if his
left
life
too.
depended on it. He has no idea what's in the
Look.
Constitution. He has no idea what's in the Declaration. He has no
He's
idea what's
not-
in any of the founding documents and any
Part
of the
of the
founding
deal,
words.
baby.
That's
He cannot
completely
make this
false.
country
All of
great
that's false,
at
dude.
all. You could give him 1,000 years and he still couldn't make this country great.
Okay, that's great. But in reality, Trump has succeeded in several domestic policies. Stock market's stabilized. Border is under control. We haven't seen a whole lot of immigration or illegal immigration, thankfully. ICE is doing their job. The Marines, we talked about the Marines and the National Guard actually going in and bringing down the riots on fucking federal property in the very least. Okay, so all of these things are all. It's not a police state, man. You're just being melodramatic because you got tramp arrangement syndrome. So in the way that he's engaged, in foreign wars, it is against what he campaigned on, and I will agree he is similar to Obama and Bush and those before him. But in several other ways, he has succeeded, and I am satisfied with his domestic policy. So there's that.
Okay, Obama
deported more people than fucking Trump did. That's true.
Obama did way more both deportations and drone strikes on.
Yeah, but this is why I explained what went on in 1947 after the Second World War.
Shit, sorry.
This whole concept of like living in a quote unquote fascist state. If you're a National Socialist, you don't care who's getting in office. If you're an American.
EOD, you said something along the lines of he stabilized the stock market. The stock market was already good before he became president. You can't fucking pat him on the back for solving a problem he caused.
That's not true. Okay, first of all, the pandemic caused it. Secondly, inflation was completely fucking out of control under Biden, and it went way the fuck down under Trump, even further than the CBO's projections of what inflation would be under Trump because of his tariffs. It had the exact opposite effect.
EOD,
So,
focus.
Don't forget about the egg
You said
prices.
the stock market was stabilized. You didn't say, I don't. You over here talking about inflation and the first and COVID. Back
okay, so what I'm talking about are factors that influence the stock market. That's why that's relevant.
Yeah, okay. Inflation, that's not that what you just said hadn't really have anything to do with COVID. We're talking about the second term. Stabilizing the stock market, second term.
Okay,
COVID
so
is his first term.
you said
he
that
caused the issue.
he caused the issue, right? He did not cause the issue. That's wrong. COVID did.
What are you talking about COVID for still? Why are you still talking about COVID?
You're saying he caused the issue. He did not cause the issue.
What do you
hit
mean
him
by
with the drill,
stabilized market?
baby,
'Cause
drill
I thought we were
policy.
talking about the second term.
You thought we were talking about what? The stock
The
market.
second term, because everything else you said was second term, but now you're sitting here talking about his first term.
Well, you're sitting about here saying that he caused it. How did he cause it in his second term? He's been in office, what, 6 months now.
Through his policies, through his tariffs. That is how.
His tariffs did not cause a recession in the stock market. It caused a little scare. It balanced out when they realized inflation wasn't going to be affected in the way that the CBO predicted that it would be.
Dude, are you not following anything, or do you just like hear what he says and you just go, "Oh, that's right"? He said the reason stock market dipped because tariffs happened. That is a fact. He started announcing the tariffs. The stock market immediately dropped. That is what happened. Yeah. It's not a
overnight, and then the following day, and in the coming weeks, it stabilized, and it's better than it was before.
God, man. Yes, and why is that? Because the tariffs didn't happen. He walked back on the tariffs, which is why they keep on.
He did not walk back on the tariffs. Not all the tariffs. He walked back on the tariffs where people came to the negotiating table. Not 100%. No. In the case of China, China came to the negotiating table. In the case of Europe, Europe came to the negotiating table. In the case of Mexico, Mexico came to the negotiating table.
So proving my point is that the tariffs caused the market to drop because of what he was talking about doing, and then when it was found that it was no longer going to happen, the stock market started to go up and stabilize. So yes, he caused the market to drop. Thank you for proving my point. The market was doing fine before he started the tariff talk. Then the tariff talk happens and the market drops, and then he takes it back. Oh, well, they came to the negotiation table. That's why, blah, blah, blah. And then it stabilizes. So don't pat him on the back for an issue he caused.
Okay, so again, the rise in the stock market was temporary because it did not understand what the fucking plan was. Also, over half the tariffs that Trump proposed have been enacted and haven't been negotiated with. So that's one of the things that lefties always like to bitch about, is that it's going to crash the economy. It's going to crash the economy. Well, it didn't crash the economy.
It didn't crash the economy because the tariffs never happened.
They did happen. They happened.
Which is why he didn't enact them, because they didn't.
He did enact them. Yes, he did.
So which countries and how much and what sectors?
Okay.
Because what was he talking about? 145%. He talked about 145% from everything from China. Were those enacted?
Okay, so he hiked steel and aluminum tariffs starting March 12th. He announced reciprocal tariffs on China, Canada, and Mexico. Yep, and those tariffs went into effect, and then those countries came to the table.
Yes.
They sought him out and called his bluff, and he fucking enacted them. Yeah.
145%. Did that happen? Yes or no?
Part of the deal.
That's right.
145% by China. Yes or no? You realize that China didn't come to the table.
Now you're spurging on one particular thing, and all I'm trying to tell you is that the tariffs fucking happened, and the economy didn't crash, and people stopped freaking out. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You can't say the tariffs happened and say, oh, well, only 50% of them happened. Don't say that. That sounds goofy. Either all the tariffs happened, or all the tariffs didn't happen. If the projections were, shut up.
It's not an all or nothing.
If the tariff, yes, it is in this context, because we're talking about the projections made by these people that he's saying were wrong, and the projections were made under the context of all these tariffs coming into play. And then he goes, oh, well, the projections were wrong and blah, blah, blah. See, they were wrong about the tariffs. Well, did all the tariffs happen? No. Okay, well, then obviously their projections are going to be wrong because the tariffs didn't happen.
They're saying it was going to crash the economy, that the economy is going to be
and the tariffs didn't. Say it with me. The tariffs didn't happen.
The tariffs did happen. The tariffs did fucking happen. Okay, look, right here. April 11th, China says it will raise tariffs on U.S. goods from 84 to 125%. In response, the Trump administration said that certain commodities such as smartphones and laptops will be exempt. However, that's a temporary reprieve, and the 125% tariffs go back into effect shortly thereafter. So the tariffs fucking happened.
A lot of exemptions, but you really need to look at this is negotiation on a international scale.
It's irrelevant. The negotiation aspect is irrelevant, and thank you for pointing out the fact that there's plenty of exemptions, because they don't want to hear it. The negotiation tactic is irrelevant.
I'm pointing out the exemptions. You're acting like that a tariff that occurred with exemptions didn't happen. That's your fucking argument. Is that a tariff with exemptions did not happen? That's what you're saying.
Yes,
they did.
You're fucking with me right now. I got about 5 or so minutes, but
well, then final thoughts. You're saying that tariffs didn't happen. Tariffs did happen. I just showed you how they happened, and now you want to move the goalposts and say that tariffs happened with, some exemptions. I'm just trying to summarize where we're at. Go ahead.
He's host, motherfucker. He's the host with the most.
I don't care who the host is. Don't ask for final thoughts and then start talking.
I'm the same, man. Respect the platform, baby. Like and subscribe.
Yeah,
Thank you, Terry.
Yeah, something. Yeah, no. If projections are based off of, if someone says I'm going to enact 100% tariffs and on everything, and then a third party comes out and analyzes what it could do, and they say, okay, based off of these tariffs, this is going to happen, and then that same party, and then the person goes, actually, we're not going to do 100%. We're going to on everything. We're going to do 100% on everything except these things, which is, most of what inflation is based off of: electronics, steel, blah, blah, whatever it may be. Just coming up random
not
stuff.
directly CPI
and
stuff.
And then
like the real
some of it, yeah, well, indirect, whatever. And then they go, actually, you know what? We're also on top of those exemptions. We're also going to lower it down from 100% to 50%. You don't get to come around then and say, see, the projections were wrong. You got to get out of your bubble. Like, that is
your literal argument was that they didn't happen. I'm just trying to show you how they did.
That is cult logic. That if someone says something and then projections are made off of what they said, and then they change their word 5, 6, 7 different times, you go back to those original projections based off of their first word or the original word and say, see, the projections were wrong. See, the mainstream media is wrong. It's stupid. And you can say what he just said, what Grumple just said. Oh, it's a negotiation tactic, blah, 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 blah. That's fine. That is one side that you can stand on without necessarily being hypocritical or without being just
Art of the deal.
coming up with dumb shit.
You can
coming up with dumb
be
shit.
both.
Here's
the deal, baby.
But to say the tariffs as originally said happened, and as the projections were projecting
as they were originally said,
is incorrect. Yes, the tariffs that he said were going to happen didn't happen.
Wobbly's got the data here for you. All right, it's the United States Stock Market Index. In the middle of March, we had a huge dip because of the threat of the tariffs, and then it actually recovered back to where it had been before. And so what we've got after this dip, which occurred in early April, is that more tariffs were imposed. And yet the economy continues to bounce back.
Can you back up a little bit? Can you back up? First of all, the stock market isn't the economy. I don't know how many times people have to say that. Can you go left? You're going right, buddy.
Pull up the dry Baltic Index Fred
and,
chart
and,
after
and,
this.
and the chart. Can you go? Yeah, no, go right to like February, basically, or 25. Who's controlling this?
Wobbly is.
Wobbly, sir. Yes. Can you go to February if you can hear? You're muted, Wobbly.
Come on, dude.
Yeah, Wobbly, we can't hear you, man. Your mic's muted.
Sorry. If you get to January 21st, 2025, the stock market came up. If you continue on, the peak, February 19th, 2025.
Can you stop right there? Thank you.
Wait,
because we can make a point before I go. So before February 19th, before you guys go past February 19th.
On April 8th, when Trump announced the tariffs,
nobody cares.
The stock market reacted.
Can I get to the point that I was trying to make before you started talking?
Hey, listen to Grandpa. Show some respect to your elders.
No, I won't. I was literally making a point, and I was asking him if he could just go somewhere, and not trying to listen to someone yet. So,
yeah, but we've been listening to you all night. Come on, man.
Yeah, and hey,
behave.
I'm gone soon. Behave for what? February, to his point, February 19th, or whatever date he said, it was up. Before February 19th, can you show me on this scale where the market was not stabilized?
Right here. April 8th, 2025.
Yes, before February 19th. And that chart, can you tell me where the market was not stabilized? The market was already stabilized.
Before
and then
February,
fast forward to March. Fast forward to
25th.
actually not even March, because the tariff started happening in February. That's why you saw the drop. It wasn't just April 8th or whatever. When the tariffs talk started happening, that's when the market dropped.
Give me a date.
He said something about you'd actually see it in March. So maybe sometime in March?
Me? No, I was saying that before April.
And that would be March, right?
I think March comes before April.
And I think February also comes before April as well, right? Yeah.
February comes before April. It's February, March, April.
It also comes before, yeah. That's the point I'm making. That's the point. It looks like February 1st, he issued an EO which will impose 10% on all goods from China. Let me see. Let me keep scrolling down.
Look, I'm not trying to contend that it didn't destabilize the market. I said that. I admitted that to you earlier on. Okay, it did for a little while, and then as the tariffs continued, the market continues to stabilize and bounce back. If you look at it towards the most recent numbers on the graph, they're nearly back to where they were at the peak. So.
Yes, because the original tariffs that he talked about did not happen.
But the tariffs have continued. They did happen, and they have continued past April.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sure. They happened if you ignore what he said originally, and if you ignore all the exemptions for the tariffs. The issue I have is someone causing an accident and then trying to fix the accident. And then you say, oh, well, see, they fixed this accident that they caused. That makes them a good person, or that makes them a good leader, or something else stupid. It's just dumb.
It's not an accident.
That is exactly
it's not an accident.
That is exactly why people like you get called culties.
What do you mean?
Oh wow, man! No, you keep coming back to this TDS, man.
Exactly what I mean. The gingers or something. Exactly why people like Doug. You are no different than people. You are no different than someone
this
like
motherfucker, dude. I swear.
Like you both live in this bubble. You both live in this weird bubble. That's the issue.
It's not a bubble, okay? It's just fucking reality. You live in a bubble where everything that Trump does is suddenly the worst fucking thing anybody's ever seen, dude. That's the bubble you're coming out of. You want to sit here and talk to me about my fucking bubble? What I'm looking at is strategy and the way it plays out, and ultimately it favors the American people. That's what I'm fucking looking at, and I'm pleased with that. So
did Trump order the strike on Iran?
Yeah, I'm not pleased with that.
Did I say that was the worst thing ever?
No,
I supported it actually, right? When he did, when we talked about the National Guard being federalized and California, did I say that's unconstitutional or that's unpresidential or he's a fascist?
You said that you didn't want to see it happen.
No, sir.
I did say I didn't want to see it happen, but I said that's not necessarily out of his power. I just wish I wish that we as a society recognize that I think there should be steps, and we agreed upon these steps, and we criticized if the steps weren't taken, or that for example, in the military, you don't go. Usually, it's your supervisor.
Call me Positatus, something like that. That's what it's called. You don't deploy the active duty military on a U.S. soil.
At the lowest level possible. And I wasn't necessarily talking about that specifically, but that's in the same vein. But there's steps to take to get somewhere, and you don't necessarily have to go all the way to the top. There's plenty of things that Trump has done that I agree with. I said the stay in Mexico policy I agreed with. I think that getting rid of it is stupid. I agree with his current policy. I'm not necessarily against the current policy of foreigners who are here on certain visas, protesting at universities and stuff, getting sent back to their home country. I'm not necessarily against it. Actually, probably support it more than I'm against it. So there's plenty of stuff that I think that Trump has done, or that the administration has done, that I'm not against.
Well, you got a brick wall staring you in the face instead of seeing the reality with the tariffs, man. I don't know what to tell you about that.
It's not. That's the issue, is that it's not a reality with the tariffs. There's plenty of exemptions with the tariffs, and there's plenty of walkback with the tariffs. And
right, because the original tariff brought people to the negotiating table, and they negotiated the exemptions.
Okay, so then that's the point. You can't criticize the original projections when the tariffs that you just admitted the tariffs didn't happen. You said, yeah, well, they didn't happen because the people came to the negotiation table, and so it got
some of them didn't happen.
But
yeah,
the tariffs are in place.
A lot of them are. Yeah.
All right.
See, but your argument is that never happened, and the shit. Trump just fucking made a bunch of shit up, and that's bullshit.
Random Independent, I'm doing the thing. I'm sharing it now. It's because of you. You inspired me for this. Okay, this is why I'm doing this.
All inspiration is democracy, if you ask me. Is this Helldivers 2?
Yes, it is.
Nice. I was just playing it the other day. I just got into it when. Do you play it?
No, it's a fake. It's AI.
What? Are you playing right now?
Yes.
Now it's AI.
Oh, okay. Okay. No, I didn't know he was playing right now. I thought it might have been a YouTube video or something.
Hello, LD.
What's up,
yeah,
Emmett? It's good to see you, man. Welcome in.
I hopped on and started playing it.
I'm. I was just hearing at the conversation. I thought it was kind of interesting to jump in for a moment and ask a couple of questions real quick.
Come on.
So, do you think the tariffs are meant to increase the economy the moment they're set up?
Who are these questions to?
Yeah, for you, a random
Oh, shit.
independent.
Okay, can you quick fire 'em?
Yeah, whenever you put tariffs in place, do you think the tariffs are meant to shoot the price of the stock up in the stock market?
They can be generally no.
Generally, no. Why do you think it's
There's
a
various
reason
reasons that
to
a tariff
implement?
could be various reasons that tariffs can be imposed. You can do
Yeah.
sector-based tariffs for various. I mean, you can do national security-based. There's a bunch of different reasons. Retaliation tariffs. There's a bunch of different reasons.
Friend, yeah. There's one more.
What about you have an economy? Your economy is functional. You have to pay your workers a bunch of money to do anything, and you have a country that don't care about their citizens, and they just use them for slave labor. Do you think using tariffs in that case would it be a moral thing that you would be for?
No.
No.
You saying?
So
Are you saying?
you think that having slave labor in other countries is fine?
Yeah, I'm not necessarily
Yeah?
pro export. And dude, do you want me to answer the questions or no?
Listen, okay. The
Okay,
question is
alright.
very simple.
So
Are you
asking? I heard the question. Are you
Yes,
asking
and the question.
specifically? Are you talking about like a third? Let's say a country is doing slave labor or what we would consider slave labor, but might not be considered slave labor over there. Is doing this labor low cost or whatever and selling it to us specifically, or are you saying just generally speaking, any country doing this type of thing should we impact? Would I support placing tariffs on them?
Well, you have a tariff. The tariff is going into your country, so they're selling it to you. No?
I guess that's a fair point. Yeah, that's a good point.
Okay.
Yeah, generally no though. No,
Yeah,
I wouldn't
okay.
support
You
it.
will be
For that
fine.
specific reason. For that specific reason.
Yeah, you would be fine of allowing people to use the slave labor as long as the good come into your country.
Well, you call it slave labor, and I don't necessarily classify everything as that's low cost labor in other countries as slave labor. So it's a nice first world way to look at things, but a lot of these countries don't have things.
Would you call it?
And I gotta
would you
go
call
now.
it sweatshop labor?
In the first world, I would consider that, but in our country, it's not necessarily that. But
What is it?
y'all have a good.
I tell you what, Random Independent, it's good having you, man. Thank you for coming by.
Appreciate y'all having me.
Shit. All right, hold on a minute.
I appreciate y'all having me.
Yeah, I appreciate you being here, Random Independent. It's good to see you, bro. Thank you for coming out. I appreciate, the honesty. It's refreshing.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Y'all be safe. Have fun with Helldivers.
What did he say? Have fun with Helldivers? Oh, right. No, okay, that's the video game. I'm sorry, I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
No, it's not a game, sir. This is democracy.
It's democracy in act. All right. Ray's Car has a question from fucking Kick. He says, if Hillary Clinton hadn't supplied, a statement, if Hillary Clinton hadn't supplied Iran with uranium, Obama and Biden given Iran billions of dollars, we wouldn't have to bomb Iran in the first fucking place. That's a good point. I think we did touch on some of those issues. But
I brought that up a couple times.
Yeah.
You're on point. You're straight up on point.
For sure.
I don't know. I always hear about the idea of the tariffs, and it's always the same thing with the tariffs. Oh my god, it's so bad and mean and awful. But whenever I bring up like their own ideas and their own proposition of what is a slave labor, they always say, no, it's fine. Let the other countries slave away.
It's called
Okay,
NIMBY,
I guess.
not in my backyard.
Yes.
Yeah, it's cool, just not here.
Yeah. And you're like, okay, well, we want to bring, maybe we have a dip on the economic yield for a year or two or whatever, but we're going to have a proper, we're going to try to bring up our own industry by doing that. And maybe in 10 years, we'll see yields of what we're doing now. And again, I don't think they get like those kind of things. They always think the stocks go down is bad, the stocks go up is good. And
Yeah.
it's just a stock, you know.
It's the stock market, and you have to worry. The biggest thing is how people react, and if they have fear, you know, that's the individual's problem. A lot of times, I just learned to ignore it. It's going to sort
Well,
itself out.
I think the stock market was going down, but Trump approval was going up.
Right.
So I think people were like, "Yeah, we don't really care if he's doing this."
Well, most of them didn't because they were like, "Oh, yeah, yeah."
Oh no, not here. Not like
Tariffs.
this. Not like this. No.
Okay. Damn. I think I got in too hot for got for my own good.
No,
But
that's all
anyway,
right, man.
thank you for having me on, EOD. I just
Well-
wanted to ask him some questions because
That's all good.
I really thought he was kind of bad faith at points, especially with the whole you give up a point at the beginning of way back in Glenn's stream, and he went at you, but he didn't actually went at you. He was like, "All you Trump supporters." It's like, well, that's
Yeah.
not anymore EOD statement. That's a general statement.
All right.
Yeah.
It has nothing to
do
do
you mean,
with
you
his position.
Well, he
Yeah,
he just had TDS, man. Every time Trump came up in conversation, he'd immediately go back to that. Trump's a piece of shit. Trump's a piece of shit. Everybody who supports him is a piece of shit. And let me tell you all the ways why. And I'm just like, dude, come on, man. Like, and to your point, you're saying that the stock market's just an indicator of the way people project the economy to fucking go. Yeah, absolutely. And I conceded that to him too. At first, it was a little bit rough, but eventually they chilled out about it, and those tariffs still continued. And he would not admit the point that, you know, he said that there weren't any tariffs at all. That was his fucking contention. And it's like, no, dude. And
No,
There are
there's still
tariffs.
yeah. And they get locked in these polarized positions all the time where Trump has to be a fucking, completely incompetent, bumbling fool, or he's the AI or the fucking comic book supervillain that has a master plan to take over the fucking world and cares about nothing but his economy, his ego.
Legacy, yeah, his ego and legacy. Which I don't think is that bad, by the way. If you have a person that's actually wants to leave a good legacy, cares about it, and is trying to be known as like a good, like a good king, just to trigger some lever, to trigger someone.
Yeah.
Don't call him a king because you'll get all those other people upset.
Yes, I know. That's why I did it.
Thanks.
No thanks.
But okay, I do have issues with Trump, but I'll be the first one to tell you I will find issue with any person you got out there because the way I feel, and don't get upset, EOD. This is how I feel across the board. All politicians are crooks. All they care about is their pocketbook. You can take an honest person. You can take an honest person from down in the dirt level of local government, and once you prop them up and get them up there, they've turned. They're not about you.
That's true.
I can agree
you know
with
what they
you.
say.
But I mean, there's a lot of different things, especially when
Yeah.
it comes to governance, that can corrupt. Everybody knows that. The only thing is, I'm not willing to just turn on Trump that like that yet, just yet.
Well, I mean, I'm not totally. I
They've
give
been
it a
wrong all
chance.
the time. You know, they've been
I'm
wrong
not-
all the time.
Okay, the tariff thing, it bothered me at first, and I thought, okay, let's see what he's trying to do here. And basically, you guys can tell me if I'm wrong. What he did was he stuck his big toe in the water to see how this would go, and then he's starting to find out, hey, you can't do tariffs on blah 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 because we need those materials. We're trying to do such and
There's
such.
no crying in baseball.
Thank you.
No, I got where you're going, Melissa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I think is he got in the pool, and then people were like, "Oh my God, you're getting wet."
Yeah.
Yeah. And then he tried to like play both sides, which is something people try to do all the time.
I was
which
gonna
is the
say
most annoying
that's
part of Trump.
That's
right.
Typical of politicians. He will listen to the fucking people in his cabinet, and then he'll listen to the constituents. Like he flip flopped on the fucking not deporting restaurant workers and shit like that. And then there was outrage from the constituency, and then he was like, well, we're going to roll that back. Never mind. That was a bad idea. So he does that kind of shit all the fucking time. That's true.
Right.
Well, the other thing is when he was flip-flopping, and this is something that I don't think many people realize, there were riots, and there was a planned riot on 200 cities in the United States, right?
Right, no King's Day.
So
yeah,
I like
no
if I'm going to a
kings.
point, if I'm going to a point in which either I will accept there's gonna be riots, I'm gonna have to send National Guard, and everybody's gonna have its field day telling me how awful of a kank I am. Maybe I'm gonna go ahead and try to figure a way to avoid all that.
right.
Yeah, for sure, man. For sure.
And I listen, okay? I am in the team, and you know this, COD, because we have this conversation of taking out the military and imposing the peace. I don't have any problems with that, but at the same time, I'm not gonna go ahead and pretend that that was not a thing that happens.
Right. Well, I got a question for you, Emmett. You're not French, are you? No, we talked about that last time too.
I'm not French. I do speak French, so that's why.
Yeah.
Je suis le chumfilier.
But I am getting some breaking reports now. Iran is denying that they received anything about a fucking ceasefire proposal.
No.
Yeah. So, war's still on, boys. War's off, boys. War's on, boys. That's where we're at right now.
Oh, what do the war boys saying, big boss man?
I think
I don't
they're
think that's
going
gonna work.
to they're going to send another plane, probably near the installations of the leader to remind him where he misplaced those papers.
Right. I don't know, man.
Boys, get to Valhalla.
Oh.
Hey, what's up, race car?
Auf du Scheiße! Was ist los? Meine Schwanz ist groß.
Oh, shit.
Nein. Was ist der große Scheiße?
Y'all are gonna get me in trouble.
Du bist ein kleiner Schwanz.
You're talking about penises, I can tell.
Nein. Das ist dein großer Schwanz.
Ja.
Oh, for shit's sake.
You know, I'm starting to understand some of that now that I'm taking German. So thank you.
No, you probably shouldn't. That's not, you don't want to use that in class.
Listen, my German vocabulary is only fitting for the work environment that I used to work for a Volkswagen dealership, and then they moved me over to Subaru. So I went from a car manufacturer that was founded by the Nazi Party to a dealership that manufactured the planes that bombed Pearl Harbor. So I'm striking out as far as workplace environment.
Mr. Rassis,
You're on the
what do they
axis
call
of
the
all
connector
calls.
for the
What?
Volkswagen Audi Group style connector? What do they call that?
The Fuhrer?
Which one?
I just gave you the hint of where I was getting at. The VAG connector.
Oh.
The Volkswagen Audi Group connector. Like, the diagnostic connector that they have in the vehicle.
Yeah. No comment.
I mean, that's what they call it. I didn't make up the name. I just thought it was funny.
What? I am so confused. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
It's on Volkswagen. A Volkswagen Audi Group is like the name of the current.
Yeah, that's the same manufacturer, right?
Volkswagen and Audi, and a few others, including Bugatti
and Porsche.
Oh, really?
And Rolls Royce.
Yeah, and Porsche too. Yeah.
Yes.
And oh yeah, it's Rolls Royce. Phantom is freaking. It's just a V-dub. It's a fancy.
Well, they assemble it by hand in Britain still, but Audi manufactures all the parts.
That's
But
interesting. I
the connector
didn't
that
know.
they use, the
And you're
consolidated
probably
connector, they call it Volkswagen Audi Group a VAG connector.
A VAG. Oh, a VAG. Okay, I got you. I got it.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I had to explain it like 3 times.
I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. I'm not listening.
A deep
I understood the first time. It was just not funny.
Oh, you want a good laugh?
I know,
Look
I
up.
know. It wasn't that funny. I know it wasn't that funny.
You want a good laugh? Look up the Italian Volkswagen Instagram handle. It's Volkswagen Italia, but it totally spells out Volkswagen genitalia. and so many people have pointed this out to him. They're like, "Hey, you might want to like
change
that."
I swear.
I don't know what you need. Let's find me.
Volkswagen Italia. Nicht ist los.
I speak like 7 languages just as poorly, like a toddler, like worse than toddler level, like barely infant level at this point.
Yeah, I don't speak.
I know my German vocabulary is pretty much mostly just different ways to call or to insult people in the workplace. Yeah. So like a few go-tos, du Messgesicht, Sackgesicht.
Yeah, let's break all the TOS in German.
It's fine. Like, they're not like bad words.
Man.
Like
the prefix "g" just means it's a gerund form.
Oh, and Hosenscheisser.
We all know what Scheisser means.
Oh my goodness sakes.
Yes, and Hosen being pants.
Shit your pants.
Pants.
Yes.
If you like.
Yes. So
better.
Joe Biden ist ein Hosenscheisser is a very accurate statement.
Mm. Oh shit fire. What was I gonna say? It's fucking amazing to me. What is it? Oh, the languages. I only speak 2 languages, and that's English and Boomhauer. You got to be able to speak Boomhauer to fucking live in Kentucky. No, he's explaining that he supports the attack in Iran, but he's not actually for protracted war. Yeah.
Entschuldigung Sie bitte, ich heiße König Fleischpeischer.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck you just said.
I said, excuse me, but my name is King Meat Whip.
Oh, no.
Oh, shit.
Du bist ein Taschenrechner, senor.
What's this that you...
Thank you for having me on. I'm gonna jump. Have a good rest of your stream.
Well, cheers. Cheers. Thanks for coming around, man. It's good to see you, man. Sorry, we're fucking goofs, but...
No, it's fine. I have D&D. I have to prep. So.
Righto, man. Indeed. We're
after we all got ear graped with freaking talking in circles, freaking TDS guy, like.
Oh yeah.
I had to
get some levity.
I had to show up and do what I do best.
Which is shitpost actively in the voice chat. Yes.
Well, I did that, but also I showed up and just started derailing the conversation.
Right now. Well, what do you got? Yeah. What do you got for us over here, Wobbly? He posted this in the side chat. It says Gunther Eagleman, its official senior Iranian official announces Iran has accepted the ceasefire proposal. So now it's all kinds of conflicting fucking reports. Yeah, it sounds like it might have been the propaganda wing that was trying to derail the whole Trump
CNN
situation.
And MSNBC is trying to throw shade.
Fuckery, you might
say. I don't know, man. I believe when I see the shit stop happening. That's all I'm kind of saying. Don't hold your breath on it, but we'll see.
You know, the one thing that really bothered me about the gentleman was he kept telling you to shut up, and I was like, and then he called him stupid.
Wait, Melissa, do you mean random internet guy that just left, or Duck? Because
random.
Okay.
The other guy was nice, but I'm just saying, random was just rude. And then
I was ready to come in and
the other way about it.
drop a nuke on his ass.
They're like, "Oh, look at you! Just got fucking kicked from the voice chat."
Oh, he told one guy. He said it sounds like you just what was it? He accused him of smoking weed, and I was just like, "Where did that come from?"
Yeah, that was Duck. I don't know. Like he gets challenged on some. That guy wasn't even trying to challenge him. He was trying to come in and back him up, and then he's like, "What? You just roll out of bed and start smoking some weed?" Duck, you fucking jackass.
He sounds intelligent, and there's like right up until a point, and then he just starts like slinging insults and can't handle it coming back to him either. It's like it's so weird.
Fuck.
It's just disingenuous bullshit.
I'll be right back. I'm running downstairs to grab a beer out of the fridge.
Okay.
The example of a narcissistic schizophrenic.
Oh yeah, we did bring that up early, didn't we? Thank you, Walt.
Yeah. Wait, who was that? Duck saying Trump's a schizophrenic?
No, I'm talking about Duck.
Oh, yeah. I guess that makes sense.
No, yes.
Yeah. I don't know. I never studied mental health.
Wait, is this a freebie? Stratagem? What's it? Hang on, Stalwart. What's going on here?
Gentlemen, what if McDonald's sold hot dogs? And then you could go up there and order a hot dog and ask them to order a McWeenie and ask them to supersize it. Could you do it with a straight face?
What?
I mean, it depends on your meme skills.
Can I do? Oh, can I do it with my hot pink shirt? This is
Sure.
I forgot what it said on the shirt.
So, you love waterboarding children or something like that.
No. That shirt's not hot pink. The hot pink shirt says, "I sweat glitter and cum confetti."
Oh God! Yes.
And I'll go.
Get on.
Go on, get.
Oh shit!
I need EOD to get his ass up here so that way he can film it and be like, this motherfucker.
I will stand by and do nothing and watch as you make a complete ass of yourself. Absolutely.
in a McDonald's that like I like almost never go to anyway. So I mean it works. It's like, oh, you've been banned from this establishment. Oh, you mean I've only been here like once or twice anyway, so some loss.
And then the classic racist card, then the classic Clarkson meme. Oh no. Anyway.
Anyway, yeah.
Oh no.
Or you could also go with my favorite James May quote. Oh, cock.
Or he'll say permission to say cock to the BBC fucking editors. Yeah.
From Sean Parrish. Breaking. Federal judge orders Trump to restart World War III.
I believe it. I fucking believe it. Shit, man.
I saw one of those meme posts where it says federal judge instructs Trump to rebuild Iran.
Oh no.
I mean, that sounds like something that could plausibly actually happen.
Yeah.
I'm saying,
we'll just rebuild it as a glass factory. It's fine.
Let's go up like 2.
Very poor grade of glass. Achilles, you gotta stop doing that, man. It's not healthy.
What?
Do any of y'all play Helldivers?
Smoking? I don't know.
If you want to.
If you want to.
What am I saying? Achilles says, piss lightning and fart thunder. And I'm like, wait a minute. Is the pee stored in the balls, though?
Oh, no.
The stupid
Thunder
fucking meme.
stored in the balls, sir.
It's a stupid meme.
Oh, this is going to get bad. I went up 2 levels.
I went to the doctor the other day and I told him I piss red, white, and blue. And he said, that might be pancreatic cancer. And I said, you shut your commie mouth.
Shit. Raise the flag is the best shit. Let's do it. Let's raise a flag.
Okay, so since I have 2 of you in here that are playing D&D with us supposedly, I wanted to try to fucking get this thing going on by Wednesday, but I still don't have you guys' character yet. You got to go into Roll20 and make a character with the D&D 2024 character sheet.
I thought we were using D&D Beyond.
No.
Is it a new game?
Yes.
Okay. I might play that. I
So we're
have
doing
not
this
been
on
approached
Roll-
about this yet either. So.
Well, I've been talking about it in the Discord in there, and y'all are tagged as D&D shenanigans. That's what I named a new role. So just check the D&D thread and the.
I'm right here, Chase. Come here. It's okay.
It should be. It should be relatively straightforward. It's a lot like the D&D Beyond character sheet, but it's just inside of Roll20. That way, we only need 1 app instead of 2. So.
Okay. Okay, I'm. Oh, sign in.
Chase couldn't find Daddy.
Oh, Chase was downstairs because he just came in the house, and I'm sure he was rather parched. And well, get over here. You're really vocal, sir.
Yes, he is.
Come here.
He's got shit to say today.
Yeah. Yeah, you tell him.
Well, he is a vice presidential candidate, so.
He is, yeah.
VP candidate Chase the Cat. We're going for you for 2028. Okay, that's all in for Chase the Cat 2028.
Yes. No.
What are you saying? You're complaining about D&D 2024?
No. I'm okay. So I'm logging. I logged into Roll20 now. Okay, where do I need to go?
Okay, go to tools and then characters. Pretty sure.
Tools. Aha. All right. Well, since this is a new build.
Yeah.
Let's see. Dungeons & Dragons 2024. All right.
Yeah. So start at level 3, and I don't know. Do whatever the fuck you want. We have a paladin, so he can heal.
Level 3.
So
Is multi-class okay?
yeah, if the class supports it.
Doing 5th edition. Right?
5th edition 2024.
Yeah.
Is Ebron stuff cool? I have a character that I've been working on that just in Mosman, but I don't know if that game's ever getting started, so I might do it for here. But it is another barbarian.
Well, that's fine.
Hey,
we got a fighter, we got a paladin, so a barbarian would fit right in.
Might be a bard. Might be a mage.
I think I'm gonna go with a ranger.
Oh, in Helldiver's game.
You were a ranger last time.
Guys,
no, I was a rogue.
I'm hot mic'd on everything right now. I'm talking to a show that we're doing.
Katie says, night, my lovelies. I'm going to call it a night. My debate calling and entertaining streams tonight. All thank you, EOD. You're very welcome, Kitty. It's good to see you. Welcome in. Hope to see you back.
Man.
Yeah, I don't know, things seem to be dying down a little bit. We got off the contentious fucking topics. Now I'm trying to get this D&D things figured out. So.
Contentious topics.
I don't know what. Okay, so pineapple on pizza. Go.
No, pizza on pineapple. Pineapple on pizza is fine, but are you ballsy enough to put the pizza on pineapple? No bread on the pineapple.
I totally would.
Bile spewer. Oh, my bad.
Not only would I put the pizza on the pineapple, I would then also smoke it.
You might have to clarify. You mean like in a smoker, like a barbecue smoker, not like in a bong?
Yes.
Yeah.
No. Also, after I get done smoking it on the smoker, I'm going to roll it up in a massive blunt and smoke it. Yes.
No, the exact answer you just gave. That is the best correct answer.
The only time you eat pineapple on pizza is when you're in Hawaii.
Pineapple goes on pizza, but it's not meant to be the main star of the show.
No.
Like, no, you don't get it. Like, you don't get an onion pizza. You put onions on pizza, but you don't just get an onion pizza, or a green pepper, or an olive.
Apparently, you don't have balls enough to do so, sir. You got to reach down and just grab your huevos and figure out if you got the balls to do such things, like getting a straight onion pizza. Come on. Oh, no.
That is ballsy. That's definitely indigestion waiting to happen, dude.
Okay, I think the best way I've ever had pineapple on a pizza was there's a place up here where you have it's like a sanctuary thing where you get to pet the animals, right? It's up here past McKinney in Texas, but they had a place where they smoked meat, and I got what they called the pulled pork sandwich, the pulled pork pizza, and they had put pulled pork all over it with pineapple, barbecue sauce, cheese. It's actually really good.
That sounds good.
It was.
That's
And I
fancy.
told people
This isn't what I wanted. I thought this was my stuff. How do I take it off?
What are you saying, Melissa?
I was just saying that that actually made me think about it. And so when people go, "Oh, pineapple on pizza," and I'm like, no, just think about it for a minute. Don't think about the Hawaiian pizza they all talk about. Fancy it up a little bit. It'll work.
Honestly, the best pizza I've had pineapple on is barbecue chicken with jalapenos, pineapple, onion, green peppers, and barbecue sauce for the. No, it's just the right amount of things.
Yeah,
because that's like literally it.
That's way too many things.
No, man, no.
Like I said, mine was
four is pushing it.
I think mine was like pulled pork, onion, bell peppers, pineapple, and barbecue sauce. Well, along with the
That
cheese.
sounds good.
It was.
Yeah, I'm saying, like, if you're gonna mix it all up like that, but if you're just like ordering the Hawaiian pizza from Pizza Hut, you're gonna get like some ham and some pineapple on there, and that's gonna be it.
Pizza.
That ain't all that good.
Oh man, is that the only?
That's
thing
where you went. That's right there.
The fun fact is, like, real Hawaiian isn't ham and pineapple; it's spam and pineapple.
That's true.
That's real Hawaiian shit. Pardon my French. Oh wait, no, I'm not going back this way.
I've actually been thinking of getting some cans of spam and doing some stuff with it. Like, go get yourself some ramen.
Almost back my stuff.
Cook some spam and put in there.
I'm kind of bummed that like it's gonna be like in the 90s all week, and I'm drinking my last Hoppin' Frog pineapple upside down cake, and like that's like the lightest beer that I have in my fridge right now.
It's good.
Oh, it is good. I'm just upset that it's that I'm drinking my last one.
Oh, imagine.
I would have to travel like an hour out of the way just to go get more.
Road trip.
He's got to pee again. I'm sorry. I'll be right back.
Oh, that's ugly.
Hi, Chase.
There's a place up here that does like growlers and stuff. I tried a pineapple cider that was really good.
Pineapple. Oh, grilled pineapple on a burger is also another like.
Grilled pineapple is a secret delight.
Yes,
oh, no.
it is.
Yeah.
Oh no, I was reloading. Oh no. Stuck in the animation. I don't know how to cancel it.
Put a little cinnamon on that, cinnamon and sugar on that bad boy. Stick it on the grill.
Just got my stuff back. Freaking stuck it.
No, sir.
Yeah. No, sir. Meow. George Carlin did a bit about a cat. And I had to laugh because it actually happened to one of our cats at the time. We were playing with those feathers on a string. And the cat went flying through the air and hit the computer and turned it off. And the cat just walks over by to the sofa and goes behind it. And I looked at my mom and said, "Fucking meow, fucking meow." Cats won't show you that they're in pain. They gotta hide and do it. Fucking meow. And barbecue last night.
Ooh.
Got to raise a flag.
I think I'm gonna go with a Dragonborn. That'd be cool. Yeah.
Is that a beer?
Huh?
Is that a beer? Dragonborn?
No. I'm building my character.
In Skyrim or in
No,
Beer
in
Builder
for D&D, using Roll20.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Yeah. Fuck. I need to like look up what the fucking rules are as far as like what dragon ancestry I should choose.
Now I know why he was fucking barking.
One.
Oops.
Yeah.
What the shit was that?
Now I know why he was fucking barking. The fucking neighbor's out there mowing his lawn with his dog out there, and they fucking hate each other. They cannot just be cool on either side of the fence. They have to be trying to kill one another. So
That, or I could.
yeah, no, Dragonborn's kind of weird. You have to have some dragon ancestry. It would behoove you to look up the different types of dragons. The chromatic ones are evil or good, and the metallic ones are the metallic ones are good, and the chromatic ones are evil. That's what it is.
So there's black, blue, brass, bronze, copper, gold, green,
Right.
red, silver, and white.
They all come with different abilities too.
Yeah.
How World of Warcraft does them.
Oh, that helps because I actually didn't play WoW.
Oh.
Well, okay, so
I'm just asking.
I didn't play WoW because I was too busy having sex with women.
the thing is, there's a analog
story.
There's an analog for each one on either side of the fence, but the ones that are colors are bad, and the ones that are metals are good. So, and then those come with particular abilities like lightning or ice or fire or whatever. So, poison, I think, is one of them.
Grapple.
Yes, ma'am.
He obviously has Rosie and her 4 other sisters. So it could be that.
It's a Rosie and her. Oh no, turret, no.
Race car, I got one for you.
Rosie Palm and her 5.
Ongjin says, "Did that woman have a DLC though?"
What's her name?
All the DLCs are great for WoW.
Oh no, the woman. The Rassus Car's woman. That's the one that he was talking about. Oh shit! There's a thing. Hit the squishy bits.
I don't fucking remember. That was like years ago and shit, and there was a different one every night. Or at least every weekend.
Well, that's something.
No, you don't.
We got jump pack. We got samples.
In your dreams, says Wobbly.
In your dreams.
Nope.
I mean, at least it sounded good.
EOD, I'm over here looking for a pizza and found one that's a South Asian spice. It's using tikka sauce, topped with shredded cheese.
The spice must flow. Oh shit! No, reloading. No.
South Asian cottage cheese, or chicken, onion, green bell pepper.
South Asian cottage cheese. What the hell is that? First of all. Secondly, I don't know if I want any kind of pizza that's named Asian whatever. It might be dogs and cats for all I fucking know.
Nah, it's chicken.
Spice must flow. EOD, you gotta calm down with that shit. The spice must flow.
You gotta bring your mic a little closer to your mouth. There you go, Paul. Yeah, it's.
No, I don't. Oh, it's adjusting down. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's doing the stupid thing again because you're playing a game now.
Well, no, that's not because that's just what it's been doing. It's something. It's Discord's doing something or something else that is exerting control.
Can't eat that. Oof.
And I'm unable to like code it or anything to just lock it in place. Just the input level.
No, Jesus. No. Go back. That's not what I wanted.
I put a couple of things in the sidebar.
Oh, I see.
There we go.
How to liberal? What will the next fucking flag be? No shit, dude. Fucking Ukraine, Palestine, Mexico, and Iran. Anything but American, right?
Yeah.
Well, they can't stand. I mean, no, that's hate speech. America. The flag of democracy is hate speech.
Yeah. Now you sound 1,000% better. April sent me this one. Gunther Eagleman says, breaking huge win at SCOTUS. They ruled 6-3 in favor of Trump's deporting illegal aliens to a third country, not necessarily their country of origin, which was the problem with Abrego Garcia, if you recall. They sent him back to his country of origin, and that's the one place he wasn't supposed to fucking go. But
No, those are all mine, by the way.
those are all what?
I posted those.
Yeah. And then Wobbly gives us, Maine is now apparently having men dressed as women report the fucking Are you kidding me? This is what we put up against fucking Mexico? This is terrible. Oh my god.
I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole. Diggy hole. Diggy hole.
You're supposed to be making a character.
I am.
Oh.
I'm trying to research the freaking dragon ancestry shit, and Google's giving me a fucking runaround. Like, what the fuck?
Oh, I got you, man. There's a compendium in Roll20.
Me right round, baby, right round, like a record, baby, right round.
I don't know. I gotta get rid of this.
I'm gonna get out of here, guys. Thank you very much for letting me in, EOD.
Oh yeah, anytime, Wobbly. It's good to see you, man.
Hey, well.
You all definitely go check out Wobbly over on Kick. It's kick.com/SO_Wobbly. And he's live every weekday at 7 a.m.
The link might actually be hyphenated.
No, it's underscore.
I just checked it a minute ago.
Your URL and your name are not the same, dude. Just forget which one is which.
Yeah, the URL is...
It doesn't do one.
The URL is so_Wobbly. Yeah. I promise. I'll put it in the chat.
I can
Either way.
Oh no, it is. No, my bad entirely. They fixed it. Looks like they fixed it.
It'll work either way, I think. But...
Yeah, it used to be that they replaced it.
Perfect, Heavy. Thank you. Okay. So this is Wobbly over on Kick. Y'all definitely check him out.
I got to do a little research for the stream tomorrow and spend a little time with the wifey.
For sure.
The boss.
Well, family first, I always say. Cheers, man. Later on. So yeah, race car, if you look here, these are Dragonborn traits right here in the Roll20 compendium. And Heavy posted this in the Kick chat. I'll put it in the side chat for you if you want.
All right.
But these are and like I say, the colors are the bad guys and the metals are the good guys, but they should have pretty similar abilities, 1-to-1. So, but yeah, silver's cold, red's fire, green's poison, gold's fire, copper's acid. I think green's poison, but yeah, you get the idea. So this is the table you're looking for right here, I think.
These are not the tables you're looking for.
Yeah, Wobbly's good people. I do like Wobbly. Oh, my bad. Teriak, are you still with us, brother?
I gotta look up where to get a spear. For this.
The leprechaun is with us in spirit, I guess.
He's dug into his pot of gold right now.
he's trying to get the Lucky Charms kids to leave him alone. They keep fucking with him.
He's just rolling it over himself like a dragon, you know. Just rolling around in it, you know, loving it, living his best leprechaun life.
But yeah, that's something that's interesting about fucking Dragonborns is they have a breath weapon. That's something nobody else has. So I think you can use that as a bonus action. Or no, it's action. It's your main action.
You can, I believe
That
that you
should
can
be a
replace one attack with that.
Yeah, there's no way that can be a bonus action. That'd be entirely busted. And you'd
Okay,
have to,
yeah.
like,
Oh, dude, yeah, I'd be OP as fuck.
No, it is an action. It's a regular action. So. I think in the 2014 version they could fly, but they took that out for the 2024 version because that was pretty fucking OP too.
No, you get flight at level 5.
You do? Okay, my bad.
Yeah.
Well, you all might make it there. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's a pretty big campaign, so it's possible.
Well, 2 levels doesn't mean it's a giant. If you're starting at level 3, getting to level 5 doesn't seem like a giant.
Well, what I mean is you might get there before the end. That's what I'm talking about. Because we only went through 2 levels last time, from 1 to 3. So.
Background's not as important, right?
Well,
nah, not really. There's feats
going on,
and you can do some trait bonuses in a background. So there's that. There should be 3 or 4 that are pre-made that you can use, though. I think. Melissa, is that your cat or? It sounds like something snoring. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Nate asks, "Am I in the right place, UD? I've never used Roll20 before. Is there only one martial archetype? Champion is all that's in my drop down." Well, well, I guess we lost Melissa. Melissa's cool people though.
I guess we gotta go north.
I'm not sure. To be honest, man, I'm a little bit new to this my damn self. What do you mean by martial archetype? I will look. The compendium is a good source for this information. A lot of the stuff that they have in the compendium is just free stuff from what is it? Wizards of the Coast. So you can find it in a lot of places, but it happens to also be here. So
And even if you have a physical book, you still have to like pay for it to get the references and be able to use it in your like select droppy down stuff in your character sheet on Roll20 or D&D Beyond.
That's true. They need a way to transfer those licenses, but they don't want to. They want you to buy it 5-6 times.
Well, I mean, there's not really a way to do that because then, like, you just like, how would they do it even? Like,
well, there could be like they used to do with the game CDs that you'd buy at GameStop or whatever. It wouldn't even have a CD in it. It would just have like a license code. It could be something like that printed in the back of the book, you know. But like I said, I don't think they're gonna do that. They want you to buy it 5 times.
Yeah, I'm not buying the Eberron book 5 times.
I hear you. I don't want to either.
That is all the best shit, though. Seriously.
He says, "Oh, okay, I think I can remake this." Okay, cool. But yeah, I mean, I'll give you this link here. This is the Roll20 compendium. That's where most of those answers are going to come from. So. Ashton's over here laughing at us because we're D&D geeks. You don't understand, man. I didn't think I was going to like it as much as I do, but it's actually really fun. Call me a 12-year-old, I guess.
You're a 12-year-old, you guess. Weird thing to ask, dude, but I mean, you do you.
Says, "I used to play, sir." Well, my bad. Are we going to watch this on stream? Yes. In fact, why don't you all go ahead and head over to the other channel to subscribe. I don't know if I'm going to stream it to this channel and the other channel, but I did open up a channel specifically for the D&D stuff. And it may be that I do both, at least at first, and then I'll only keep the VODs on the alternate channel. But I did make a channel for
Pro tip: monetize one before you make more. Just saying.
I know. I feel you on that. So, we're working on EOD 696 for the most part.
But I mean, yeah, make as soon as you monetize one, yeah, make more. That's. I'm not saying don't. Just in order.
I know. Order of operations and all that. This is the channel here. It's called D&D Shenanigans 696. And there. Hooyah booyah. But like I say, what I'll probably end up doing is streaming to both this channel and that channel, and then the VODs will only be available on that channel. That's how I'll handle that.
Let's go north, figure this out, and then leave. Got more map to do.
Thanks, Ashton. And yeah, I'm still working on getting this channel monetized. So tell your wife, tell your kids, they don't sub to EOD, then they're not based. Subs are free. Help me out. Anyway, fellas. I don't know. I have kind of run out of shit to talk about at this point. Well.
Oh. Ran into some friends.
Why does that sound vaguely sexual? You're fighting crabs.
Loading a machine gun.
It's fucking what is that movie? Fucking Starship Troopers, man. For real.
Yeah, this is like because Starship Troopers. There's a legit. Oh, Bile Titan. There's a legit game, but it's not as good as this.
Mm.
I avoided this one for the longest time. I wasn't even sure it would run on Linux. Oh shit! Oh no!
Nate says if I can import things, I can make a character there much more intuitively, and I think, and I'd have you delete the one I made in Roll20. I think a bunch of stuff in D&D Beyond, so I can import things. What? I don't know if you can or not. What you can do though, Nate, is you should be able to edit the sheet directly instead of going through the character builder if you want, and then you can get D&D Beyond to give you the printout for what the character sheet should be, and then just edit it that way. That should work.
Oh, yeah, after both D&D Beyond and Roll20, I think you can get to where it's just basically a blank sheet, and then you just fill it all in.
If you want to,
you
yeah.
Won't have necessarily the links to like the abilities where you can just like checkbox them.
Right.
It'd be just like dealing with an actual paper sheet.
Doomring says he's a bard every single time.
A barbarian that has a checkbox like, "Hey, now I'm in rage," and now it like automatically adds the to your like saving throws and your damage and your attack.
Yeah, so some of the automation probably won't be there, but we can muddle through it. I think
you can do it.
Yeah. Yeah, I like a bard, man.
Doomrang's a bard every single time. I would have never guessed that ever. Color me surprised.
I like a bard. That sounds like a cool character to play. If I was gonna play, I think I'd be a bard. Catherine says, "Thanks for the stream." Bye, everyone.
He does, and trying to have sex with everything inanimate and/or otherwise. Everybody I know that I've met ever, of course, Doomrang's a friggin' because of course he is. Never guessed that.
Oh shit! You're in the fucking Discord, Doomring. You're welcome to come in if you want, brother. It was good talking to you last time we chatted. It's been a while now. Couple of weeks. Yeah, Catherine MC's headed out. It's good to see you, Catherine. Thank you for stopping by. Good times. Good times.
Where's the other guy first if you can? G1. Res him first. Nope. Oh, here we go.
I've been going for about 6 hours now. I guess I'm about ready to call it, unless you guys have anything pressing you want to add to the end of the stream here.
Freedom is the right of all sentient beings, or so says Optimus Prime. That might not be really the case, but We're doing managed democracy over here, boys.
Implement democracy. I just watched a fucking review on Starship Troopers from Critical Drinker. That shit was hilarious. I love that guy.
The movie was great. The book is great. It was supposed to be a commentary. It failed hard. Dude was trying to make like some like friggin' commentary on the opposite, like to like, hey, here's the absurdity of the opposite of my stance, but he made just a great friggin' franchise in the process. Oopsies.
He sure did. Paul Van Hoven. I don't know. I think he had a good time making a badass action movie, you know, if you ask me. But all right, anyway, y'all. I am looking for your channel again, Grumple. I wish I could search for it, but I can't.
I'm not live.
I know, but I had it in my history and I lost it now.
Oh.
Stupid history. YouTube is trash. Well, YouTube history is trash. It's taking forever to load. I want to find it. It is in here somewhere.
I get to choose two. Oh, fuck yeah, that's cool.
Fuck yeah. I don't know. Y'all look for Grumple Stillskin. He'll be live sometime soon. I'm sure of it. You gotta post your link around somewhere, Grumple. I swear. I can't find it. It's hidden. It died. It fucking disappeared. Now I'm looking at shit I was looking at yesterday. I know I was in your chat earlier. Stupid YouTube.
Oh, that's okay.
You're getting beat up.
No, I'm waiting on a res, but there's other higher priority dudes. I went up 2 levels of difficulty without a team in mind, like solo starting it, and it's just whoever joined. But I wasn't ready to do this level right now myself. I should have done 1 level higher.
Oh, all right. Who are we gonna ghetto raid? We got somebody to ghetto raid? Because I can't raid anybody right now. But
Race car.
Yo. I'm not.
No, get a raid race car.
We're raiding you, race car. All right, everybody go to race car's
okay.
channel.
Oh wait, no. Chase is like, okay, race car's cat. Raid him. That's what Doomerang's saying.
Yes.
Race car's fucking.
He's also a VP candidate.
Okay.
You got to make a channel for Chase the Cat.
You should, dude.
I should, but I also
YouTube.
need to like get like a second webcam so that way I can have it like pointed at him whenever he's like just chilling.
Oh no, man! Here's what you do. You just take like a 30-second video of him and put it on an endless loop, and just have that be the channel.
That's the correct way.
Only 30 seconds, just play. Oh,
just him licking his paw or something. You know,
him licking his balls. Got it.
For 24 hours a day. Yeah.
Yes, that's the correct. That's the correct answer.
Oh shit. All right, y'all. All right. You know what? Maybe lower class is still live. I don't know yet. Hold on, let me look.
Charles Darwin. Yes, you can. I think I mean, my YouTube one I just did. I have other links. But what are you trying to drop that I didn't already? But yeah, you can, like, people can drop links in this. See, I think on my YouTube channel that links get blocked. I think I heard that from somebody recently, and I need to find out how to turn that off.
I don't know.
Sure.
I haven't seen any
settings.
I see the links that came through. So you guys see those links too? Yeah. Okay. Well, I turned it off. There's an option.
Links everybody's done.
There's an option in the settings to allow links or to deny links. Mine says allow links. So
I haven't.
It's in there.
I need to.
It's in customization. I think if you go to settings, if you go to YouTube Studio, then to settings, and then customization, it's in there. So
actually, while I'm waiting on, it's gonna be a minute. Right now.
All right, so lower class is live. I just put his link into the chat. So y'all head over there. Go check out lower class. He's good people's. He's talking to Single Dads Club. He changed his name to Control Freak for some reason. But go over there, head out, hang out with lower class. Lower class is good people. And I will see you all in the next one. I'll be around.
Some of us may end up over there also.
Perhaps so, yeah. So he's got an open panel link. So definitely, if y'all want to continue the conversation, head over that way, and let's do that. So thank you all for hanging out. I'll catch you on the next one. Cheers, and whatever. It might be a panel, it might be D&D, it might be something else. I don't know. But at the latest, I will see you on Wednesday. So later on, y'all.